How's it going, guys? Spooky Cerberus with the 2. Appreciate it. Can a black queen be blacked? No. Because in order for something to be blacked, it has to be non-black. You know, it's like corrupting a white or I guess Asian woman with the BBC. That's the whole premise behind it. Crappy boy boring with the 17 months. What's up, gamers? College kicked my ass this semester. Thankfully, it wasn't as bad as last time. Well, at least it's over with now. But yeah.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Are you, by chance, in your junior year? That's the worst year.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Chaka Gaming with the 3. Did you see Richards going back to RTU? Did he get his channel back? I don't think he can. So, I mean, maybe he'll rebrand his other channel for the 900th time. But I don't think he can get his old channel back. Spooky Cerberus with the 2, so a black queen can be bleached. Yes. Yeah. You can... Yeah. Pretty much. Or, you know, the other term is colonized, but yeah. Take your pick. I've never watched the Fallout TV show, nor will I. I genuinely couldn't care less about it. Dude, Outer Worlds 2 is already 30% off. Brutal! And they were trying to charge $80 for that dog shit initially. When did it even release?
We got ourselves a...
So, a little over a month ago. Jeez. That's pretty bad. I was looking through the Steam sale and it looks pretty mediocre. Looks pretty mediocre. Just more rehashed shit. Same prices as before. I mean, this is kind of a good price, but I feel like I should just buy this physical for the Switch. These games never go on sale for anything, you know, substantial. Because people always buy them. It's a pretty decent price. I just don't know if I would play it on a PC. I played, I think, like 20 minutes of the first Evil Within and never touched it again. So, no, I never played Evil Within 2. It's pretty black-pilling. This is what the gaming industry has to offer. I mean, Detroit for $4 is a good deal if you haven't played it. That's actually kind of a good deal. $6 for Assassin's Creed Valhalla. What was that? $5 for Dead Island 2. That's not bad either. $5 for Neo's not bad. For Honor for $1. I don't even think people play that anymore. It's kind of a shame because it was a fun game, but holy shit, the fucking network was terrible on it. Do I like Aerith because she looks like a conservative? No. What does a conservative look like? There's no such thing as conservative women anymore. It's an oxymoron. There is no such thing as a conservative woman anymore. They're all just covert feminists. This isn't a bad deal. Because if you buy the Ultimate Edition of this game, then, you know, once it inevitably gets delisted, you'll have it for a pretty decent price. So what is it? What? I guess $20 plus 30, so 50. It's not bad. Eventually, this will get delisted like Forza Horizon 4 did, and 3 as well. Yeah, there's nothing that's even like slightly tempting. Slopnik Racing Cross Worlds is on sale. Brutal. Yeah, I don't see anything. Not even remotely tempted. About to spend all my Pokemon money on gaming? Nah, I already spent my Pokemon money today. I got 200 copies of this promo card for $2.50 a piece, roughly. So, I've spent my Pokemon money. Yeah, I see nothing. Black Myth Monkey Man's not even on sale. Brutal. Yeah, I'm not even tempted. Usually there's something where I'm like, oh, you know, maybe I'll buy that. But... oh, there we go. There it is. Hellblade 2 for 75% off. Never mind, I take it back. Gaming as a whole is about to die. You heard about Nvidia, right? They're cutting back GPU production by 60% next year. So they're cutting it back. I think the official number was like 40 to 60%. So roughly half the supply of GPUs will be gone next year. Raymond banned you for what? Did you say that bitching about women's not a full-time career? Although, I don't know, some people probably make money doing that. Why so obsessed with Shelby? Oh, the stinky femcel? Yeah, that bitch is ugly, bro. Nasty. Tales of Arise. Is the DLC on sale? Dude, that's crazy. $40 for the DLC? Wild.
I have friends who accept me.
The expansion costs more than the game. That's wild, bro. That's actually fucking wild. Raymond has a paywall Discord that costs $50. Wow. What a steal, man. I mean, it's not a bad idea, honestly.
Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
If I were to do another Discord, I would definitely have a massive paywall in front of it. Just as a retard filter. Let's see. Sode Namashi with the 10. I got Forza Horizon 5 Ultimate Edition practically for free when I bought my Series X. The regular price of the bundle was about $550, but it was on sale for $420. Yeah, and what's crazy is now is that Series X is technically worth over $600. So not only did you get the game for a massive discount, you basically, what, got a 30 to 40% return on your purchase. It's crazy, man. But very nice. Code Cockvein 2. Whoa. Sackgoy, A Big Adventure.
I can't afford this shit.
It's just like nothing, dude. Ugh. I hate it. Makes me sad. Yeah, I already have all the Borderlands games. Pretty sure at least. Yeah, I do, because I bought 3 on PC. Dude, this is brutal. There ain't nothing. Do a Steam sale recommendations video. I don't have any recommendations. This sale's really shitty. It's the same fucking deals. Once again, regurgitated. If not more expensive than they were previously. Honestly, like, the sales just get worse and worse, bro. The only thing I would debate about buying is that Tales whatever. I don't know what it's called. This game. Because I've heard these are good. Or the Trails game, not Tales. Yeah, I've heard these are good, but I don't know if I want to play it on PC or not. I feel like this would be more of a handheld kind of game.
In on your...
Because it's a RPG. Yeah, exactly. If it's a JRPG slop, I feel like it'd be better to play handheld. But I don't know. Plus, I could get a physical copy of it, so if I didn't like it, I could always get rid of it. What comes with the season pass? I thought this was a remaster. Oh, it's just costumes and stuff. Okay. Doctor Berries with the 2. Play Wario World if you're not gay. Ooh, I don't know. Some have said that I'm a bit fruity. Dude, I don't think the Steam machine was ever going to do very well. If the Steam Deck is barely selling 5 million units, I don't think the Steam machine's going to sell even anywhere close to that. Like, the Steam Deck, I think, is a way more enticing purchase than, you know, a Steam machine, personally. The only place I could see a Steam machine doing well is maybe places like in Asia, where, you know, PC components are super fucking expensive. Maybe some parts of Europe as well. But I don't know. I don't really see it being that successful, personally. I'll buy the Steam machine, the controller, and VR. So, well, the VR is an independent thing, right? Isn't the VR headset like a self-contained unit, so you don't technically need a Steam machine to play it? Hey, buddy. Good boy. Yeah, I'll try out the controller, though. The controller I'll definitely get, but I don't really have a reason to buy a Steam machine. I'd buy a Steam machine if it can play Madden. I definitely think it can play Madden. I mean, is Madden even on Steam? That's a good question, honestly. I don't even fucking know. Yep, it is. What is it? They don't put college football on here, right? Yeah, college football is only on PS5 and Xbox, which is retarded. They should put that on Switch too. The music is Oblivion's soundtrack. Do you have all the Womb Raider games? Yeah, I do. I already have most stuff I would even want on Steam. That's the problem, is there's like nothing new that releases that I want to buy. So it's like all the stuff that I want I already own. Shit. But yeah, I got Tomb Raider. And then where? They're all titled. There's Rise of the Tomb Raider. And Shadow of the Tomb Raider should be here somewhere. There it is. Ugh. I don't really want to play the PS1 Tomb Raiders. They probably have not aged very well. I don't want to play tank controls. Anything with tank controls is a hard pass for me. I hate tank controls. I already played Republic Commando. Hating tank controls seems to be very common with Zoomers. Well, they're objectively bad. That's why no one uses them anymore. There's a reason why tank controls disappeared, because they objectively suck. They were only needed for games that had a 3D, you know, plane that had an analog stick. So they were a product of their time because, you know, dual thumbsticks wasn't a thing. Ever since that became a thing, they were unnecessary and have been rightfully phased out of the gaming industry. Being able to walk and aim at the same time is like literally just a no-brainer. It adds so much more depth to the gameplay. Yeah, but I have no, like, motivation to play through my backlog is also the problem. Like, that's the other issue. Is, yeah, I have all these games, but it's like, do I really actually want to play them? Not really. Play Metroid? Yeah, no, I'm good. I think I've had enough of Metroid. In fact. Go ahead and take it out of my Switch too. There we go. Spooky Cerberus with the 2. Can you mute the speaking bomb wires guy? PK. Yes, I can. There we go. The best Final Fantasy game? It's probably going to be the remake trilogy. Nah, I don't... Ultra Kill, I don't like the art style. I think I know... I think that's the one I'm thinking of, right? With like... Yeah... This to me just looks very Troon coded. I bought it without looking at it, and I kind of regret it. Because it's just, I don't know. The art style to me is just very ugly. Ultra Troon, yeah. A Troon did make it? Wait, really? Seriously? Did a Troon actually make it, or are you just fucking around? I got gifted that game forever ago. I didn't actually buy it. I'm just thinking about it now. I don't think I ever bought it. I think somebody gifted it to me. Because I'm like thinking, why would I buy it? I'm thinking I got gifted it. Let's see. Does it say I added it to my inventory? Or library? No. So, I don't know. Who gifted? I have no idea. I have no clue.
I can't afford this shit!
Anabolic plays with the 2. Can you mute? Packy again. Yeah, sure. It's a Japanese trans? Oh, wow. Yeah, I was just, you know, kind of screwing around when I said it was Troon coded, but I guess it really is. Turbo Overkill is a much better game if you like fast-paced gameplay and wait, that has actual level design. Yeah, it did. It did look better. Am I gonna play what? Check something. User with the 2, I thought Wrath of Aeon of Ruin was fun despite the delays. I think I have that. Yeah. Mixed? Uh-oh. What did they change? Remove the launcher. Broke the game on deck by adding the trashy Me Too launcher. Added a launcher 2 years after the game's release. Crashes. Huh. Yeah, we don't like to see the words mixed. Not just when it comes to gaming. Oh my god. Replaying Dark Souls 3? I don't know. I'm kind of burnt out on any game that requires me to actually try, if I'm being completely honest. Which sounds kind of sad, but it is true. Any game that actually requires effort, I just don't want to play. Like, I'm sick of gaming feeling like a job. I'm kind of getting to the point with gaming, I feel like, where it's kind of similar to, like, my movie watching habits. Where it's like, I just want to, like, rewatch, like, the few I actually really liked. So. In that regard, it's kind of bad, because it's like, I really don't want to try anything new. I just kind of want to fall back on the familiar territory of stuff I've already played and I know I like. "27-year-old boomer?" Pretty much, man. It does seem to be that way. Put the fries in the bag, chud. Too bad, PK. Why? Do you need someone to put them in the bag so you can DoorDash them? New desk arrived? Nice, man. Now that I'm 30, you know, I would rather have than video games. A wife, a house, children, actual fulfillment. Well, that's too damn bad, chud. You get none of the above. You get your wage cage job, your box apartment, and your Goyslav gaming. So, get excited. The future is now. The only thing that matters is increasing GDP. Did I get a girlfriend yet? Of course not. Come on, bro. Of course not. My idea of excitement is when, you know, ground beef is on sale or I get to sleep. After 25, your odds of getting a GF skyrocket down. I wouldn't say necessarily. If your income goes up dramatically, not so much, but for the average person, your chance of finding a good girlfriend definitely goes down. That's nothing, buddy. I'm just messing with you. It's alright. Go back to sleep. I squeaked his toy. Dude, they are not gonna let AI crash, unfortunately. It's the only thing propping up the US economy right now. Like, hold on, let's look it up real quick. What percentage of the S&P 500? The top 5 stocks of the S&P 500 make up 30% of its total market capitalization. So, there you go. Dude, if AI tanks, then 30% of the US economy essentially disappears. So, and just Nvidia alone, let's see. Nvidia alone is 7%. So, what is that? 1/14 of the US economy is based off of the success of a GPU company. So, yeah. Dude, it doesn't matter who you vote for as long as we have a privately owned Federal Reserve Bank that is control of the monetary supply and interest rates. No president can do anything. So the only way to do anything is to gut the Fed. We, the people, can always march on their doors. Yeah, no. Dude, people care more about their favorite fucking sports ball team than their own child being raped in the streets. So, good fucking luck. Good fucking luck. That's all I can say. Dude, the whole crypto shit is just a fucking joke, honestly. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, it's worthless. How do people measure cryptocurrency against the US dollar? When you quote cryptocurrency, no one goes, oh my god, this costs 0.1 Bitcoin. It's like, no, it's worth $100,000. Like, nobody actually cares about Bitcoin itself. They only care about how many dollars they can get for their Bitcoin. No one actually does transactions in crypto. No one earns money in crypto. No one exchanges crypto for good. It's just like, It's literally just a speculative asset that a bunch of fucking, you know, massive money management funds are probably fucking with behind the scenes. So it's just yet another pump and dump shit that just caught on to the mainstream. Yeah, I have quite a bit of Bitcoin. I don't even know what it's worth. Let's see. How many... What is Bitcoin at right now? Bitcoin is at 87,000. Here, let me check how much I have. I have $22,713.70 worth of Bitcoin. Wowie zowie, man. Wahoo. I bought 600 bucks worth of Bitcoin when it was around like 2,200 or something. So, yeah, I've just had it sitting in an account for a while. It just sits in my Coinbase. You're fucking rich? That's right, dude. Oh my god. I'm literally going to become a crypto billionaire. I will own many crypto businesses and only pay my employees in cryptocurrency, the currency of the future. I will drive Bugatti and have a big mansion with 4 wives. But yeah, it's just like...
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga.
I don't know, man. I don't really care. I don't even treat the money like it's there. I'm just leaving it in there to see what happens. I mean, it's 600 bucks, so... I really don't give a shit what happens to it. If it goes to $1 million, dude, like, whatever... You know, if Bitcoin hits $1 million bucks, then I'll have like $200,000. So there you go. That's the end game, I guess. If it hits $1 million, I'll pull it out, but yeah, I'm just holding it in there for the shits and giggles. I don't really care. I don't need the money. British Potato with the 5. Appreciate it. Here's a video to watch for shits and giggles. Alright, we can take a look. Depression? Uh-oh. That was my depression. Yes, you do. 8K on a single Pokemon card. That's not that much.
Hey there, this is the one.
Dude, $8,000 for a Pokemon card is not even that much. Like, people spend 20 grand, 30 grand, 50 grand, 100 grand, 300 grand. Like, $8,000 for a card is not that much, honestly. It's like a mid-tier card if you really want to get into it. 8 grand is your mortgage? Like the entirety of your mortgage? You must be living in a big ass house if your mortgage is $8,000 a month. Shit. Yeah, I wish I had that problem of having an $8,000 mortgage. But I definitely can't afford a house that expensive. Unfortunately. Maybe someday.
Boom, and today we're going to be talking about my life choices and how I have a lot of regrets right now, and I want to just air them out and kind of
brutal.
Apologize to you guys, as well as give you some life tips at the same time. Hopefully we can do this quickly, because nobody wants to hear a YouTuber whine for longer than about 8 minutes, according to my analytics. The gameplay for this commentary is me using the new, not new anymore, but the Ladra SMG, Ladra, whatever, the new SMG, and it's here. I think this is the Spectre from Black Ops 1. Yeah, this thing rips, and I should have been using it a whole lot sooner, and that's kind of the point of this video. I should have been using this gun sooner. I should have been talking about this gun. I could have done a whole video on this gun. So just for a little bit of backstory, last year when Black Ops 6 was coming out, I took 2 weeks off and stepped down into a part-time position at Walmart so that I can focus on YouTube. And I was doing a really good job, thanks to you guys. I had some videos really popping off. I gained so many subscribers. I got up to 60K. I gained sponsorships. Raycon reached out to me. I got to partner with Glitch Energy. Love Glitch Energy. I still am fueled by Glitch Energy on a daily basis, but I let it go. I got really depressed. I had some personal issues in both my friendships, my work relationships, and my romantic relationship. I had some issues. I had some old wounds from previous relationships that had sort of reared their head and sent me into a pretty big spiral of depression because I was unable to read reality correctly and respond to things normally. I was very volatile and emotional, and I would just sort of shut down. I would just shut down at the end of the day, you know.
You'd be depressed if you played this garbage. Yeah, honestly. I mean, at least it's not Black Ops 7, right?
I'd work a couple days, and then I would just come home and just be sad. Really, just be sad. Then I went for a promotion. I started interviewing for team lead management positions in the building, and after a while I eventually got picked for one for overnights. I then went on a nice trip to New York. You guys might have seen that on my Twitter. Went to New York, went on a cruise, went to Mexico. It was really fun. When I came back, I had a new job waiting for me, and I didn't really know what was in store for me. I took on an overnight management position, which I thought was going to be great because it was, 4 10-hour shifts and, 3 days off, and no. This has been probably...
Overnight position sounds great, dude. Gee, I wish I worked nights, honestly. Working nights would be ideal.
One of the worst years of my life, and me and my girlfriend have had plans to step down from our management positions. By the way, she's also a manager at Walmart, because they just aren't what we really signed up for. Not that we were confused about what the jobs were, it's just that we don't have a high cost of living. We actually live somewhere very cheap for our area, and in fact...
It doesn't matter! Save money, save money, save money, save money, save money. Holy shit.
We are spending about, at the very least, $500 less than anyone else we know per month to live in this house that we own, and it is really just kind of something. How privileged we are, how cushy our lives can be with...
Save your money! Work like a fucking dog for at least 5 to 10 years. Save your money. Invest your money, and then you can think about, reducing your hours.
How we have everything set up. I'm still in this weird, surreal haze living in this house with her because it just feels like it's almost too good for me. But I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to be a manager. I've been a YouTuber, but I want to now be a manager at Walmart. I don't know what I was thinking.
Dude, honestly, maybe I'm not the best example, but I'm very glad that I, grinded out my younger years, because I'm definitely in a much better financial position than most people my age.
I was depressed, I wasn't doing well, and I wanted something that made me feel better, and I thought, making a crap ton of money every week was going to do it, and turns out quite the opposite. And in fact, I've been the saddest I've ever been. It has been very depressing. I've had little to no energy, and I don't really have a lot of time or energy to use the money I get, so I end up just spending it online. I'll just, do big grocery orders, or I'll buy furniture for our house, or I will, just buy collectibles on eBay, and it's like, this is...
There you go. What type of collectibles?
Not living, overnight team lead position is stressful and it's exhausting. It pays a lot because nobody fucking would want to do it otherwise. If this...
I'd do it.
...paid 20% less than what it does, I wouldn't do it. And I'm currently in the process of stepping down, so I don't have to. See, the thing is, I left this channel behind because I was too depressed to put myself forward in a way that was going to be positive, uplifting, educational, entertaining. I couldn't be myself. And this leads me to just my big realization. When people say work on yourself, it just sounds like self-care, right? Take a bubble bath, get a lot of sleep, drink water. No.
Join a club, journal.
So, I realized through being a content creator and living with an artist, my girlfriend is an amazing artist, that if you can't take...
Dude, the thing is you're gonna be miserable at any fucking job you do. If you're getting paid out the ass to do a job, save your extra money, invest your extra money. You will be so much better off for it in the long run. You will realize that everything in life becomes miserable if you do it long enough. Doesn't matter what it is.
Care of yourself in your own social life, in your own happiness, your own health, your own fitness. If you can't take care of yourself, you cannot put your best self forward. I am both the subject and the painter. I am both like the content and the creator of the content. It's me you're listening to. It's my gameplay you're watching. It's my editing you're witnessing. Okay, this is just gameplay with a voice underneath it, but whatever, it's mine. I still have to add the voice, you know. Look, not everybody can be the Russian Badger, but my point is, being a YouTuber means being a little selfish. And I cared way too much about what other people were doing and thinking and saying, and worse, worried about what they were potentially doing, thinking, or saying, and I stopped thinking about myself. I took myself out of the main character seat, I took myself out of the pilot seat, and just would disassociate in this just existential hell for hours on end. So I thought having a management position was going to help me, but it turns out I just am in that existential dread all night while stocking shelves and bossing people around. I'm just still not doing very well. And my girlfriend isn't either. And she's a writer and an artist, and she needs to focus on that, and I need to focus on this. We're in a privileged position right now that we don't need a lot of money to survive, and I would much rather work a diverse set of jobs. Like, I'm currently working at a...
Oh, no. You don't need the money, but you should get the money.
Lego store in my town, and I'm gonna be going part-time at Walmart, and then for the rest of the week, 3 or 4, 5 days a week, I'm gonna be focusing on YouTube, making content, live streaming, keeping up with updates and patches and things, and focusing on my own fitness and health. Yeah, I can make tons of money on overnights at Walmart, and I can do that and live a miserable life where I'm up all night and sleeping all day and lifting heavy objects and bossing people around and not really having any time to myself and not really having...
What difference does it make if you're up all night and sleeping all day versus being up all day and sleeping at night? It's the same relative time. Doesn't really matter.
Anything to do with my money other than I guess like make impulse purchases on Amazon and then pass out. But this channel is such an asset for me. This channel is something that you guys have made so profitable, so meaningful, and just so fulfilling to do personally. And I cannot leave this in the dust for Walmart. And if my life changes and suddenly I need to make more money, then...
Yeah, he's got like 3 days a week to do whatever the fuck he wants. Not to mention, you could easily just work at Walmart and come home and stream. Like... Or work on a video or something. That's not that big a deal.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll go work somewhere 40 hours a week. I have a good resume. I can get hired. But right now, I'm gonna live in the right now. I need to focus on this asset. But as both, again, the content and the creator of the content, I need to be at my best. And I could not be at my best last year. I could not be at my best just all of last winter and spring. And I could not be at my best in this position that I'm in right now. So I'm going to be stepping down this October, and I'm going to be focusing everything on Battlefield 6 and Black Ops 7, and I'm going to love it. I'm going to love it. I'm going to love
I don't know if he's going to love Black Ops 7. Jeez.
Streaming, making content, getting sponsorship deals again. Like, I am so excited to refocus on this part of my life, because I closed the chapter on this part of my life for no reason. I betrayed myself. I let sadness...
Come home, bang your fat ass GF, stream, sleep. Exactly. That's my life without the bang your fat ass GF part or any GF part.
And depression and fear and paranoia and social anxiety literally cripple me into not being able to do what I love. And I just want you to know, the moment you start taking yourself out of that main character seat in your head, re-kit your entire life as fast as possible before you make decisions that you wouldn't normally make. Do the things you want to do that you can reasonably do and still live and be happy, but with you in mind. Focus on yourself. Even if you have a wife, even if you have kids, you need to have yourself in the driver's seat. Even if it's for other people, you need to be the one in the driver's seat. I don't know exactly how I'm doing that. My partner's helping a lot. Working at this Lego store has been a really fun and rejuvenating experience. Who knew that more work could give you more energy? And realizing that this is really who I am, and it's what I come back to, and it's what I want to be. And making that my goal has given me motivation and happiness for the first time pretty much all year. So I'm gonna focus on me so that I can be there for you, if that makes sense. I want to perfect me and make myself healthy and happy so that I can be here and have the energy to do this. So
Oy vey, man. It's got 1,000... Dude, hold on. Oh my god. 1,000 views. This one got 7,000. Oh my god.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Niko. All right.
He quit his job making a shit ton of money to make, like, what, 30 bucks a video at most? Oh man. Brutal. British Potato with the 5. He likes Black Ops 7. Claims it's the best COD in 6 years. Oof. Alright, let's see.
Swarms. I got a nuke. And I was using double XP tokens as often as possible, and it took me 3 long sessions to get to 250. So that is a nice long stretch goal that into the spring and summer I'll be unlocking level 250 camos for guns, and I really like that. And it's completely optional. You don't need those camos to do anything, to get mastery or anything like that. They're like their own individual per weapon universal mastery camo, and I adore that. And they're very nostalgic because most of them are modeled after Black Ops 2 camos, as well as some new and unique ones, which I'm really happy about. So, progression is great. When it comes to leveling up weapons, getting kills with grenades and using tacticals and then getting overclocks for those and then upgrading them. And then you have your normal levels of like unlocking perks and equipment and weapons, and you prestige and wipe it all and then come back, you use your prestige token. It's classic prestige, it's very engaging. It's great because when you reset your prestige, you might keep some weapons because of blueprints and stuff, so it's not just like the old days, but you have to change your playstyle because now you don't have blank, 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 and blank unlocked. You know, you don't have the stim shot yet, you don't have the cloak device yet, you don't have specialist yet. So that's really cool to me. I love that. So progression-wise, the game has me so excited to keep grinding this all year round. Not to mention the level 1000 stretch goals that I kind of hope I can get to this year, but I don't know.
Jeez, man. I didn't even want to play this game more than once. I couldn't imagine grinding this for a year.
No, that's something where I don't know if by the time I get to max prestige,
holy shit, man.
I want to put 1,000 levels more playtime in, but we'll have to see. Maybe the post-launch content will keep me going the whole way through. The next big positive is matchmaking and sense of community. Matchmaking is amazing. The open matchmaking finds you a wide variety of teammates and enemies, and even if the team balancing sucks, like I mentioned earlier, it still feels like you're playing with the COD community and not being dragged around by the collar of your shirt into lobbies you don't want to be in because you played too well here or you didn't play well enough here. And it just feels like you're playing with your region. It feels like I'm playing with people on the West Coast every match, and I'll bump into the same people
oh god, there you go. That's probably why he's got the West Coast mentality.
Multiple matches in a row because they're just in my region, even if we're not in the same like persistent lobby. But then also we have persistent lobbies. I've been able to fight this.
Yeah, the West Coast mentality is a cancer to society.
Same team of people multiple times. I can stay in a god lobby and keep farming people that don't rage quit until like they eventually leave the match. Exclusive Ace used to say that skill-based matchmaking would be a lot less noticeable if lobbies just persisted, and he is so absolutely correct, because just that alone changes the entire way you play. But people are interacting and talking in game chat, and it is a lot of fun again. It feels like I'm playing a different franchise compared to what I've been playing over the last 6 years. And there's just little things too, like the game tells you when your friend's prestige. So when your friend's prestige, you get a notification in-game that says your friend.
West Coast mentality, what does that even mean? PK, if you don't know what that means, you're not a real American, so I don't know what to tell you.
Friend has entered Prestige 1, and that really harkens back to that old Xbox 360 era where it's like Blank has started playing Black Ops 2 or something would pop up on your screen. This game has a cool sense of community with the persisting lobbies and the little notifications about your friends prestiging, and I don't know, it feels like a game that I would love to introduce somebody to COD through because it actually feels like it has that element of COD that COD's been missing for a long time. Okay, let's speed this up. The next pros I have are gunplay. I think gunplay is really good, solid when the netcode's working and someone's not just framing you with the Maverick or the M15. The gunplay is actually really cool. Weapons actually do have notable recoil. Tying into my next pro, which is Gunsmith. Gunsmith feels really good this year because weapon customization actually...
You live on the West Coast? PK, if you don't know what the West Coast mentality is, then you don't know American culture at all. You're not even American at that point. Like, any actual American knows what I'm talking about when I say the West Coast mentality. Just like most people know what you're talking about when you say, like, an East Coast mentality or Southern mentality or whatever. It's very common if you have any sort of experience with different peoples from around the nation. So, I wouldn't expect you and your Mexican pocket community to know what the rest of the United States is like, or even what people in your own state are like, because, you know, they don't speak Spanish.
matters. Certain weapons don't feel very good, but you can stack different attachments that do the same thing. It's not like Black Ops 6 anymore, where every function that you would want is tied to one attachment per category. It's like you have multiple options now. You have multiple rear grips, stocks, underbarrels, barrels that all can affect your aim down sight speed or your recoil, recoil stabilization, recoil control, horizontal, vertical, first shot recoil. You can actually customize your guns in this game. And I mean that seriously. Black Ops 6 was so bare bones and so uninteresting when it came to weapon customization that just when they added that buffer stock attachment for the M4, the XM4 and BO6, like, that was unique because it was one new attachment you could put on the M4 that gave it less recoil. But this game is...
Like being laid back? No shit, PK. Yeah. The West Coast mentality is basically just being very laid back, never really in a rush, you know, sitting back and enjoying life versus, you know, hustling and bustling or, you know, grinding and shit. Like, it's about more so enjoying the ride versus getting there quickly. So, at least traditionally, I mean, again, it's more of just kind of like a classic American mentality. That, you know, there's a distinct difference between how people act on the East and West Coast. Maybe not anymore now, because we don't live in a homogenous society anymore where, you know, we even speak the same language.
It's full of stuff like that, and the prestige attachments are even more fun. They do unique, odd things, or they're just a direct buff to your gun, and I absolutely adore that. So gunplay and gunsmith and gun customization, just great this year. I actually care about gun skill, and especially with the aim assist nerf. The aim assist nerf feels like I'm actually directly involved in every gunfight, and it makes pulling off triple feeds and quad feeds, it makes it feel actually really satisfying, especially when you know that you have an audience watching you that knows you don't have strong aim assist anymore. That feels good. So now you don't get comments of people saying, oh, try that without aim assist. Like, now there's barely any aim assist. It's super fucking weak. Moving on. We also have streak play. Streak play is fantastic. Streaks.
The South is lazier than the West. Only a certain group of people in the South
are obtainable. They're at a decent score level. While there are ways to cheese to get a little bit way too much score, I don't really care. I like that the streaks are obtainable. You can actually...
Yeah, once you realize that pretty much every single stereotype of the South doesn't actually apply to white people, you know, things start to make a lot more sense.
Actually get them, and they are actually strong. They're powerful. They net you multiple kills. They can change the flow of a match. It is worth it to throw on Bankroll and Ghost and Vigilance and go on a streak with a suppressed assault rifle, sticking to the edge of the map, because when you call that streak in, you've changed the entire pacing of the game, and that feels good. I'm so glad that's there. I look forward to permanently unlocking the Looper perk, so I can just loop swarms and HCXDs and all that shit. I adore it. And by the way, your streaks do stack. Kills from your streaks do accumulate towards your next score streak. So you can like call in a napalm strike, get a kill with it, and then call in an LDBR that you got from the napalm strike. So being a good player that can stay alive is valued here, and I adore that. And the next thing is loadout customization. I love the loadout customization. While I don't think people should have guaranteed lethals, I think that should be something you have to trade out for like a field upgrade or something. I love picking my lethal, tactical, field upgrade, choosing their overclock, choosing their upgrade, or just like their design, essentially, right? Like, do I want the frag grenade that's more powerful or the one that I can throw farther? Do I want the assault pack that I can charge really quickly and get constantly, or do I want the one that gives me bonus score for kills with the ammo? And then
I agree. Most people shouldn't quit their day job. Like, unless you're making tens of thousands of dollars a month, you should not be quitting your day job. And even then, it's debatable. Clearly, you're not Southern. Yeah, that's right, bro. Feel free to gaslight me all you want. It's not gonna work. See, hold on, give me a second, the chat just crashed. Live. Okay, there we go.
Stacking the different specialties, the hybrid specialties and the standard specialties. Like Enforcer is still great, just like it was in Black Ops 6. It's great for aggressive gameplay, giving you your health back after every kill. But then also Red and Blue. Scout is one of my favorites because after every kill, it completely wipes you off the minimap for 5 seconds no matter what you're doing. Even if you're firing an unsuppressed weapon or sitting in a corner, you can use Scout to keep yourself off the minimap the more you keep getting kills. I'm not going to go over every single specialty, but I'm going to tell you right now, being able to combine perks into a hybrid specialty, then I can use perk greed to get an extra supplementary perk, then I have actual meaningful gun customization, then I can customize my lethal, tactical, and field upgrade. On the surface to a non-ball knower, they would think that it's just Black Ops 6's multiplayer and Black Ops 6's create a class, but I can't express to you how much that these things stack together and make an amazing experience, and that leads me to my last big pro. Do believe the hype about the maps. If you're a COD player and you've been playing COD long enough to have a preference of map design, Black Ops 7's maps are insane. Black Ops 7's maps are simple yet effective. They're clean yet complicated. They're messy yet really intuitive. They have little things like vents and things you can crawl through and little hidey holes and stuff, but they also are competitive and they're high visibility and they're clean cut. Nobody can agree about maps. You know, they're too big, they're too small, they're too simple, they're too complex. The community's never happy with maps, but you should absolutely believe the hype about the maps in this game. The roster of maps is so refreshing. Being able to play on good, well-designed maps with a lot of variety and a lot of quantity too. We just have a shit ton of maps. But to have that variety and that quantity with open matchmaking and persisting lobbies, powerful streaks and meaningful loadout customization, and
Yeah, this almost feels like a sponsored video.
a progression system in the background that just always is giving you something. You're always working towards something. You're working towards your next overclock, you're working towards your next attachment, you're working towards your next weapon prestige, your next level. You are always moving forward towards something, and they absolutely nailed this. If you are a fan of Call of Duty multiplayer, Black Ops 7 is an improvement on just about everything we've been dealing with for the last 6 years. And this is coming from somebody that's loved those games, despite their flaws. Black Ops 7 is better. On the surface, for people that don't understand the series and don't know what the importance is, like the difference between Modern Warfare 2 and 3, or Modern Warfare and Vanguard, or Cold War and Black Ops 4, the people that don't know the difference between those games and just think all COD's the same, they're not probably going to get this game or care about these nuances and meaningful changes. But if you're a ball knower, if you know COD, this game was made for you. If you were tired of matchmaking just sucking, if you want meaningful progression and good class customization and maps that have really good flow, this is a game for you. If you're somebody who can go on streaks, you are going to absolutely clean house in this game. This isn't a coworker COD game. This isn't a reboot that's a good foundation for the start of the next, several years of COD. This is an improvement and a swan song of this generation of COD, which has had its crazy, crazy lows and pretty impressive highs, if I'm honest. This isn't a redo or a copy and paste of Black Ops 6. This is its own experience with its own vibe, its own tone, its own setting, and an absolute lot of love poured into it with a lot of community feedback being directly
A lot of love. Yeah, no.
implemented into the game. This game feels like it
Holy shit, man. It's like I played a different game entirely.
was made by the COD community with just how many things they've done based on our requests, based on our incessant bitching over the last 6 years. So if you are on the fence about giving it a download or buying it, don't be. Give it a try. Hop in. I'm not going to speak towards campaign and zombies because this is a multiplayer channel, but if you're a fan of Call of Duty multiplayer, I think $70 will buy you a lot of content and a lot of fun this year. That's my review. I'm really enjoying myself. Again, hopefully those cons that I mentioned get dealt with, because if they don't, I will have to make a second video that won't be quite so positive because these issues need to be dealt with. That being
I hope he's getting paid. Shit, man.
said, I'm really excited for the rest of this year, and I hope you guys are too. I will see you in the next video. Please hit the bell icon and subscribe to get notified when I go live, and I will see you in the next one. Bye!
This guy must be high. He's definitely, I don't know, man. It's like I played a completely different game than him. I feel like I played a completely different game than he did. Nah, the best modern COD is this beast. Modern Warfare 2. This was the most fun modern Call of Duty multiplayer by far. That shit slapped. That's where all of my hours come from in the Call of Duty game. 1190. Pretty much all of that was from Modern Warfare 2 before they like made it an individual download. Yeah, Modern Warfare 3 sucked. Modern Warfare 3 genuinely sucked. Yeah, I regret buying Modern Warfare 3 as well. I bought the Vault Edition or whatever, and didn't even stick around long enough to use my COD points. Brutal. I don't think I played Vanguard as much. I played a pretty decent amount of it, but I don't know exactly how many hours. Do I miss Vanguard? Not really. I mean, I got my fill of it, so. Vanguard was definitely a fun Call of Duty. It was a fun game to play, but I like Modern Warfare 2 better. The biggest thing I miss about Vanguard was the cosmetic packs. They did really, really good guns for that, like the custom weapons. They were pretty sweet. Last COD game I bought was Cold War. Cold War sucked. Genuinely sucked. I don't know how many hours I have in Battlefield 6. 58? So I already got my money's worth out of it. Wing cake with the 2, watch Kino Casino, Sticks Arrested. Possibly, yeah. Probably check that out. As long as it's not like 2 hours or something, I don't really care about Sticks, Hex, and Hammer. I remember watching you play Vanguard all the time. Yeah, that was like my go-to, like, you know, multiplayer slot. So, no, it was definitely, like, I thought the gunplay and, you know, using the old World at War maps, I thought it was fun, honestly. I think Vanguard was the most fun Call of Duty multiplayer in a very long time that we got. Like, it was just super casual and arcadey, which personally I like. So... Sticks is such a burn. Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about the guy personally at all. I don't know, that whole sphere of, you know, cringe, fucking, you know, libtard, libertarian, atheist is just, you know, gay, if you ask me. Like, the performative devil worship he does is fucking homo as shit. He's white just like you and especially me. I don't accept him, so... He's a pagan, yeah, the performative Satan worship shit is retarded as fuck, man. I don't know. Most libertarians are no different from Dems. It's yeah, pretty much, man. Pretty much. Why do I pity myself? I don't know. What does that mean? I pity myself? What are must-play games? Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. I don't know. It kind of depends on what category you're looking for. Planning to be done with gaming because time waits for no one and need to get it together in life. I mean, you can always just play video games in your free time. You don't have to, like, give them up entirely. Yeah, you're playing that pitiful music in the background? What's wrong with the Oblivion and Skyrim soundtrack? Did I vote in the Steam Awards? I don't think so. Daryl's on with the 2. Do you play Final Fantasy VII Remake? Demo on Switch 2? No, I haven't. I'm just gonna get the game. I don't really care about the demo. The introductory section is pretty boring aside from the Aerith Flash at the beginning. So... the first part of Remake is kind of slow because, you know, no Aerith, but it picks up after the second reactor and the Air Buster. But yeah, I already have it pre-ordered for the Switch too, so I'll be playing it once it actually comes out. Yeah, most libertarians are just gay race commies. Like, honestly. I don't think Alex considers himself to be a libertarian. Nah, Alex Jones is one of the realest Inwas in the game. So... Imagine drinking Tifa's breast milk and using that nourishment to cuck her with lightning. That's right. Or, hear me out, you could lay down in Tifa's lap, drinking her milkies, while lightning bounces up and down on it. I'm just saying. Dude, I didn't even I'm just thinking about it now. I didn't even finish Borderlands 4. I tapped out of that game pretty quick. Man. It's just a graveyard in here. It's just a graveyard of games. It's where they go to die. You should write a book for women that might unironically make you good money. Yeah, honestly, I probably would be good at writing, you know, whatever smut for women. I probably could do it, honestly. No, I don't need to hire a ghostwriter. I would just have to use like an alternate identity. I'd have to disguise myself as a woman. So I'd have to use a female pen name in order to trick the goonettes into buying it, thinking that it's a fellow bean flicker that wrote it. The 6'9" vampire held her down. A grin on his beautiful face, he licked his lips. A ferocious hunger in his eyes, he was ready, whether she liked it or not. Now, you gotta describe it in more detail without being... Say the vampire approached her. As he crept closer, she realized just how much he towered over her. His lanky, tall body dwarfed her in size. She felt a sense of dread and helplessness overtake her as she realized what she was up against. On his face was a grin. He slowly ran his tongue across his fangs. She knew exactly what came next. As he leaned in, she couldn't help but feel scared, but also excited for what was yet to come. She could feel the blood pulsing through her veins. Is this what he was experiencing? Is this why he wanted to sink his teeth into her throat? As she... Bruh, there you go. You gotta like actually, you know, paint the picture. I don't know. It'd be pretty easy, I feel like. It's pretty easy. Yeah, you could totally... Yeah, it's not hard. It's not hard to do. It's not very hard. Did you hear of Morning Glory Dairy Farm? Yeah, the whatever bull milking. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, all those books are the same, bro. How the hell do women get off to reading? You'd be surprised, honestly. Like, if you have a vivid imagination, it's almost better than porn. Honestly. If you actually have a good imagination, it's probably better than porn. A chick became a millionaire essentially selling furry porn? Yeah, exactly, man. So, anything's possible. Do it to accelerate the decline. There you go. Make another channel where you read all these novels using a female voice chain. No, dude. Women wouldn't want to hear a woman read this shit. They'd want to goon to a man's voice. She wrote a whole paragraph about how the lizard people have 2 dicks. It's wild. Damn. I guess one for the pink and the stink. Whoa, buddy. Indeed, man. But yeah, that content's super... Like, it's like lowest common denominator shit. Anybody can write it. It's not hard. You just have to have a somewhat imaginative way of not only wording things, but also the various different scenarios that the main character finds herself in. But yeah, I couldn't imagine it's very tough to write that type of shit. Yeah, exactly. You could just write it as a joke, and it'd probably do well. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I'm not ever gonna fucking do it. It's way too much effort, and I don't fucking care about writing female smut. There's a 0% chance I would ever bother with it. I wonder, do people even play this? Maybe they've hidden the player count. The Deadlock game. They don't even tell you the title on Steam. Interesting. Yeah, there's so many books on like Amazon that are just AI generated now. It's wild. AI slop is here to stay, man. All these people LARPing like they're gonna somehow, you know, stop the spread is just ain't gonna happen. AI slop will be the predominant form of entertainment because it costs nothing to make, basically. And most people are so, like, fucking stupid that it will actually entertain them. So. Yeah, I heard about the GPU stuff. They're cutting the production by 40 to 60% for gaming GPUs. The musk was overwhelmingly potent, simultaneously ghastly, also intoxicating. As her nostrils took in the stench, her mind was filled with vile, sinful thoughts. She found herself licking. Oh my god. The cheese. How is Catherine? Oh, this game? I've never played it. I think I just got it for free in like Humble Bundle or something. Play Divinity Original Sin 2? Isn't that an RTS or something? I don't know about that. It's a turn-based RPG? Yeah, I don't know about that. Oh, it's Baldur's Gate stuff. Yeah, I'm definitely not interested then. I hate the Baldur's Gate gameplay. Turn-based slappa? Yeah. Yeah, I'm debating getting Trails in the Sky first chapter. I just don't know if I want to buy it on PC or not. I just don't know if that's a game I'd want to play on PC or on Switch. I don't like The Walking Dead by Telltale. I played part 1 and 2 and didn't like 2 at all. 1 was okay at best.
I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but
Oh, there goes the chat.
like if you're a broke boy, just say so.
Stupid fucking... This stream dashboard is so fucking... Like, they did a whole ass overhaul of it, and they made it worse in terms of the actual UI, and they didn't even fix the problems that it had. I really, like... That's the power of Indian engineering. Alright. Fuck me. Gmail. Hold on. Give me a second. I gotta make sure it's me that's actually using my account. Approve. Okay. Viewer activity. Live chat. Wowie zowie. There we go. Put my phone back. Aw, you fucking bitch. Damn it. Some little fuck. It's a join in progress, bro. No, somebody just took it. Shit. Let's see. Oski Woski with the 50. Appreciate it, man. Okay, yeah, we can do that. That's fine. Let's see, what is this? Oh, music. Okay. There we go. Damn, I was hoping somebody would change. Let's see. Bro, how the fuck did he hit me at that angle? Damn. Oh shit. Dude, assist again? Damn. I'm getting assist cocked back and forth. Shit's brutal. There it goes again. Alright, I got one of them. That's fine.
The price of war.
Got him. Shooting ski. Shit. Ah. Damn it. Dude, I wish I was an AI bot. You know, that'd be nice. Genuinely. Just have an AI bot do everything for you. What? Damn. Brutal, dude. I wonder why level 48 is the max. It's kind of a weird number to cap a level up system at. I don't really get that. The fuck did my mouse go? What the hell? Why is my mouse not showing up? There we go. Weird. Fuck. Oh. Is every night here just schizo ramblings in the chat? Yeah. There's a couple schizophrenics. I gotta remember the fucked up control scheme for this game.
Now follow this message. means you. You. All of you. You've all been warned.
Miss the serious tone of GTA. I don't. Let's just say I've never been a big Rockstar fan.
Blood clot, I forgot set me on a pussy hole.
Yeah, fuck you, fucking reggae idiot bitch!
You want blood clot, cause I didn't even bump.
Even in games, they're annoying.
Fuck bumper clot pussy hole, girl. You know this? Shot in a bumper clot. Hey, yo, don't touch me.
What's wrong?
Jacob here. You know Jacob?
Yes.
Jacob tells me it wasn't him. But some people he introduced me to have ripped me off big time. And put the heat on me. I know they did.
All right.
I know my fault to the Rasta. I know my blood clot. Don't come in on my face.
All right. You better hope Niko can make this right for you then.
Oh, what?
Oh, we got a big fucking problem, Rasta. Niko, go do this fool's job for him.
Yeah, I got it.
Watch me now.
See you later.
Shit, man, indeed. Shit, my brother. The fuck did my car go? The hell? They just decide I don't get my car anymore? Yeah, I really did park in a black neighborhood. Oops. I need to refill the coffers. That's relatable, dude.
Being a parent isn't easy, but it just got a little easier with the Trackify wireless location system.
I watch a lot of cable TV news, so I know that everyone is out to abduct and kill their children. So I planted a microchip in their brains. Now, nobody will molest them.
Trackify shows your child's exact location at any time.
Oh, there goes the chat again.
GPS locator chip is implanted at the base of their head, so there's nothing to lose. But Trackify isn't just for kids.
Getting
Let's see, there we
is
go.
great for people like me who have Alzheimer's and wander into traffic. Broccoli, highlight.
Trackify. Love just got a little easier to keep track of.
Weasel News. Another possible death in the biker wars. Liberty City's police commissioner has expressed fears that the war between two rival biker gangs, the
Dude, I just have fatigue in general.
The body of Jason Michaels, a member of the Alderney chapter of the Lost, was found in
I have genuine hatred for modernity as a whole.
Arson. 2 fires were started in the Hove Beach area. One in an apartment and the other in a taxi garage. Fire chiefs are suggesting both were arson. When asked why, they said people saw 2 guys throwing Molotov cocktails in. Jim Harrison, Weasel News.
This is Weasel News.
This is scale fish, imported straight from Bolivia, manito. Polvo puro, the best, man.
You're in America now. The best everything gets made here. If the best stuff got made in Mexico or Colombia or wherever, why do you all run across the border? Tell me that.
Find the drugs in the hospital.
I got a shot. Yo, you surrounded, yo. Por todos lados. Man. Hey, man. Over here, pendejo. This is it. Cabrón. Not that fucked with me! So many punks so few bullets. Surrounded, cabrón! Don't fuck with me!
Riveting? I know, man. Some of the best third-person shooter gameplay in the industry. I struggle to think of a single game that comes close to the truly amazing combat. This was not good for 2008. No. Rockstar has always had dog shit gameplay.
You're dead, friend!
I guess that barrel doesn't explode.
You son of a bitch! You're going to die, friend!
Because it's one of the first sandbox games. So.
You're mine, motherfucker!
Right place at the right time, basically.
Don't need to kill me, man! Be scared! You're gonna die, motherfucker!
Dude, what the fuck?
You're pathetic!
Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Are you gonna finish me quickly?
Die, you shit! Oh, you fucking asshole! What do you want? I've got this stuff. You know where the heat is coming from?
I think I'm getting closer now. But there's one more cat me have to speak to.
Shit! Speaking of fucking cups, I think I have company. I gotta go.
Is there not a way out? Fuck do you even get out of here?
Everybody get down! It's you! On me! Back and regroup! Don't fuck with me! Charge!
He's against abstinence and pro-underage sex. In 1968, John Hunter didn't go to Vietnam when his country needed him. But now, John Hunter sure likes to go to Vietnam and Cambodia on single men bachelor trips. He campaigned against repealing the amendments to our Constitution that prevent the president from tracking terrorists. Michael Graves changes his mind more often than he changes his underwear, which is strange for a man rumored to be incontinent. Tell Michael Graves to get his hand out of your pocket and off your children's ass. Vote John Hunter for governor.
I lost the heat. Where are you?
Cheers, pint. I'm with some buckers and no eyes. Get here now, Niko. Give me some strange shit.
Who was killed in front of the 69th Street Diner. Police are following all leads.
There we go.
Suspect, a white male, was a jilted lover. More on that as it develops. In Hove Beach, I'm Eric House, Weasel News.
In med news, the high prices charged by companies such as Beta Pharmaceuticals has led to an influx of cloned meds in the city.
With cloned meds, often patients don't realize they're dicing with death.
I thought I was taking something to help me with my panic attacks. I ended up with an erection for 72 hours. I lost my job as a school teacher.
72 hours. Wow. Police say be on the lookout for cloned meds. In Steinway, I'm Jenny Acorn, Weasel News.
Long-standing technologist Martin Graves spoke out yesterday against...
Let's see, how far do I have to Jeez, bro. See, this is the part I don't like about GTA especially. It's just the insane amount of time you spend just driving. Especially in GTA 5.
It's about integration and speed and user-created gibberish. I totally blog every day. Newspapers, television, and radio, like you, are done. Soon everyone will have a blog, and we'll all live in the blogosphere and have double-enders, end-to-end action.
The debate continues, although no one is quite sure why. I'm Jim Harrison, Weasel News.
This is Weasel News.
I drive, I guess, man. I'd rather not. This is like some 70s shit, I'm guessing. Oh, fuck.
Jacob, what are you talking about?
Oh, let's see.
Yo, me think me know the eat.
No 80s.
Hey, Niko.
Eh.
Hey, Jacob.
What are you doing here? This is no place for you, Michelle.
As it happens, it is. You see, Niko, I have been working for the government. I'm afraid it's my job to watch you. And now I have to ask you for the coke.
This is a joke, right?
Please, please don't make this harder for me than it already is.
She's a spook.
They're about to take down Elizabeta.
I don't fucking believe this.
Listen, I'm sorry it had to be this way, Niko. I'm really sorry. Hey, you know, you could have gone down too if you weren't so useful.
You fucking bitch.
Niko.
Hold on. You mean to say you're going to let us off just like that? Nothing now go on?
Well, my employers need the help of a guy like Niko. The office is in Algonquin. I'll call you. You know, as and when we need you.
Schizo Garcia with the 2. GTA has always been trash. It's always been overrated to fucking back, bro. Like, I wouldn't necessarily say it's like always been trash, because like the PS2 games, for what they were pretty decent at the time. But they're definitely overrated at the very least. I mean, personally, I don't think any of Rockstar's games are very good from a gameplay perspective. But
$39,999. The Karen Dilettante. Bad plus good equals better for everyone. Women want it.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
The beast wears it with pride. The horror. Before, deodorant was all about stopping you smelling. No longer. Now, it's about
turning you into a raging beast. Wear the horn. The horn turned any party into a wild affair. With just one spray, women will be tearing the clothes off your back. Just like in your loneliest fantasies. Wear the horn.
Fuck me, man. I really need this.
Schizo Garcia with the 2, but it's not heckin' wholesome like Claire Soy 33. I know. Did you guys see the thing today where apparently all these fucking Redditors and shit are pissed off because the Expedition 33 devs said that they used AI? They basically took Unreal Engine 5 assets and used AI in order to transform them slightly. And now all the Redditors are like demanding that they, you know, forfeit their awards and all this other shit because, you know, lay heckin' AI bad, dude.
Open up, man. Who is it? It's the streets, man. Okay, hold on.
Alright, man. This is what Manny's all about, man. Manny.
Now, word up, bitch. You better stop slinging that shit on my streets, yo. We don't want it anymore. Hey, yo, Jay, you catching this?
Rolling.
Manny, for fuck's
The
sake.
streets have spoken. Now leave my people alone. Yo, Niko, what are you doing here?
She, girl.
I'm not in the mood for this right now.
Well, he said he was going to bust the dealer.
Can you help me clean this mess up?
No.
There's a doctor in Broca who can help. Come on, let's put him in my car.
Руслана с радио Владивосток.
Can you imagine a cave?
This is electro.
Yeah, GTA 5 to me is incredibly unimpressive.
Shit, Jacob, I'm sorry. I'm already hanging out with two friends. I've kind of got my hands full looking after them. We should do something soon, though. Some bodies in here. I've heard you'll take care of them. Natural causes? Of course. Seems like a bullet in the head is as natural as it gets in this town.
They weren't sick, were they?
No?
Had a few problems with sick bodies. No
one wants a liver if it's riddled with tumors, huh? Know what I mean? No. Shit. Looks like the bullet went right through this one's eye. And the price of eyes is through the roof at the moment.
Fine. Can I leave you with these or what?
Sure. I'll have these organs out on the street in no time. They're gonna help a lot of folks.
He'd been trying to help the streets his whole life. Maybe he'll actually be doing it now.
Playboy X. Whatever that means.
The doctor has that stuff.
Good. One less thing to bother me. The heat is closing in, Niko. This particular party is ending.
Schizo Garcia with the 2. Asmongold is the only reason the game got attention. I wouldn't even say that. It was more so, you know. I mean, yeah, YouTubers played a pretty big part in the hype for it, but I don't know. The Redditors from the very beginning were obsessed with it.
Where does America go to buy razor-sharp knives, swords, flails, battle axes, and jewel-encrusted medieval double-handed flaming swords of death? The Serrated Edge, America's premier shop-at-home television show. Come learn how to protect your family from Estelle Graham and Luther Austin. This will nerve the
Did you guys hear the thing, apparently, where the Israeli government is now paying ChatGPT as well to say a bunch of pro-Israel shit? And then also the Israelis just approved I think it was $700 million like influencer budget for this year to pay people to make pro-Jewish like videos and shit. So yeah, they feel the walls closing in.
Niko, I heard that Michelle was a cop or a fed or something. Is it true?
I don't know what she is, but she was lying to us all along, and now I'm paying for it.
Disgusting. There was always something funky about her. I'm real sorry.
He's like a Latin born, even though he's a Chinese. Tears me to pieces.
Now that's some Latin passion. Mas Fuego. Synthesized Latin testosterone energy drink. Live life to the limit. $250.
Is he gonna take my money?
Their 5th comeback tour. Only 2 original band members left. Average age 63. Your assisted living home. LRR Classic Rock. Liberty Rock Radio.
I mean, the boomers are really the only generation left that actually gives a shit about Israel. So once you get to the millennials, it's like, I think 20% approve of Israel. And then when you get to Gen Z, it's less than 10%. So, you know, the writing's on the wall, and they're desperate to, you know, maintain the stranglehold they have on people's guilt over nothing. Guilt over something nobody ever fucking did. It's crazy. Dude, honestly, I wouldn't even give a fuck if, you know, Israel got glassed tomorrow. Like, honestly. I don't care really about any foreign country at all when it all comes down to it. The only reason I care about Europe is because, you know, as someone of European descent, it really does pain me to see what that, you know, entire continent has become.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Dude, I wish we could just load up an aircraft carrier and go street sweep Europe over a few weeks and just, you know, clean it the fuck up. Give them an actual liberation. Give them an actual liberation of Europe.
Hey, what's up, money? Hey, come on. Ladies, give me a few minutes. Business call. This is my time. Look at it. All them tiny ants down there. Man, shit is crazy.
So I guess you do okay.
Yeah, okay. But, what about you? What motivates you?
Well, I need money. This pays. I can do it. I don't care if I live or die. And I'm looking for someone.
Someone special?
Yeah, you could say that. So, why do you need me?
Well, I'm always looking for good guys. Build an army. But in my work, the people change. Money changes people, not me. I'm still a hustler from these streets. And I heard good things about you.
Okay, but I'm warning you. I'm not low budget.
Do I look like I live low budget, dog?
Yo, player.
But then the Muslims would invade us, Griff. Not if they're dead.
My dude!
What's up, son? What's going down?
You didn't tell me you was getting out? Man, I would have laid on a party, got some freaks out.
I called. Couple of times.
Man, hey, Dwayne, this is Niko.
Hey.
Niko Dwayne Forge. Taught me everything I know.
Not everything.
So, hey, man, where you stand? You need some money? What's the plan?
What you mean, what's the plan? Pick up where we left off. I'm out, I'm back. We keep on rolling.
You say we?
Yeah, we. Unless you too fine. What? Your silk sheet, fancy dress wearing life too big for me now?
Oh, hey, I ain't saying that. You know what's mine is yours. You need help, just holler. Hell, this Slavic motherfucker any good, he can help you. And you know I'll do anything I can. But right now, we gotta roll. Just give me 1 second.
Society's best and brightest.
Ain't folk quick to forget.
Some folk.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Where did you get out from?
Preschool.
Okay, Dwayne, we gotta roll. Please make yourself at home. Hell, this is your home. Let's jet, money.
Schizo Garcia with the 2. It's okay to hate both sides. Tunnel snakes and kebabs. Yeah. Exactly, man. Honestly, like, you know, I genuinely could not give a singular fuck what happens in Israel. You know, it really doesn't matter. at all to me. I don't care if the Israeli government literally kills every single Palestinian, and I don't care if the Palestinians literally go and massacre the Israelis, or if the Israelis misfire a nuke and blows up the whole fucking country and just leaves it as a glass crater. I genuinely could not care. It would not even, like, affect me for more than 10 seconds. Like, oh yeah, that sucks. Next.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Schizo Garcia with the 2. Virgin 15 versus Chad 51. The fuck? What does that mean? 7 Minute Man with the 48 months. But Griffin, remember, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. We shall bless Fenton Yahoo. That's right. Yeah, never mind that sentence in the Bible is literally referring to an actual person and not a place, but, you know. It's crazy, bro. The gaslighting's wild.
You heard of Yusef on me? Big real estate developer?
I don't know. I've heard a lot of names since I got here. This guy's a big developer.
Dude, I actually saw a Hummer on the road the other day. One of the electric ones, oddly enough. The one that only sold like 20 fucking units. Or however many, I don't remember the number, but very few.
What do you suggest that we do about it?
You're gonna go in there and get them mafia types off the site. Meantime, I'm gonna tell Yusef how good we've been to him. That cat and me is gonna decide to do sell.
But yeah, I actually saw one on the road the other day.
I'll give you what you after. Cold, hard cash. That's what you're chasing, right?
Amongst other things. I don't know how good your plan is, though, Playboy. If I get rid of the guys on the site, then won't there be more? If it's a union problem, doesn't that make it bigger than a few guys with guns?
Shit. Union is just another word for mafia. These cats is looking to squeeze our boy Amir for dollars just because he ain't from here. When we fuck their people up, they'll realize...
Yeah, I used to see Hummers all the time, not anymore.
Yeah? Shit. Yusef is from Dubai. He's an African, and he's coming to Liberty City to make it big. It's my duty to watch this cat's back. My ancestors came from Africa. Now he's coming...
My ancestors came from Africa. Go back to your family.
Africa, America, Dubai. It don't matter. We're brothers. Spiritually, I mean. And that's the important bit.
Couldn't make it as DJs.
Please be clear. This is an invasion. It's Liberty City, motherfucker. You wanna ride? Let's ride through Liberty City. Yo, Niko, chill the fuck out. I got niggas saying, is it invasion? Turn up your radio. Turn up your radio. Invasion on the balls.
It's DJ Green Lantern on the beat.
This is an invasion. The evil genius DJ Green Lantern. 102.7.
Listen, for you in that car money, you're gonna be strapped. Sniper rifles, grenades, all that shit.
Right here, right now.
Liberty City! It's an invasion!
Yeah, it's the hardest out. Cut you up, throw you down on the day I put the garbage out. In the glad bag of the half.
All my overtime is going to...
Yo, there's 3 lookout cats making sure no one makes move on the site. You best take them out with the rifle before you hit up the rest of them. I'm gonna get in a position where I can see all the shit going down. If you can take out the main cats, then the rest of them shouldn't be a problem. When you in there, I'll give you the lowdown on where these main cats is at. You might be better seeing the lookouts from up here too, money. Shit, I needed to find a cat like you. A badass motherfucker who ain't afraid to take fools down.
Yeah, well, I need money, so you're in luck.
You're gonna kick some ass down there, boy. I'm backing you up.
Yeah, boy.
all them lookouts gone, money. Get in there and free up the site.
If it's messing up, I can
Anything else from up here?
I can turn off the subscriber thing. Give me a second. Customization. Alright. Should be fine now. Okay, so who do I need to kill? Alright, maybe I have to go down there? Obviously, I can't fucking see him from up here.
So, these things don't have go slowly, huh?
The fuck?
Move in on him! We got you surrounded, asshole! Hide your asses, boys! You in hell, pal! This night too bad, you hear? I'm gonna plant this son of a bitch!
Oops. How do you use this? Fuck. What the fuck, dude? Why?
Should have engaged with me. Got rid of all the union problems on this site. As you can see, this place is going to need a cleanup before any workers come in.
You the money, son. USPA won't put me through to the cat. When they hear about this shit, they gonna start listening to Playboy.
And of course, it's on the other side.
Out of the pen. Old friends aren't paying him no mind.
Yeah, that's what he got friends all over the shop. But he live in a tent. I need you to go over to the Governor Branch Johnson project over in North. He's holding up there and he's helping some shit. You was this broke ass? I'll send some pictures over. I owe him that for. Can't pay back. Yep. Peace out, buddy.
Pisswasser, cheap German lager for export only.
Listen, audio. Hold someone close. Turn it up. It's time to get all handsy, baby. The
this.
Hold on, let me put it back here. Santa brings some nice presents? I doubt it. You don't really get Christmas presents once you hit 18, especially as a guy. So...
What's up, money?
Not much. How are you?
Chilling. It's all good. Well, mostly good.
Mostly?
Yeah, Dwayne's been getting on my nerves. Pushing me, man. But whatever. We spoke about that shit already.
Give him time. He's just out of prison.
For real. Listen, G, Dwayne ain't the only thing I got on my mind.
No?
No. Some motherfuckers been calling me a phony, calling me a snitch, calling me all kinds of bullshit.
Big deal.
Yeah, big deal. Damn right. Until I discover that same motherfucker, well, he's got some real loose lips.
Not bad. So, you'll need this guy silenced?
Yeah, he hangs out with his team near the courts on Exeter between X and W.
Okay. What does he look like?
Well, son ain't too diesel enough, and he a regular looking dude. Now,
yeah, the only thing I got last year was a pan.
see it in his eye.
Like a copper pan.
Homie ain't too brolic.
That's what
He
I
ain't
got.
scrawny neither. And he
Not
puts down
anything
a little
super
bit.
exciting.
I mean, he ain't too bummy, but he grimy too.
So, he's the average one?
Look, he's brown skinned, B. Motherfucker be rocking baggy clothes, all that. Jewels, and he stay fresh with the clean sneakers. Know what I mean? And sometimes a bandana.
Look, I need more than that to go on.
Jesus.
Nah, it's just nobody knows what to buy me, so.
Head down there, take a photo, send it to me, I'll point out.
There's not really much that you can buy for me because I already have everything I want. So, I don't even buy myself shit anymore because there's nothing I want. Go to the basketball courts. I wonder what I'm gonna find there.
Remember, it's going down tonight. Alderney, Greenland, and Team Invasion will be partying out there. We got a lot of special guests coming through. I just got the word. America's next top hook.
And that's why the penetrators ain't doing nothing this season. They got no one who can work the lanes, man.
Shit, Lieutenant. That's something I was forced into from the necessity of my financial situation. My body is forced to rob and deal in order to sustain my own well-being and that of my immediate family.
eyeballing, fool?
Dude, I can't even aim at him.
Marlon is dead.
You the man, son. You money.
Shoot.
Cold Slavic killer. See you soon.
All coming through.
Oh, it's you. You alone?
Yeah, how you doing?
Fucking great. What you think?
Yeah, it's hard living with the past, huh?
Yeah, especially when the president's turned into an asshole. Fucking bitch. Nobody wants to roll with me no more. It's like I'm tainted.
I resonate with the scholars? I don't think so.
Wanna hang no more? He pays for you to come over instead.
If that was the case, I'd love where I live.
Man, I was pulling moves in the joint so this bitch could pay rent. Now she won't answer the phone. Man, I gave her everything when I was inside. Cars, houses, apartments, bank accounts, everything. I heard she hanging with Javon now.
Who?
Some punk who fucking talked. Swears he wasn't involved in me going down, but I knew his ass was lying. Now motherfuckers fucking my girl? For real? Shit is fucked up, man. Sometimes I just want to end this shit. Just bang.
You can't believe that LTG calls himself a scholar? I can.
Not quite.
It's the culture.
Why don't you go talk to her?
Ain't shit to say.
Then I'll go speak to both of them. They'll ask for your money back, and if they don't agree, I'll make them. Where did they hang out?
At some arcade in Chinatown. Look, man, don't bother.
No, I'll bother. I'm getting paid. And besides, you remind me of me.
Scholar astronauts. I have no idea how old Low Tier God is, but I think, yeah, he's probably close to 40 by now. I don't know.
Redwoods, 69s, whatever's whatever.
My man, motherfucking Ray Roulette. What up? Big shout to my man, Jim Crates. I see you, baby. Lee G, what up? Static Selector. I love that shit. Big shout to my man Rex. Black Pro, big shout to my man Tef, MOP, First Family. My man Khalil. Big shout to Nikki Thomas, what up? Big Black. Shout out to my dude, Charles Mixologist. Yeah. Big shout to Show BIZ. The whole Digging in the Crates crew. Rest in peace to Big L. Old Liberty City is live, baby. This is all the way live. Can't get no better than this. This is real. This is classic. This is hip hop. This is the city. Liberty City. Big shout to my man Keith. Got the cameras rolling. You know what I mean? Also, big shout to
She, you know what I'm saying?
It's just so classic right about now. How can you be motherfucking trying to wild out? You should be nodding your head to this shit.
Hey, are you the two snakes?
Dude, I wish I was on EBT. I'll take some free groceries.
What? Dwayne must have finished his bid. Shit. He gonna be mad angry.
Bust you out!
Don't kill me. I know I fucked Dwayne over real bad, but he wouldn't want me dead. He's too much of a gentleman for that. He ain't like that Playboy ex-punk. He's only chasing paper. You do right by...
Dumb bitch. I don't know why I couldn't use the knife.
Going to say anything to get out of that. No getting out of it now.
Alright, straight.
Being a parent isn't easy, but it just got a little easier with the Trackify wireless location system.
I watch a lot of cable TV news, so I know that everyone is out to abduct and kill my children. So I planted a microchip in their brains. Now, nobody will molest them but me.
Trackify shows your child's exact
Wow, that's a very interesting accent talking about molesting children.
so there's nothing to lose. But Trackify isn't just for kids.
I wonder what inspired them to use that accent over any other.
And wander into traffic.
I couldn't imagine.
Love just got a little easier to keep track of.
Terror Alert in Liberty City, brought to you by Gripe.org, the best way to talk online about illegal activities. Police have increased attention terrorist targets. The National Office of Security Enforcement has created a new threat level, which they have raised us to immediately. Liberty City is now officially... But not as serious as the recently created Black Severe 9 Alert. Eric House, Weasel News.
Hey, Dwayne, I've got your money. Why don't you make me a clocking bell so I can give it to you?
Yusuf Amir. Mr. Amir had no comment aside from promising the development board be suspended as a mark of respect to those who passed.
Reading is 1.0, say net crazy kids. The National Library Center issued a startling report that libraries nationwide are shutting at the rate of 2 per day. All libraries expected to close by the end of next year. Citing paper information retrieval as archaic, respondents said that the internet is better than the library. Well, you will get thrown out for jerking off or calling people idiotic noobs. This is Weasel News.
This is Weasel News.
I ain't the right guy to pick a fight on. Don't fucking push me. Okay?
I collected on that debt for you.
They paid up? Guess my name still means something out there. People still know me.
I had to explain things to them. They didn't listen so good.
You slept Charisse? She was a bitch, weren't she? This fool falls real hard for them. That's why he gets burnt.
PK should change his profile picture to Melanie Mac. I don't know if that would matter. I'd rather not look at that, but you know, he can do whatever he wants. Is Ricardo here? I don't think so.
likes to party. He stays out late the whole time. You know what he's like.
Not on my watch, he don't. Something ain't right.
Open your eyes!
Hey, Niko, it's me.
Yeah? Who are you? Can you remind me?
That doesn't matter. You need to meet me outside the United Liberty Chamber building in Algonquin. It's very important that you be there. Goodbye.
Yeah, Ricardo has an important job. He builds all the bridges that trannies kill themselves on.
Gaming.
Not much. How are you doing?
Done. I can't cope no more, man. I mean, prison was easy compared to this shit.
I'm sure it was.
Fuck it, man. Fuck it all. I mean, I used to have everything. I used to run uptown, Bohan, all that shit. Now I ain't shit.
Hey, let's get it back.
Nah. I can't.
Yeah, he's doing the Lord's work.
I ain't got the energy no more. I've been stabbed in the back too many fucking times. I mean, there's bitches everywhere.
Well, I'll do it. For you, I mean.
Nah. Fuck that.
Come on, man. Stop being so miserable. What did you lose?
Shit, man. This club. I'm talking a real gentleman's place. It's called the Triangle Club on Drill Street in Bohan. I'm talking real class. You know what I'm saying? But when I went down, some fucking gangsters came and took it.
Well, I'll clean out the squatters for you.
Ricardo game dev. I don't know about that one.
Man, you the real deal. I owe you.
Big time. But we'll talk about that later.
Man, you the truth.
Man, you the truth. Go to the strip club. Boo. I don't want to go to the strip club.
Please make a U-turn while safe. In 100 yards, turn right.
I won't play GTA 6 because it'll be 90 hours of pure fucking sloppery. shit.
Sorry, Brucey, man. I'm about to go see some naked women, but this time it's business, not pleasure. We have to hang out another time. See you.
No!
800 yards. Turn right.
Yup, it is just padding.
Welcome.
Where's Jose, man?
He's in the back, but he don't want to be troubled. You know how he needs to concentrate when he's counting up that money.
That's it. You're done.
Mira, I'm trying to come back here. There ain't no refunds on lap dances. I got a piece back here. It ain't worth it.
This is for Dwayne.
Okay.
Guard out!
Oh shit. Okay, this thing has no handling. Holy shit.
The Black Crows.
Can I borrow your vehicle?
There we go.
Nobody's gonna be partying up in your club anymore.
Playboy ain't gonna be happy.
What do you mean?
He still did business with the gangsters that took over. They fuck me, they fuck, right? Playboy gonna feel that shit.
Sure thing, man.
So I have to go to the paper mill. I don't know why it's so fucking hard to find the answer to this. Jesus Christ.
I can't afford this shit!
Hi, you've reached Michelle's phone. Unfortunately, I can't get to the phone just now, but...
I don't know which one it is. Because, of course, there's not just a fucking map that tells you. Whatever, I'll start with this one. Love it, dude. More filler.
Only in this country they let black people drive.
Here's Weasel News. They won't tell you.
Niko, this shit went down with those guys in Bohan. Elizabeth's doing a bid. She might have killed Manny.
Really?
Good thing you haven't been hanging around with them too much. This shit is fucked up. I'm sorry for getting you involved.
Don't worry about it. You've got enough on your plate looking after Roman. See you soon.
Chinatown. Motorbikes sped through the streets, scaring residents like this man. Yeah, man, I saw them. They just got on their bikes and sped away from that arcade. They were really pissed. It must have been those violent video games they were playing. Police are searching for a suspect with a foreign-sounding name and a sick addiction to video games. Outside an arcade where they use those dumb cards instead of quarters. Mike Whiteley, Weasel News.
kill your father and make love to your mother became deadly reality for a Rotterdam Hill area family. Newborn Joshua Hampton turned himself over to police today after brutally murdering his father in a jealous rage over what he called misuse of the milk machines.
Art news: the renovation of the Libertonian Museum continues at the...
I'm not in the business of caring about people's feelings, bud. Yeah? Boo fucking who?
Hey.
Hi.
Listen, I know what you must be thinking, but don't bother.
I'm sorry, but I don't see how you know what I must be thinking.
You've killed people.
Oh my god.
Or inside. You're just lucky it was me and not someone else who got their hooks.
Tim Marco, the 279. If you ever want to fast travel, you can take cabs. Yeah, I mean, it's probably the same amount of time, honestly. But yeah, I'll see if one's available.
Damaged goods.
No doubt.
Let's go. In here.
Salute? Eat my ass, buddy. I'm up for the promotion. You're not.
Griffin Googling, is Belle Delphine a boy? Bro, at that point, I wouldn't even care.
You know, you and your cousin, you should get out. What you're looking for, you won't find. Feds are all over it.
Either
Fine,
way,
done. You've watched too many movies.
he or she is going to be walking with a limp. She.
It's Karen. My name is Karen.
Interesting. And you whore for the government. I kind of like the honesty in that.
I have a clear conscience.
How very lucky for you.
In here, office 396.
Hi there.
Here he is.
I can see that. Thanks, Karen. Hey, cheer up. You did good. You'll get a Sammy, if you care about that sort of thing.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Bellic. Quite a file. Quite a story.
Who are you? FIB?
The FIB? Do I look homosexual? Do you think I care about the size of your Johnson? Now, you can't always tell who the good guys are. I'm not a good guy, but I'm fighting with them. And guess what? So are you.
Hooray.
That's the spirit. Nothing like a bit of sarcasm when someone's got you by the balls. Now, I need you to find something out for me. Find out everything you can about a man called...
Also, I've seen her pussy, so don't worry. It's a girl. Yeah.
And if I say no?
I didn't really think there'd be any doubt, but, you know, just on the 0.0001% chance, it would already be over.
Problems, call this number.
What's your name?
Not relevant. Call me. Very soon. Go. And hey, welcome to America. La Scala Stala Dejava.
Bushka.
Oleg's apartment in Hove Beach. I see you don't have a lifeguard here at your beach.
My fault.
No, there's cops around. Okay. Let's take this.
Hey, baby. Feet on the chain. Feel your brain.
All of that is just material. So won't you think the scenario? And just imagine if each one is teaching one. We'll come together. And acid.
Yeah, fuck this. I'm on blog TV with my fucking hands up. Oops. Handling on this thing is amazing.
Mr. Minkov? Anybody here?
What have you got for me?
Not much. He keeps a clean house, he's got a computer.
Check his emails. Call back with any information that would indicate his current whereabouts.
There's an email that says he's meeting someone at Tulsa Street in Hove Beach.
Perfect. I'll send someone to pick up the hard drive. You go to Tulsa Street. Eliminate Minkov.
Whoa, killing is very different from gathering information.
You're acting in the interest of your new countrymen and keeping yourself out of prison. For once, this is a murder you don't have to feel confused about. Dispose of Minkov, then call me.
Oops. There we go.
Василий, спасибо, что пришел.
Олег, ты испугал меня. Я даже подумал, что это человек.
Все, он меня дожидался. Пока, братан.
Shit. shit. Ugh. Dude, this thing handles like fucking trash. Motherfucker. I shot both of his tires out too, which makes that even more annoying.
Yebiga!
What the hell?
Are you a monkey or are you a typewriter?
Drive like a fool!
There's an email that says he's meeting someone at Tulsa Street in Hove Beach.
Perfect. I'll send someone to pick up the hard drive. You go to Tulsa Street. Eliminate Minkoff.
Whoa, killing is very different from gathering information.
You are...
Alright. See if I can shoot this guy fast enough.
Yes,
And I fucking lost. Dude. Oh my god, I fucking hate this shit.
Roman, I should have never read your fucking emails and stayed away.
Dude, it's just fucking gay. How many times do I have to fucking shoot his car? And then, of course, it has no fucking checkpoints because, you know, pad out the fucking missions.
This is a robbery. Don't make it a homicide, lady.
No, this game is better than GTA 5, but I'm not a GTA fan at all. So the other GTAs I've never bothered to play, nor will I. So I don't really like Rockstar at all as a developer. Red Dead Redemption 1 is really the only game I like from them. It's like, why do I need to go through this every single fucking time? Like, you cannot convince me this is not just fucking padding.
There's a name.
You have arrived.
Sorry.
Dude, what the fuck? Holy shit. Dude, I fucking hate this shit. Dude, this car's handling is literal fucking dog water.
Really fucking annoying.
Yeah, no shit. No shit. It's really fucking annoying.
Stay out of the way.
So am I just not supposed to shoot him? Like, what gives? There we go. Holy shit, man.
Minkoff is dead. The country is safe.
Not by a long shot, smartass. Nothing is safe. No one is safe. Maybe something has been averted. Maybe delayed. I'll be in touch. Goodbye.
Dude, this shit fucking sucks. And then it'll be 800 more missions exactly like this. Wowie zowie, man. Greatest franchise of all time. To drive all the way over here. That's nice.
Please proceed to highlight.
I'm gonna need a different car.
Niko, tell me it weren't you that shot up the strip club in Bohan.
You asked me to help out Dwayne. That's what I was doing.
Don't help him out when it fucks up my business interests. Damn, son. That ain't cool.
I guess you can't use the taxi.
stupid idiot!
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Shit. All right. Schizo Garcia with the 2. PK is back from eating cow poo at the, what the fuck, the Say Clinic. Over. Yeah, well, at least he's not burning it this time, I guess. All right.
Niko, man, I was out today and I saw this bitch coming out of nail place. She looked just like my old girl Charisse, the one you said you killed with Javon outside the arcade. You sure that was her?
Dwayne, it was her. She screwed you over while you were inside. She's dead now.
Shit, man. I could have sworn it was her.
Sorry, man. She's gone. Maybe things could have been different in another life.
Word.
PK smearing. Oh my god. Dude, that's gross. Alright. Nah. I don't condone that. Oh my god, dude. 2 items are on sale. No way. Holy shit. No fucking chance, man. Yeah, I'm not buying anything else on Xbox. They've already gotten too much money from me. Alright, I need to decompress. That shit pissed me off. I pretty much have all the backwards compatible games that I want. So, there's not really any I'm missing. What if they bring it back? Huh? I don't know what you mean, bring it back. I also have an Xbox 360 as well, so I have not only all the back compat games I want, but I have all the non-back compat games that I want as well. So I bought everything. I have a pretty hardy 360 collection.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Schizo Garcia with the 2. PK once told me eating cow shit is spiritually healing. That's right, man. It is very hygienic, sir. Very clean. Yeah. A little poo-poo gives, you know, long life. I don't know. I forgot what that guy in that video said. It was eating the cow shit. Oh my god, bro. That shit foul. What's this chat's obsession with shit? They're Indian, bro. Some of them have it in their name. Akshit Singh. I don't know. I'm starting to doubt the PK is the only Indian. Ugh. I didn't get to sleep yesterday. PK is the only human Indian? I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't think that's true. Shit, man. Fucking two-tapped me. Nice. Yeah. What? An assist? What the fuck was that dog shit? Bro. What the fuck? That guy's like one-tapping me. Jeez. Bro, that is crazy. That thing fucking melts. Damn. Dude, I can't even do anything against that. What the fuck? Ah. I meant to hit or not triangle. I hit the hit fucking Y, but I hit B instead and threw the grenade. Damn. An assist, how nice. Oh my god. Another assist. Brutal.
Special deployment ready. New rally point established. Stand upright. Our toll is higher. Front grenade out.
Dude, look at that. 11 assists. Jesus. That's ridiculous. They fear Gen Z, remember that? Who's they? Kirby Stein. Who might they be? Console gaming is dying.
Hey there, gamers. DreamCast.
Why the fuck is he making a video on Starfield? Hold on.
Hey there.
Who the fuck even cares about Starfield?
Gamers, DreamCastGuy here. Today we're talking about Starfield because this game is such...
Why? Who fucking cares? Yeah, he's already said once it releases on PS5, he'll like it because he wants to platinum it. So boring that he beat it 5 times, griffed more. Jesus, bro. I could barely beat it the one time.
An interesting paradox in the fact that this is technically one of the most expensive Xbox games ever made. They essentially purchased Bethesda specifically to put this out. I mean, they even admit that in court documents. I mean, this was supposed to be that next big Bethesda masterpiece, something of the scope of Fallout, of Skyrim, something that massive, right? The Elder Scrolls moment. But instead of being Elder Scrolls in space, it was kind of a boring mess. I mean, Starfield isn't the worst game of all time. It's just bland. It's just big and it's empty. The developers have tried to claim that's sort of the point. You're not supposed to be having fun. You're supposed to be getting a realistic...
Isn't that nice? You're not supposed to have fun. That's what gaming has become.
Space simulator. But ever since that very lackluster launch, there's been rumblings that Bethesda is trying to fix it. They're trying to revamp it. They're trying to essentially do what Cyberpunk 2077 did, right? Where that game came out and the bare bones of it was good, you know? A lot of great art, a lot of great storylines, but the gameplay, the glitches, and the police system, there was some stuff that just fundamentally did not work. So they went back, they kept cooking, and not only did they 2.0 it, make a completely better version of Cyberpunk, they released one of the best expansions of all time. The rumors we're going to discuss today is that apparently Starfield 2.0 and the next expansion is coming very soon. We're apparently going to see it maybe here in the next couple weeks.
Oh boy, man. I know everybody's just super fucking excited for another Starfield update. Wowie zowie, man. You know, all 5 people who actually care, I'm sure, are thrilled.
And it's also coming to maybe Nintendo Switch 2 and PlayStation. Let's talk, because I think I'm in the pessimism camp right now. I cannot imagine even being able to save Starfield. Let's talk. Hi, hope you're having a great...
You can't imagine saving it, but remember, he wants to pick it up on PS5 so he can get the Platinum Trophy. Well, if it's good enough for you to rebuy, then does it really need saving?
And if you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, I've seen a lot of people talking as these rumors sort of bubble up. Just, it is interesting how Starfield has had essentially no cultural impact, no relevance of any other Bethesda game. Nobody's making memes, nobody's quoting characters the way they did Arrow to the Knee or talking about Three Dog. The way that there are so many iconic characters, iconic quest lines, memeable moments in every other Bethesda game. Starfield is so sauceless. But what it sounds like is Todd Howard has been talking a bit. Now, this is a quote that came out last year. You can see this June 16th, 2024. And he said the plan is to essentially make a new expansion for Starfield every single year. Now, this is what other Bethesda games historically have done. We got, for the first couple of years after Skyrim came out, you got Hearthfire, you got Dawnguard, you know, you got all the expansions, the Dragonborn. So they talked about the fact that Starfield's not dead. Starfield's going to get expansions. In fact, even if you actually go to it, they claimed this year, if you click any Starfield tweet, everybody is talking about this tweet that came out in March. We know you're eager for an update, and we truly appreciate your passion for Starfield. The team has been hard at work, and while we're not ready to share specific details just yet, we have a lot of exciting plans for the game this year. So that right there, we have a lot of exciting plans planned for this year that we can't wait to talk about. Everybody is like, okay, finish the game. It's Christmas. Can you give us an actual talk about that annual update? Where's the 2025 update? Not just a car, not just fixing a couple more bugs, not just more optimization. Where is that next?
Wouldn't it be great if they hype up like this massive, you know, Starfield 2.0 update and it turns out to somehow be worse than the original? That would truly be fitting. You know, they somehow managed to make it even fucking worse.
Expansion you guys talked about, right? Well, fast forward to last night. Detective Seeds is a very, very controversial leaker. I think even he would admit that. He's actually banned from a lot of different leaking places, like the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit. He has been right here and there, and he has been wrong here and there. And when he's wrong, he kind of admits it. But here was one that I'm reporting on this because I've seen other people sort of murmuring about this as well. That apparently this has been in the works for a while. He's kind of just saying, now is the time. I think Starfield 2.0 is really going to surprise people and get people back into the game. I think PS5 players are going to enjoy it now. My main concern is that 2026 is so packed with games that many people may be hesitant to give it a fresh look. So this thing is that, what is this Starfield 2.0? The talk is that they are trying to fundamentally revamp the core gameplay loop. The big problem with Starfield is that the same thing something like No Man's Sky had at launch, which is that it's an interesting little nugget at the start, but there's just not enough to explore to get lost.
Yeah, we need more than just a little bit of a nugget. I mean, the thing is there's plenty to explore. The problem is when you do explore, you find nothing. You find the same copy-pasted structures scattered across a bunch of random planets that, you know, feel basically completely pointless. So that's the problem. It's not like Skyrim or Oblivion or Fallout where you're walking through this curated open world environment where every structure or cave or whatever has literally been created to give you something meaningful to do. Instead, it's just a bunch of like literal, I think it's like, yeah, like not cubed. Well, I guess kind of like a cube space. But yeah, it's just a massive square that you can walk around on each planet. And there's like nothing significant about it whatsoever. It's just basically filler.
Austin, there are hundreds and hundreds of completely empty planets in Starfield. Maybe you could fix that. Maybe you could make it where there's not so many load screens. Maybe you could make it...
They should have just made it where there was like 10 to 20 planets. And all 20 of the planets had like actual unique atmospheres and, you know, structures and factions and quests and things to explore, weapon types, all that type of shit. You know, God forbid, but no. They just did procedural generated dog shit.
So that combat is a little bit more fun. Like, it's just the problem is that Starfield, just in general, it feels so unfinished. Especially at launch, it was running at such a bad frame rate and stuff. It just felt like it came out and instantly everybody forgot it even exists. My concern is that when this comes out, it needs such a relaunch that it's going to get people talking again. It's hard for me to imagine people coming back to it, but even if it launched on PS5, after all the bad years of buzz, I just can't imagine suddenly like PlayStation 5 people are going to go, oh yeah, the one exclusive Xbox had that got terrible reviews, huzzah. But here's the thing. So he is claiming, multiple people have claimed, including Detective Seeds, that they recently did a behind closed door showing of upcoming Starfield content. A place recently making those who attended very excited for the future of the game. Now,
oh, I bet, dude.
But gosh dang it, I've had so much fun playing it.
Instantly, Gary chimed in this. I was not there. My hot take is they can make 5,000 changes, but if the opening game is still the same, they will see attrition. Feels like they need a fresh new start, literally, to make it feel like an entirely new game and give skeptics a reason to jump in. This is a very interesting note, which is two things at once. One, I'm a little skeptical about them saying, the leak is that they had a hey, everybody fly to Bethesda and try out the new build of the game. Bethesda doesn't typically do that kind of stuff at this time of the year. A lot of companies don't actually usually...
No, they didn't let them come out and play it. They just showed it to them.
They do those like hands-on press events around between like Thanksgiving and December. If they did do it, it's extremely odd. And people are saying they have to hold on to this until sometime in like January or February. I just can't imagine if this is like real, that gameplay is going to leak. It's going to get posted somewhere, some screenshots of like a revamped UI or something. But I do agree with the fact that the real core problem of Starfield, more than anything else, is just how bad that story is. I have beaten Starfield, I think, 5 separate times. And the reason I put that in quotes is that the first time you beat Starfield, it takes quite a while. Learning about the Starborn and the mystery of the universe. What are these artifacts? What are these magic powers? But then after you beat it the first time, you can just keep resetting the universe. That's essentially every time you beat it, it resets the universe. I see every time's a new game plus. There is something so dry, stale, and downright boring to that story. None of the stuff really, in my mind, actually works. Like, I agree with that original tweet, the person who said, none of it's memorable. I mean, think about it. I cannot remember a single Starfield person's name at all. I mean, you could literally give me Sodium.
Yeah, I can't remember any of their names either. So, yeah. That game was just a massive fucking fart in the wind. You know, it lingered for a little while, stunk up the place, and then just vanished. Nobody fucking cares about it.
Pinnathal Truth Serum and said, all right, now name 10 Bethesda characters. Every single one of them would be people from like Skyrim and Fallout and old school Elder Scrolls, Morrowind, right? Dagoth But here's the thing. A lot of the changes people are sort of suggesting to me just sound lackluster. Like, this is the thing. A few features coming to Starfield. Significantly reduce load screens. Yeah, buddy, I don't... This seems so basic, the fact that wasn't in there at launch. Interplanetary travel. Now, one of the things people really did not like at launch is that you're physically stuck on a planet. If you try to fly to a nearby planet, you can't. There's like a little force field. Flying from one planet to another is impossible. The only way to go anywhere is with fast travel. Space travel is basically fake. You're basically in like a little treadmill bubble. So they're saying now you can actually fly to planets. You know what? I'll believe it when I see it. PS5 and Switch 2 ports, that would be interesting. Point of integration revamp. So,
Dude,
okay.
Could you imagine them trying to port that to the Switch too? If it ran like shit on Xbox, God only knows.
So point of interest, I guess, means now you can tag objects better and stuff. I guess this is the type of stuff that's just so minor. These are not 2.0 changes. These are like basic fixes that should have just been a
and I guarantee you there's still no local maps either.
Shadow dropped patch to the 12 people still playing this game. Second DLC expansion. It'll be worth the wait. Will be 2026. I'm in the frame of mind that I want this to be completely different, right? What they managed to do with Cyberpunk 2027, revamping the skill trees especially, made such a big difference, changing a lot of how the cyberware works and stuff. When we got Cyberpunk 2.0, it wasn't just a great like next-gen graphical leap over the original version and stuff, it was a better game. I'm in a spot where, even with changes like this, even if you did manage to make the frame rate better...
I really don't get the fucking hype for Cyberpunk at all. That game is like fucking literal like sleep medication.
The visuals better, the world more alive, make it so there's more quests, more hubs, more characters, more actual acting in it. I'm just not sure you can put enough into that boring broth to make the soup not taste like somebody shit in the punch bowl. I don't know. How do you feel about Starfield in 2025? How do you feel about it going into 2026? And I guess the real question is, am I going to eat crow? If this comes out and it actually is a total banger and they drop it on PlayStation 6, it would be interesting to see a total revamp that doesn't suck. But at this point, truly, I'll believe it when I see it. Thanks so much for watching, gamers. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, you know, subscribe and see what's coming up next. Also, I promise that whatever I do, it'll try not to suck.
The fucking gay porn music at the end of his videos, bro. Uh-oh, a new homo has appeared. Can I eat your ass, please, Griffin? Yeah, if you want to give me $100 super chat, sure. Gladly.
Hey there, gamers, DreamCastGuy.
Alright. Alright, so console gaming is dying? Question mark?
Here, today we're talking about console gaming because some new numbers came out yesterday that basically say that console gaming just in general is dead. The industry is the smallest it has ever been in...
Yeah, the worst November since 1995. Brutal.
30 years, and we're going to take a look at the digits. And I want to be just saying this right up front. I feel like the reason for console gaming being in such a bad spot, it's obvious. We all know what the heck is up. You know, when you bought a console in the 80s or the...
The problem is there's not anything worth playing. That's the problem. You know, most people on their PS4s don't even give a shit. They're just like, oh, I'm playing Fortnite. Like, that's all they give a shit about. So, there's still not a good reason to upgrade your console. And on top of that, most people don't want to buy the new dog shit that comes out. So, most new games are just quite literally not worth paying and playing.
90s or something, right? You'd get something and it was cheap. Console gaming used to be
cheap.
The budget gaming option.
Dude, console gaming has never been cheaper than it is right now in real terms. So, here we go.
Your PlayStation would start out pretty cheap and it'd get a bunch of different discounts. If you were buying a PlayStation 2 or a Nintendo 64, a lot of times, not only were the consoles getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, but there were discount games all over the place. You used to find $10 stuff. Yeah, maybe those games would suck. It'd be
$10 stuff? You can still find $10 stuff. What the fuck is he talking about?
Some crappy Looney Tunes game or something, but you'd also find deep discounts on Doom or Wolfenstein or whatever, right? You
can find deep discounts on Doom and Wolfenstein. Let's see if that's still a thing. Oh, look, deep discounts on Doom and... deep discounts on Doom, and I'm sure Wolfenstein as well. $4 for Doom, $35 for the new one, and $10 for Eternal. There you go. You can still get deep discounts on Doom.
Games got cheaper. Consoles got cheaper. Controllers got to be
On that point, I will agree. Consoles did get cheaper. But, you know, I don't really think the price of a console is that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things if it decreases. I don't really think it's that big of a determining factor.
Particularly free. Whereas now, everybody, especially in this industry, considers like a console
console gaming has only ever been cheap if you buy like the old previous console. That's usually how it works. It's like if you buy the older piece of hardware and go back and basically retro game, it's cheap.
Be an investment. You're investing in the future of gaming. You gotta buy, oh, you have a PS5. Well, now
Expedition 33 winning Game of the Year proves there's no good games. Well, that's the thing. It's like in a year of pure mediocrity, I guess, you know, a good game at best can, you know, steal the show. Because in a normal year, like, go look at 2011 or 2012 or 2007, 2009, like all of those years, Expedition 33 would literally not even be remotely interesting to anyone. Nobody would fucking care about them.
You gotta buy a PS5 disc drive. Now you need a PS5 Pro. Oh, you've got the Xbox Series X. Do you have the expansion port? Do you have years of Game Pass? I feel like this goes beyond just the price increases. We all know consoles are getting more and more and more expensive. There's also been a lot of console shortages, especially during lockdowns and stuff. But I feel like the big hurdle a lot of people are having is this is a Switch Lite. I think I got this for $100.
Oh my god, guys, that's a Switch Lite.
$100. I feel like a lot of people are...
Wait, hold. What did he just lie and say?
I think I got this for $100.
Bruh. You got the limited edition Zelda Switch Lite for $100? Yeah, that's an absolute fucking straight up lie. That was a $220 special edition. Bullshit. That is major fucking cap.
I feel like a lot of people are having that problem now where they're like, okay, this thing could play games. This thing is fun enough. This thing is decent. What makes something that's 10 times the price 10 times better?
What? Bro, what Nintendo console is 10 fucking times the price?
These costs are getting to be a cost-benefit analysis.
Dude, what fucking console is 10 times the price of a Switch Lite? That is, like, genuinely fucking dog. Like, what?
I think a lot of people just don't want to make. But let's take a look at the numbers, because
he is pulling shit straight out of his ass with this one.
Honestly, they are bad. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could, please give this video a like. And
are they Kim Kardashian and Fortnite bad, dude?
And subscribe if you haven't already. Now, I'm serious. I am curious. I want to know. I'm going to read the comments on this video because I want to hear what you guys think. But here's the thing. Video game hardware sales in US, which is typically in November, this is the peak Christmas time. Everybody in the United States, this is when you buy stuff for Black Friday. This is when you get your deep discounts. This is when you have time to buy it and wrap it before the kiddos get to it, right? This was the lowest hardware sales since 1995.
Brutal, man.
Legitimately, there has not been hardware sales this low in 30 years. That is a mind-blowing number. This record low makes sense, given that at this point, this is a lump sum. This is all consoles combined. And you could say, okay, well, Xbox is completely dead. Typically, there would be, something in there. There'd be 3 pieces of the pie. At this point, the pie is just missing a chunk of it. But the PS5, obviously, the PS5 is still selling the highest of the consoles, but even then, it's in its 5th year. People that want a PlayStation 5 at this point probably already had it 2 years ago.
You would be surprised. There's still people who want it, but have not bought it yet.
At minimum, right? It's also the fact that, honestly, there hasn't been that...
How did I even know Kim Kardashian is on Fortnite? Because PK, I have something called Twitter where people post videos and pictures of video game related topics, and with something as, I don't know, culturally relevant as Fortnite and Kim Kardashian doing a collab, it might just so happen that if you consume gaming related shit on Twitter, it might just so happen to come across your feed.
Any big PS5 exclusives. I do think that part of what really helped the momentum of the PlayStation 4 and the PlayStation 3 was the waves of exclusives every single year and the price drops. And this time, we essentially have neither of those. Seems like a bad business proposition. But what's interesting is that in the sales report, it even says that basically Nintendo is making less money than their year prior as well, which is weird. Now, you could say, oh, it's that last year everybody was buying cheap Nintendo Switches. Now this year they're not buying expensive Nintendo Switch 2. But it is weird that just in general, people can't afford or just aren't getting Switch 2 hardware. It had a decent launch, but after that, people just stopped buying it. The Switch 2 is the fastest selling console of all time. It did.
People stopped buying it? What were the sales of the Switch 2 in November? Let's see, do they have an estimate? I can't find, like, the actual numbers. Oh, well, doesn't matter.
And then after that huge peak, it's still kind of dipping down. I think the elephant in the room is the price increases of people having less disposable income for luxuries with inflation is big enough effect in this case. Very surprised to be given Switch 2 was on sale for a good period of time. And everybody's kind of talking.
The Switch 2 was not on sale for a good period of time. Walmart put it on discount for $50 and it lasted a day. They literally put a 10% discount on the fucking Mario Kart bundle and it lasted for like a day or two. That was it. That was literally it, bro. There was no sale on the Switch 2.
About that. This chart, I think, really illustrates it. This is the cost of consoles over time, and this is the sales of consoles over time. So you can see there is an inverse correlation. As prices go up, look at this. Even the lowest end consoles are $400 now, right? So it's like, look at this. It's just ridiculous watching the chart go up and up and up, and sales go down and down and down. Look at that. It's interesting. Look how cheap some of these systems got. You can see each of these generational price cuts. Look at that. There was a time when the average console cost $125, and now we're
not adjusted for inflation, dumbass. Oh my god, bro. He really is stupid. Average selling price not adjusted for inflation. This is a terrible graph if that's the case. What the fuck is the point of showing nominal prices over a, 30-year period if you're not adjusting for inflation? That's idiotic.
We're at 3 times the cost, my lordy. I like this tweet by Luke Stevens. Yeah, I'm kind of seeing a pattern here. Now, I actually saw Spawnwave did a video talking about this, and I saw his comment section, and a lot of people were basically discussing that they just can't afford it. In this economy, rent and groceries come first. Xbox, so you won't buy our consoles? Let's jack up the price. With inflation, rent, food, bills rising, expensive consoles are an easy delay. It's less about gaming demand and more about economic pressure.
Well, it's not even that. It's there's nothing new to play that you have to go out and buy the console for right now. Like, period. There's not. Most people play Warzone, Fortnite, Apex Legends, Madden, and all of that slop. All of that shit is still on last generation. There's really no need to rush out and buy a brand new console if you can already play all the shit that you play with your friends anyway. So, there's just not an incentive. Like, there's nothing new that's been released that's like, oh my god, I need to buy a new console for, like, the vast majority of normies.
On disposable income. I personally cannot afford it anymore. Thank goodness I have a giant gaming backlog. I have heard this from so many people in my personal life. I've had so many friends this year legitimately said they cannot afford to give Christmas gifts. And straight up, you gotta think about it. What amount of the entire gaming industry is that? Gifting your friend a new controller. Gifting your friend a new game. And now, think about the fact that there are $200 controllers now. $200 controller. The PlayStation Edge controller is $200.
Dude, he lives with 4 roommates, so it's entirely possible.
There's an Epic Ultra Elite Xbox controller that is $200. That to me,
actually it's 180.
Even if it's optional, even if people don't have to buy it, I feel like it is a signal that the manufacturers of this stuff are just trying to essentially figure out what is the maximum amount you're willing to pay for a product. And I think they're finally learning that limit. But there's another part of this. There is an extreme RAM shortage, and there's about to be a lot more of it. Nvidia is reportedly planning to cut the production of its GeForce RTX 50 series. So this is obviously a graphics card. There has been a huge RAM shortage, and now there's a bunch of graphics card. Essentially what's happening is people are talking about the fact that there have been leaks that these AI companies are not just buying every piece of RAM, every graphics card, every scrap of raw tech in the world to put into their massive server farms to generate pictures of Mickey Mouse smoking weed and doing 9/11. The thing is that This is beyond that. We're getting to a point now where this is actually taking away from actual console manufacturing. A lot of people are talking about the fact that console prices are going to go up again next year because they're now having to bid against AI trillion-dollar companies. When PlayStation wants to make a bunch more consoles, they're no longer just bidding against other people trying to get those chips. They're competing against chip manufacturers that have trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars and government contracts and stuff. And I just don't think Sony's going to be able to do that without dramatically increasing the price, which people can already barely afford a freaking PlayStation 5. You can't afford it if it's going to be nearly $1,000. You're no longer allowed to enjoy building your own PC in the year 2025. But don't worry about it. Your sacrifice will allow AI data centers to replace you entirely. They'll even dry up your local water supply and poison it, double your electricity bill. A lot of people are talking about this. There's a lot of these AI factories are bad for local water supplies. A lot of people are just talking about the fact that it's why
for the local water supplies.
That everything is completely trying to bet everything on this. Like, everybody is basically saying, hey, let's make all games with AI. Let's make all consoles with AI. Let's make everything, right?
Yeah, I mean, AI is the thing propping up the U.S. economy right now. Otherwise, the stock market would be in a fucking free fall. It's just big companies shuffling money around to preserve, their, stock valuation. That's it.
Really considering the fact that what if nobody can afford the tech you make? I am concerned about this, I'll be honest. For selfish reasons. I have always played consoles, and I play way more PC gaming now, but I'm still in the spot where I like console gaming. I liked this all-in-one, easily accessible gaming experiences. I've seen people say that this is an effort to essentially push everybody into cloud gaming. That there won't be physical hardware soon. That everything is just going to be something streamed to your phone. There will no longer be an actual device you sit down in front of. And I'll be honest, I really don't want that. I really do not. That all digital future, hell no. Especially when it comes to the fact that not only will we not have discs, everything you have is just in like an iCloud account. Hell no. But seriously, what are your thoughts? Why do you think there is such a shortage of sales worldwide? Apparently, as bad as these numbers are in America, apparently they're even worse in Europe. Console gaming isn't dead because we ran out of games. It's dead because we ran out of money. Thanks so much for watching this. If you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And please keep dreaming. It's kind of weird to think about the fact that Sony admits that PlayStation is very much being held up by, or Sony is being very much held up by PlayStation. What happens when PlayStation stops selling? I think Sony just gets the axe.
Thanks so much for watching that video.
Sony gets the axe? I don't think that's going to happen, but why would Sony get the axe? Whatever. Oh, man. I mean, Sony will be a much, 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 much smaller company, but why would they close everything else down because PlayStation stopped selling? But, yeah. I don't know. Schizo Garcia with D5. Was gaming truly better in 2016? I feel like a lot of people... Oh, wait, a lot of the people that simped that year only do it because they were 12 before life gets shit as a teen. 2012 here, or not 2012, fuck. I'm thinking about when I was a teen. Let's see, 2016 game releases. Let's see what came. Already, yeah, it's a better year. Yeah. Let's see. You had Overwatch, which when that came out, it was really good. Uncharted 4, that's fine, I guess. Doom 2016, Battlefield 1, Titanfall 2, Final Fantasy 15, Stardew Valley, Forza Horizon 3, Pokemon Go came out, which that was a big deal. So, I mean, it's not like a terrible year at all. So, it's pretty good, honestly. There's some certified bangers. For sure. Hold on, here's the list of games. So let's see if I recognize any of these. The Witness, that was a really good game. Puzzle game. Let's see, February. Digimon Story, people like that. Anything else? Or Street Fighter 5, which I know that's a controversial release. The Attack on Titan game, that was actually pretty good. Fire Emblem Fates came out. Plants vs. Zombies Garden Warfare 2, that was a good game. Super Hot, that was actually a cool game. Stardew Valley, that's a good one. Mortal Kombat XL.
You're fucking poor!
Let's see, what else? Twilight Princess HD. The Division, that was decent at launch. Hitman. Oh my god, bro, Paragon, I forgot about that game. Let's see, Dark Souls 3, yeah, that was a good one. Dead or Alive Extreme 3. Banger, dude. Hyrule Warriors. Anything else? No. Next month was Quantum Break. Bro, I remember that game. The Ratchet and Clank reboot. Mirror's Edge Catalyst, that was good. And then, oh my god, bro, Battleborn. Brutal. That game did not last. Stellaris, Uncharted 4, Doom 2016, bro, Homefront the Revolution. We're not going to count that. Total Warhammer. Let's see. Anything else? Alright, I don't see anything there. July. Pokemon Go, which is arguably the biggest video game ever. Monster Hunter Generations. Let's see. Batman the Telltale series. I don't know if you'd want to count that. Deus Ex Mankind Divided. God Eater 2. The BioShock Remastered Trilogy, Recore. I remember that. Persona 5. That's big for the weebs. Warhammer 40k, Eternal Crusade. Cluster Truck came out that year. It's a pretty decent game. Origami. I know people like that. Mafia 3, not really a super big positive. Monster Hunter Stories. Gears of War 4, I forgot about that too. Shadow Warrior 2, that one was not as good as the first one. Chivalry. The Batman Remastered Trilogy, Battlefield 1. Civilization 6. Titanfall 2. Elder Scrolls Skyrim Special Edition. Modern Warfare Remastered. Infinite Warfare. Final Fantasy 15. The GOAT. Dishonored 2. That was good. Watch Dogs 2. Yeah, that was not good. Pokemon Sun and Moon, Killing Floor 2. Darksiders War Mastered Edition. And December, Dead Rising 4. Space Hulk Deathwing. Super Mario Run. And that is it. I mean, that's a pretty good year, honestly, man. That's a pretty good year. Like, all things considered, that's a pretty good year. No, I hated Watch Dogs 2 because it was woke garbage. I actually like Watch Dogs 1. I thought Watch Dogs 1 was pretty cool. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Overwatch 1, when it came out, was the greatest shooter ever. It was really good, bro. Like, I really enjoyed Overwatch when it originally released. Like, that was a genuinely fun game to play. Like, I thoroughly enjoyed Overwatch. So, it's a shame what happened to it. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Jesus, Overwatch was 9 years ago. So over. Yep, Overwatch came out right as I was about to head off to college. So... Yup. It's closer to 10 years old than 9 years old at this point. If you really want to date yourself. But 2016 was a very good year for gaming. Wasn't the greatest year of all time, like it was no 2011. But it definitely was good. I think there was a diverse enough lineup to say, like, yeah, 2016 was actually a good year. It's definitely something for everybody, you know? Alright, can this tab just crash? Or do I have to refresh it? What was 2011? Oh god, here we go. Here we go. Prepare for the greatest year ever in gaming. This shit's low-key depressing. Alright, man. So let's just see if we can find a whole list. Alright. Here we go. So first off, we have Little Big Planet 2, Mass Effect 2, Dead Space 2. I'm just gonna find the, you know, highlights here. So forgive me if I skip some. Bulletstorm, Killzone 3. I can't afford this shit. Dragon Age 2. Homefront, bruh. I actually had friends who liked that. Yakuza 4, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, the best game in the series. Crisis 2. Let's see. Those are all 3DS games. So that's when the 3DS released, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, you have the 3DS console released in there as well, so take that as you will. Let's see, nothing else there. Let's see. SOCOM 4. That was on PS3. Alright, we got Fable 3, LA Noire, Witcher 2, Hunted the Demon's Forge, which I will count because I like that game. Infamous 2, Red Faction Armageddon, Alice Madness Returns, Duke Nukem Forever, which I like. Sue me. Sonic and Sega All-Star Racing, Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time 3D, Fear 3. Let's see, what else? Nothing there. So then we got, what? Call of Juarez. That's actually a good game series. I do like those. Let's see, Catherine. The one Bleach game that existed up until recently. Yeah, Duke Nukem Forever again. This list is kind of shitty because it has like mobile games and stuff in it too. Resistance 3, Dead Island, which I will count. I do like Dead Island. It's so bad, it's good. God of War Origins Collection. What else do we have here? Gears of War 3, of course. One of the best games of all time. And then, let's see, nothing else there. Alright, this is where we should be getting into the big ones. So we got Forza Motorsport 4, which I actually played quite a bit of that. Batman Arkham City. Payday, which, you know. Ratchet and Clank All for One. Kirby Return to Dreamland. Battlefield 3. Infamous Festival of Blood, which was the DLC for Infamous 2. See, GoldenEye 007 Reloaded. Lord of the Rings War in the North. That was actually pretty good. Uncharted 3. I like that game a lot. Modern Warfare 3. LA Noire again. Let's see. Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim. Super Mario 3D Land. Assassin's Creed Revelations. Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary. Need for Speed The Run. Saints Row the Third. Minecraft, which that's a big fucking deal. Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword. Again, Batman Arkham City. Mario Kart 7. Fire Emblem, The Sacred Stones. But yeah, it was a stacked year, bro. Absolutely stacked. One of the best. Oh, I forgot Deus Ex Human Revolution. I just saw that skimming through. But yeah, I think Temple Run, I just saw it too. Did I? Maybe. Yeah, I did. There it is. Temple Run, bro. That was a huge deal when that came out. But yeah. But look how many games scored above a 90. You had Arkham City, Skyrim, Portal 2. I missed that. I didn't see that one. Portal 2 came out. Ocarina of Time 3D, Arkham City again, Mass Effect 2, Skyward Sword, Little Big Planet 2, Uncharted 3, Forza Motorsport, Gears 3, Deus Ex, Mario 3D Land. I mean, Dead Space 2. Like, it was a good year, bro. It was a very, very, very good year. Like, just Battlefield 3, Modern Warfare 3, Skyrim, Minecraft, and insert any other game like Arkham City or Portal 2, or take your pick. And that already puts it in, like, the top 5. Just with those alone. Skyrim, Minecraft, and what else did I say? Gears of War 3. Like, we're talking about some of the best games of all time. So, some of the best games of all time released that year.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Trying to think. I think I was in 7th grade or 8th grade. I'm trying to think. So if I graduated in 2016... Yeah, I would have been in 7th and 8th grade. So, yep. Great times, man. Oh, shit. Did I miss Dark Souls as well? Fuck, man. So, yeah, okay. All you have to do is take Minecraft, Skyrim, and Dark Souls. Those 3 games. Those 3 fucking games, man, equal probably the best, like, I would say, collection of influential titles. Period. Like, you're talking about 3 games that basically dominated the industry for, what, the next decade plus? So, for 15 plus years, Skyrim, Minecraft, and Dark Souls have been more relevant than ever. Year over year. So, I would put 2011 up against pretty much any other year. You have like such a diverse lineup of games. Not only that, but just amazing games in general. So, that truly was the peak. Truly the peak. But Ragnarok and Elden Ring, dude, I know, man. Truly the pinnacle of gaming. Let's see. Flash Gordon Rocks of the 2. Watch game. Yeah, we can check it out. Schizo Garcia with the 5. No Road for old Overwatch fans. All they gave us was shitty Sombra skin When 2 came out, only game I had an animated rank in. R.I.P. Overwatch. Yeah, it is sad, man. Overwatch really was something special when it first came out, but they were just determined to fucking nosedive it. It's crazy. That was one of those perfect examples of, like, the political vibe shift. Because Blizzard was so fucking hell-bent on proving how not right-wing they were, that they literally tanked their own franchise in response to The Dawn being popular. Kind of sad. And Schizo Garcia with the 2. Did anyone else play Pixel Gun 3D? Best phone game. I did not. I have not heard of that. I didn't do much mobile gaming, to be completely honest. I never really had games on my phone. I still don't to this day. And Schizo Garcia with the 2. Arkham City was just as influential too. I wouldn't say to the same degree as like Dark Souls or Minecraft, but for what it was, yeah. An even star with the 5. Since Chad enjoys Final Fantasy VII Remake, see Maximillian Dude video. If true, Square Enix will follow the Capcom Nintendo release strategy. Okay, yeah, we can take a look. But yeah, just think about it, man. A year where you got Arkham City, Portal 2, Skyrim, Skyward Sword, Uncharted 3, Killzone 3, Resistance 3, Gears of War 3, Modern Warfare 3, Battlefield 3, Dead Space 2, Portal 2. I mean, just I can't. Mass Effect 2, like Little Big Planet 2, like just so many fucking good games, man. So many good games. Assassin's Creed Revelations. I mean, like, just fire. Constant fucking fire. Yep, Dark Souls, Minecraft. I mean, it's just like, I can't stress enough how good of a year 2011 was, man. If you were a fan of gaming, it was like the best year, period. It was so awesome. It was awesome. You had something to look forward to pretty much every other week. Like, it was at a point where you had to, like, I remember, because, you know, Battlefield 3, Modern Warfare 3, Gears of War 3, and Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary all came out within like a month or two of each other. So imagine having that many amazing like multiplayer games to choose from, man. Like, you had a like peak Battlefield, peak Call of Duty, peak Gears of War, and you had you know, Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary as well in the mix. Like, that's just insane. I remember, like, we used to just, like, swap back and forth between games constantly. Like, among my friends. We used to just swap, like, from, you know, Gears of War 3 to Battlefield to Call of Duty to Halo to, you know, Borderlands 2. Like, it was just a great time, man. The 360 generation was so good. And so many great games. Truly a tragedy what's happened. Let's see. Neonverse animations with the 2. I still think this 2018 was the last good year. What came out in 2018? Who is the video by? Who is the video by?
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. So Black Ops 4, Spider-Man, Red Dead 2, Smash Ultimate, Far Cry 5, God of War, Monster Hunter World, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Spyro Reignited, Dragon Ball Fighter Z. Let's see. Oh, Fortnite came out. PUBG. So this was the beginning of the Battle Royale Slop Fest. Let's see. What else? I mean, that's not terrible. Mario Odyssey. Wait, that wouldn't be 2018. Oh, that's best-selling games. Never mind. But yeah, that's definitely not a bad year. I'm guessing they changed the title of the video because I don't see it. Oh wait, no, that's it. Okay.
I can't afford this shit!
An hour? I don't know if we're gonna watch this whole thing. I don't really care that much. We'll at least watch the intro section.
So look, quote-unquote woke games, as certain people would call them, don't actually exist. In fact, the people who use that kind of terminology in this day and age tend to be some of the worst people imaginable. Pronouns! Much like a lot of slang that's been co-opted by groups of people who have no idea how to use it and thus create new bastardized meanings, the term woke was coined by black Americans. Dating as far back
Yeah, we was the creators of the English language.
as the 1930s, the term was first used by American folk and blues singer Leadbelly when he was interviewed about a song he wrote called the Scottsboro Boys.
I made this little song about down there, so I advise everybody to be a little careful when they go along through that, but stay woke, keep your eyes open.
The song was based on a story about 9 black teens falsely accused of rape by an all-white jury. The song was intended to inform black people of the injustices around them and to keep an eye out. Woke was cultural shorthand, a reminder within black communities to stay awake to systemic racism, oppression, and injustice. It wasn't a weapon, and it was most certainly not some kind of dog whistle. It was something most white Americans can't even begin to fathom. It was survival, and that's what people don't get. Much like how cancel culture or political correctness were twisted beyond recognition, woke was slowly hijacked and rebranded by people who neither understood its roots nor cared to. Emphasis must be placed on nor cared to. That's how we got to the point where people who have never had to stay awake a day in their lives think they're experts on the word. I say that because for anyone here who came to this video with intolerance already in their heart, I have a question. Can you even remember why and how woke got put into the mainstream? Well, see, this rebrand didn't happen overnight. It took a perfect storm. Social media, outrage culture, and
how woke got put into the mainstream? Basically, it was used by fucking leftists to say you need to stay woke in order to not offend people, essentially. So the reason why woke became synonymous with SJW shit is because they are the ones who co-opted it to act like, you know, they were the ones minding the people's, you know, microaggressions and sensitivities. So to not be inadvertently racist or sexist, for example, you had to stay woke to that in order to not offend people. And that's the reason why it's associated with leftist shit, is because leftists started using it, unironically.
White American and scum for colliding all at once. Woke, as white America knows it, became part of the cultural zeitgeist around 2014. If we dig a bit deeper, we can see that 2014 was the same year Michael Brown and Tamir Rice were killed by Timothy Lehman and Darren Wilson.
The reaction to the decision not to charge Officer Darren Wilson was almost immediate violence.
Based.
By some in the crowd that assembled outside the Ferguson Police Department.
Cleveland officials are appealing for
He ain't do nothing.
Calm today
I
after a
remember
grand
this
jury
shit.
decided not to indict 2 police officers in the killing of a
When Barack tried to start a race war.
12-year-old boy in a playground.
Protesters marched in Cleveland on Monday night, hours after county prosecutors announced the grand jury's decision.
Those moments didn't just spark protests, they woke people up. It was a warning to stay aware of police brutality, media bias, and injustice system that have never been for black people. It trended because black activists were warning each other that ignorance could cost lives. These were the original social conditions in which white America first noticed the word, and once they noticed it, they paved the way for certain people years later to do what they always do. They mocked it.
It's kind of annoying that we have to put up with feminism and wokeness. You can't just get a normal game. That sounds like I'm saying the same thing over and over, but it really is the truth. Screw these miserable people.
They diluted it.
Woke is the forced inorganic inclusion of certain token minorities and groups in order to score DEI and ESG points.
And then they weaponized it.
Yeah,
that's what DEI does. It promotes prejudice.
Dude, all woke means is just leftist. That's it. It's a fucking synonym for being leftist bullshit. That's it, because leftists are the ones who started using the term woke in the first place. It's literally a fucking mockery of leftist ideologies. Of, you know, minding your fucking privilege and shit like that. So, you know, they're the ones that originally co-opted it, and now the word woke is associated with leftist bullshit because they're the ones that fucking threw it around constantly.
They want people to look at someone of different race and have prejudices of that person.
I think that if Elon Musk did Nazi salutes every single day, they still wouldn't radicalize as many people as stuff like this does.
Are you dumb? See, this is the pipeline. Mock the struggle, redefine it, and then sell fear about it. That's how we went from stay awake to you're ruining video games. Understand this. Woke was never the enemy. The only people threatened by awareness are the ones who benefit from everyone else staying asleep. And that brings us to video games. A new battlefield for the same intolerant fear. The fear of a black woman featured prominently.
This is the best you got. This is the best you can do. Neil Druckmann's tried to make characters as unattractive as possible.
You know. Facts.
Oh, this motherfucker look like low-key? Look!
The fear of a black man given the status.
Oh, she cuz he don't look like the Beavis and Butthead. Who the fuck cares? Like, why does it matter if he's ugly? Can an ugly person not call someone else ugly? You'd think he'd be an expert in the matter, right?
Of samurai and having hundreds of gamers cry about historical accuracy in a franchise that had you fighting the Pope.
Yasuke wasn't a samurai. He was a retainer who allegedly used a katana once or twice. Others are claiming that Yasuke was never a samurai.
He was a slave and then was equivalent to a fucking golf caddy.
But a documented retainer. So who is Yasuke? And was he a samurai? For those who don't know, Yasuke was a real historical figure and a samurai. In English, retainer is what Yasuke is often translated to be depicted as. However, in Japanese history, this is what is written.
とりあえず辞書を引いとく。安家の位に関する記述って残っていなくて、胡椒あるいは武士のどちらかだと思われてるんですよね。どっちも侍で。
The fear of a woman with peach fuzz.
You know, sometimes I worry I'm being too sensitive about things, and then I remember that at least I'm not the person who got upset about Aloy from the Horizon games having completely normal body hair like every single mammal does. It's completely normal for mammals to be covered in hair, with the exception of like a few.
Yeah, that wasn't the problem with Aloy, is the fucking peach fuzz. The problem with Aloy is she's ugly.
Places like on humans, we don't have it on the palms of our hands. On things like whales.
All they had to do was pay the chick from fucking Game of Thrones to be the face model, and nobody would have bitched.
And elephants is a little bit more sparse. But the point is all mammals have hair covering our bodies. It's completely normal. This isn't a beard. This isn't part of some agenda. This is just a normal animal thing to have. Like this person, tell me you've never actually been next to a human being without telling me you've never actually been next to a human being. I find it quite funny.
And the fear of the existence of pronouns in a game where customization is literally a feature from a company that has let you customize your character since the first game. And you know, before we move on to the next section, I just have to say, none of this is really about video.
Selecting pronouns are not the same thing as customizing a character, and that's a disingenuous fucking point to make. Because in the past, when you customized your character, you picked male or female. Now you pick body type 1, 2, 3, or 4, and then you have to specify your fucking pronouns. In the past, you picked male or female, and the game automatically decided on your pronouns. So, nice fucking straw man, buddy.
Games. It's about control for these people. When people say they're forcing diversity or...
It's about control? Oy vey, man.
This is woke. What they actually mean is, I'm not used to sharing space. Keep my politics and worldviews unchallenged. And or, please don't make me think about the world outside my own comfort zone. Their outrage is a symptom of privilege being mistaken for normalcy. See, when you've been centered all of your life...
Privilege. Dude, there's not a more privileged class of society than blacks today.
Equality feels like oppression.
There's not one group of people in this country that are more privileged than black people. Period. They can do, say, and get away with anything, and they get paid to do so.
And a symptom of oppression is fear. See, these fears might feel new, but they're really not. Not really. And with that being said, we have to realize something. Gaming has always been woke. So most of my subscribers are men aged from 18 to 34, meaning like some Gen Z and some millennials. Personally, I was born in 98, and some people would deem me as a zillennial. Whether or not you give weight to that phrase, at best, I grew up with some of the same games and franchises as some of my older subscribers. And at worst, I have at least passing knowledge of some of the ones that are a bit too old for me. With that being said, it literally took a couple of Google searches to see how video games always held some sort of mirror up to society. How it was always a medium that reflected and or critiqued the world at large. Now, I won't posture and pretend like I was a snot-nosed
Games were always woke. Yeah, no shit, retard. There's a thing called subtlety.
greasy kid. I knew about
the political and economic state of the world right now.
I want to break this section up into mini sections using some points from a certain woke gaming list that we'll touch on later. But for now, I'll say this. There's this list that some of the worst people imaginable made.
Yes, we know he's black because he's talking about the fucking, you know, whatever. I don't even remember their names. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Those 2014, you know, we didn't do nothing shootings. So, yeah.
That lists games and tells them which game is woke and why they consider it woke. Now, at first glance, it was the usual examples they give, but trust me, this list gets pretty fucking egregious. But for now, we'll focus on some points that are more commonly touched on. First off, we have the presence of minority leads, aka... And look, this encompasses more than the presence of black people in video games. Hell, but you and I would both be idiots to ignore how rageful some white gamers become when black people dare to just exist. Can anyone say Yasuke? Anyway, let's go back to 2004. Rockstar releases one of the best Grand Theft Auto games. Hell, maybe even one of the best games of that era. That being Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.
Not one of the best games of that era.
Shit, here we go again.
So from this list, we touch on minority leads. So I'm not going to dive deep into this whole game, but I'm going to dive into the opening scene of this game.
Let's see. Chazrick Thomas with the 2. What's storage size and brand of RAM? I don't. It's 64, but I have no idea what brand it is. No clue. Let's see. No, I can't read it. I can't see it on the side, so I'm not sure.
Which I'm sure you've all seen at least once, assuming you even had a passing interest in Grand Theft Auto. After a call from his brother saying that their mom is dead, our main guy, Carl Johnson, is seen heading back to his old stomping grounds. After being in Liberty City for 5 years, almost immediately arriving, he, a black man, is harassed by the police, met with guns, and the death of his...
Let's skip to the
But now, let's talk about some gay... So I'm almost certain my first real introduction to pro-LGBTQ themes in gaming was the same game that most people would cite, and that would be the Sims franchise. Now I first got my introduction to The Sims with Sims 2 on the PS2, but even back in the first game, it was indeed possible to be a member of the Rainbow Gang. Literally, I can't find any backlash about people disliking the LGBTQ aspects of this game, and honestly...
You don't know what RAM you have? Why would I?
I'm willing to bet that a good amount...
It's just 64 gigs of RAM. I have no fucking clue what brand it is.
Right-wing homophobes played some version of The Sims growing up, and probably kissed the dude as a guy themselves, just to...
What?
Of the Rainbow Gang. Literally, I can't find any backlash about people disliking the LGBTQ aspects of this game, and honestly, I'm willing to bet that a good amount of right-wing homophobes played some version of The Sims growing up, and probably...
Dude, men do not play The Sims. You are a homosexual if you played the fucking Sims, because the only people that play The Sims are fucking gays and women. Men do not play the fucking Sims, and they sure as shit don't kiss men to see what it's like. Like, dude, this is like the biggest self-own out there. Like, what the fuck? I don't know a single guy that played the fucking Sims.
Kiss the dude as a guy themselves, just to, you know, see if they could, right? See, this was such a non-issue, and this was just seen as a normal and keyword optional part of the game. Flirting, kissing, woohooing and the same sex was integrated flawlessly, and it just worked. And you know, there's not much to say about it here. It was in the game, and... But you may be saying, but June, real gamers don't play The Sims. That's a female game, right? And I tell you to shut the fuck up, because that doesn't make any sense. But I'd also bring
up
another game lauded by about 95% of gamers, that being Rockstar's Bully. Now, Bully is a game near and dear to
I don't fucking care about this game.
Many people's hearts for a myriad of reasons. To the music, the atmosphere of the school, to the memorable characters, Bully is considered a cult classic to many gamers. But there's a core mechanic in the game that lets you, as Jimmy, the main character, kiss other boys. And you know what? Good for bro. But no, this was again such a non-issue, and I'm willing to bet—
It's gay!
Two things. One, gamers didn't even know this mechanic was in the game because it was optional and not required. And two, nobody back then really gave a f. So why is it that now these f***s get up in arms about it? Because I'm willing to bet that if Bully 2 did see the light of day, and then this happened to highlight the fact that Jimmy was in fact bisexual or bisexual coded, the yellow teeth, goon cave having hydrophobic troglodytes would say, oh no, they made it woke, as if Jimmy wasn't already widely considered to be bisexual. I think the dissonance happens because Jimmy doesn't wear sexuality on his sleeve. And just to shut this argument down, because I know it's coming, wearing your sexuality on your sleeve isn't a bad thing. Finding joy and identity in an aspect of yourself that gets demonized is a braver act than any homophobe could ever muster up. But anyway, Jimmy is a bisexual icon, and no amount of coping can erase that. Plus, I'm sure Jimmy would just beat your ass if you said something negative about it anyway. My point being, nobody gave a f. But now we move over to a game that took over my life in freshman year and made my grades plummet. That being Mass Effect. This one is a bit similar in how they portray LGBTQ relations in that, like The Sims, it's sort of a this is optional implementation. Literally, if you weren't gay or a lesbian or whatever, you would probably never find out about the gayness of this game. Which makes me wonder, apart from the internet, how exactly do these guys know that's even in the game? My point being, I don't think anyone gives a
How do you know it's in the game? There's a fucking heart icon next to the fucking... Oh my god, dude. Jeez. It literally tells you.
That you get f***ed on the Normandy and make Joker's job as a pilot even harder. But no, with all that being said, I want to point to the Asari as well. See, the Asari are a race that presents like a female human. They're monogendered, and some of their speech patterns reflect that.
My species is monogendered. Male and female have no real meaning for us. We still require a
Yeah, they're women.
partner to reproduce. This second parent, however, may be of any species and any gender.
The Asari represent a weird dissonance between some gamers. See, for all intents and purposes, the Asari are pretty sexy. They are in fact sexualized in a very cisgendered heterosexual way.
Young males have an unhealthy obsession with my species.
And I think that alone protected any potential backlash they might have gotten back then. So I think if this game came out now, like not just the remastered packs, but if Mass Effect as a whole came out now in the present day, one of two things would happen. The anti-woke crowd would
No. If Mass Effect came out now in the modern day, it would not even be remotely as well written as it is. That's the difference. Again, everyone acknowledges the fact that games have always been left-leaning and woke. Nobody's disputing that fact. The difference is the fucking subtlety is gone. They have replaced intelligent, well-written, storylines with just shove it down your throat, over the top, retarded levels of propaganda and fucking gaslighting. So, yeah, no, it's... The subtlety is gone. The actual talented writers are gone. You don't like the characters organically anymore because they're just fucking awful. All the talent in the industry has dried up.
either love the Asari and say cringe like, ha, take that libtards, games are sexy again, or they call it woke for making them all women and say things like go woke, go broke, or they're trying to push an agenda here, and the most heinous of them would make these mods to make every one of them
Yeah, Mass Effect, what was it called? Andromeda? Yeah, it was pretty shit.
male for some reason. Much like how they modded Will from Baldur's Gate to be white, and that's
I like the multiplayer though.
whole other issue I don't even want to touch upon because that's weird. People acted as if his race had anything to do with his character as a whole, which is just insane. But side note, right? You can have a 6-foot-tall dragon man in your game, but not a black person. That to me is the most fragile shit I've ever heard of. Sure, the left can be a bunch of babies sometimes, but we're crying over human rights and representation and inclusion in our favorite pieces of media. You're crying about an optional same-sex scene in games.
Shut the fuck up! Shut up!
But no, the Asari are actually a pretty good segue into the
What did that say?
Yeah, you're crying about an optional same-sex scene in games.
Shut the fuck up!
I've always felt like if homosexuality really does bother you, you're probably a bit more fruity than you're willing to let yourself feel. That is factually incorrect. Straight men have the same reaction to seeing two men kiss as they do to seeing maggots in their food. It's already been studied. The straighter you are, the more repulsed by homosexuality you are. Period. The only ones who don't mind it are the ones who are a little fruity themselves.
But no, the Asari are actually a pretty good segue into the next section. The Asari, while probably not meaning to be, can be read as trans-inclusive, or even as a metaphor for gender fluidity. And while not a perfect one-to-one comparison, it still seeks to challenge our view of how one can present themselves to the world. One of the earliest instances of a trans woman being in video games, to my knowledge, would have to have been Poison from the Street Fighter franchise. Now, Poison is an interesting character, and that although she is canonically trans, the origins of her being trans is a bit problematic. The original idea of Poison was to make female enemies for the Final Fight series, but the staff became worried in production that because the game is built around beating up enemies, that feminist groups would sue the company for the game encouraging the player to beat up women. So, as a weird safety measure, they explicitly stated that Poison was transgender in the game's manual, as a way to sidestep that issue. Now, like I said, f***ing yikes, but now, according to the devs, her gender is left up to interpretation, so I guess you could say she is a biological woman. However, in the modern day, Poison is mostly recognized by fans as a transgender woman. Now, this was back in the 1980s, so the political climate regarding trans people was pretty abhorrent. And the reason they made her trans is obviously disgusting, but in the modern day, Poison is a relic of a time they didn't understand people like her. But again, now she's mostly seen as a transgender woman. Now, I'm not trans myself, so I don't want to become some authority on trans people or be some kind of spokesperson of how the community feels about Poison as a whole, especially given her origins. So please feel free to comment on your feelings about her and how you view her if you are part of that community.
See, I feel validated never playing any of these fighting games.
Hey, for all the people here in bad faith, look at Poison really quick.
Can't start a show without a star.
I'm gonna come.
You telling me you're not cracking that? Insane. Anyway, I want to talk about a series that's still pretty close to my heart, that being the Saints Row series. So I know people mostly played Saints Row 2 for their first introduction into the series, and it's actually a pretty decent starting off point, so I can't talk about it.
Oh god, bro, are we really doing this? A parody game is your example?
But anyway, this is more of a technical point more than anything, and one that I think is more of a headcanon example, but still, I think it holds up. See, if this game came out today, the anti-woke mob would be fucking livid. You see, in Saints Row 1, you're locked into being a man. There's no option to be a woman at the start of this game. But we fast forward to Saints Row 2, and you're suddenly given the option to become a woman. Now look, this could be chopped up to being use of better hardware and tech, but still, you are canonically the same male character as you were in the first game. And any game after 2 still lets you have that option. Nobody.
Really? This is his argument because they added character customization options? You're a fucking oh my god, bro.
And I mean, nobody gave a damn about this feature, either out of ignorance for the first game or because we're all too busy smacking people with purple dildos in the second game. Like I said, if this game came out today, oh fucking boy. In reality, the gender/sex change option was such a non-issue. It was, again, optional. These people really hate inclusion. But anyway, I want to speak about a game that I've loved last year because there's genuinely nothing like it at the moment. That game being Baldur's Gate 3. There isn't much to talk about here, but on that list,
trash.
They said that Baldur's Gate 3, because of the option of body type instead of gender, like male or female, it's woke. Now listen, Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the best games I've ever played, and I dare say
I'm sorry for you.
That even if you can't get a D&D session going in real life, this game is the next best thing. Now, as we all know, Baldur's Gate 3 is based on...
I genuinely feel bad for people who say Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the best games they ever played. Dude, every time I see actual gameplay of this game, it looks like the most boring dog shit to ever exist.
Mortal D&D, where you have elves and tieflings and dwarves and gnomes and etc. etc. D&D is literally the ultimate power fantasy. The name of the game here is customization and imagination. So why is it so off-putting to people that some people wouldn't go by male or female pronouns? And even then, nobody's stopping you from using your preferred body type and pronouns.
What's your name, age, pronouns?
I'm a man, and my name is Kona. There is no pronouns. Screw your pronouns.
So you don't use pronouns at all?
My pronouns is a man that doesn't respect you.
Okay, so do you use pronouns, yes or no?
Hell no.
Okay, so this is what I want you to do. For the rest of this stream, I will accept that you don't use pronouns, okay? I got it, 100%. If you use a pronoun, okay? If you use a pronoun, you will hear this sound. And what topic?
Oh my god. This is such a fucking leftist cope. Like, you used a pronoun, so obviously you're okay with a man pretending to be a woman. I'm so smart. Holy shit, bro. I hate shit libs, honestly. This fucking 800 IQ astronaut really thinks he's doing something.
Did you want to debate about?
You know what? Let's go with yeah, let's go with
careful there, careful there. You said the word you as a pronoun. So just remember you don't use pronouns.
You
okay?
is not a f***ing pronoun, bro.
Sorry, you just used the word you again?
Is not a pronoun.
Used it again?
Is not a pronoun.
Kona, can you see the stream?
No.
Great. So I'll just do this for everybody who's
Please
watching
tell me
on
how
YouTube.
Is you a pronoun?
I'll just do this for everybody watching on
on
YouTube. Now there are a couple types of pronouns. There are subject pronouns, object pronouns, possessive adjectives, possessive pronouns, and reflexive pronouns. You would be a
I'm so smart.
People that think they can become a bucket. I wanted to become Superman when I was younger, but I grew out of that.
You would be a subject pronoun, Kona. I don't know if you know this.
Dude, this is an 800 IQ, lawyer, doctor, space astronaut, bro. Like, honestly. This guy's repairing rockets in his free time in between doing brain transplants and also arguing cases in front of the Galactic Supreme Court.
But if you don't, it's okay.
Dude, your pronouns don't exist.
Careful.
You're a man or
careful,
a woman.
Careful.
You're a man or a woman.
Ooh, that's another one. Careful.
That's it.
Careful. Careful.
You're
that's
a man
pronoun.
or a woman.
Oh,
No,
there you go. Careful again. Oh, you is another pronoun, Kona. Be careful. You is another pronoun.
Not only do you feel decentered and like the spotlight was taken off of you, you want others to not feel included. The thing is, you're still included, you're just not the focus anymore. And ultimately, that's a good thing. White, straight, cis defaultism makes no real sense when a good amount of people who play video games simply aren't that. At some point, it's not woke to include these options. It's simply a good business move. That's why when you say shit like, go woke, go broke, it just comes off as a dog whistle to signify how much of a shit person you truly are. If you were so concerned about your favorite IP
cope
going broke, you'd see how inclusion is ultimately a good thing for sales. Something isn't bad simply because your identity isn't the main one reflected. If you missed out on a good game like Baldur's Gate 3 simply because it includes the options of body types and pronouns, I genuinely feel sorry for you. Again, there isn't much
the game's shit
to say about it. It's just a silly reason not to play a video game. But with all that being said, I want to ask a serious question to the people who unironically use the word woke, especially when it comes to inclusion of women in media, and in this case, video games. How can you be attracted to women in real life but hate the idea that a woman takes an important and or essential role in any given piece of media? For a group of
Oh, what the fuck kind of false equivalency is that, dude? Holy shit. What type of fucking false equivalency is that shit? Obviously, you don't like women if you don't watch The Real Housewives of New York City because it's all women in the TV show. What type of retarded ass fucking argument is... Like, again, these shit libs are just fucking dumb, bro. They're dumb. It's all false equivalencies and, you know, deliberate misunderstandings of the actual point.
Mostly men who value traditional American ideologies, that of which focus on heterosexuality, getting pissed at the presence of women and them having central roles seems sort of gay. And it's funny because I know all of
yeah, dude, it's so fucking gay. Alright, I'm done. That's enough of this guy. Jesus Christ, bro. It's all so tiresome, man. Truly. Yeah, you're gay, dude, if you don't want to have a, you know, video game with a heckin' wholesome Quirk Chungus Redditor, you know, femboss as the main character. You know, if you don't love the main character of Forspoken, obviously you just love cocking your ass, bro. What can I say? Not a fan of Atsu from Ghost of Yaoi? Well, guess you're a...
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
This one, I guess?
Let's go!
Okay, there we go.
And I'm betting on red, and this shit hit green. Most of us and many others were anticipating that a Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 reveal was going to happen at the Game Awards.
I didn't think so, but it is what it is.
And it just didn't. I kind of want to investigate a little...
This is what I think, personally. They're saving it for the 30th anniversary. So they're going to have, like, the whole rollout of, like, the 30th anniversary plans. They'll probably reveal it probably close to the end of the year in 2026. And my guess is maybe they'll have it at the Game Awards next year. But my instinct is it's going to be Tokyo Game Show. Because, you know, Japan, Final Fantasy, it's a bigger deal over there. So, Final Fantasy, I think 16 and Rebirth are the two best-selling games on the PS5 in Japan, I believe. At least they were when they released. I don't know if that's still the case or not.
But why that is, why it just didn't end up making it there, but also telling the situation that Square is currently in is leading into evidence of like why they might not have done that. And if we look back to some of the previous marketing campaigns and how they were handled for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Part 1, to get a bit of understanding like what Square could be doing differently.
They were really bad. Square Enix has terrible marketing
in this situation and why they would be doing it differently. So the big one, there was recently some Square Enix big financial changes. It's no secret that Square is in a very weird spot right now, not at the direct fault of like FF16 or FF14 or Final Fantasy VII. It's pretty much completely unrelated to that spot. But Square's in like a weird area right now where they've laid off a ton of people multiple times throughout the company. A lot of people that work in the
Square Enix is doing quantity over quality. And on top of that, they don't know how to market shit to save their fucking life.
American divisions, a lot of people that work in the EU divisions. And the reason behind it is that Square is effectively in a restructuring where they kind of have to go through a big management shift in the way that they operate and make games. Why is that? Well, over the past like many years, there was just a lot of projects that did not hit. They invested a whole bunch of money into a whole bunch of different areas, and then even CEOs were leaning in and they're like, well, let's do NFTs and stuff, and that clearly didn't work out, and that previous NFT guy is now gone. The new dude is kind of approaching this in the same way that they're looking at what Capcom did. Capcom had a direct focus on their big IPs and had a commitment to their big IPs right around the Resident Evil 7 to Monster Hunter World releases, right around 2017 to 2018. 2018, 2019 is where it really started hitting, right? But it took them a few years. It took Capcom like literally 3 to 4 years of not doing so great for them to effectively get to a point where they're doing okay. At the moment, it seems like Square kind of needs to do the same thing. The bombing of like the Avengers game, the separation from that side of their company, all just was a lot of stuff that all happened in a very similar time frame. And then a lot of weird games would come out at the same time where they're just trying to like do everything.
Why don't I help Square Enix? Because 1, I don't live in Japan, and 2, Japanese companies don't hire Westerners for that type of shit.
But nothing is directly related to the stuff that people were wanting. So now they got to...
If the offer was open, I would absolutely do it in a heartbeat. I would pack my bags, head to the great country of Nippon, and, you know, restructure the Square Enix marketing department. I mean, the fact that Final Fantasy XIV doesn't have cross-promotion with new game releases, to me, is just, like, wild. But... Or the fact that, you know, when you buy Final Fantasy VII Intergrade on the Switch, you get a pack of Magic the Gathering cards, but not a pack of Square Enix's own trading card game. I don't know who the fuck thought that was a good idea, but they should be fucking fired. Why are you promoting a collaboration with a card game that you don't own when you could have put a pack of cards from your own trading card game that you do own, that most people don't even know fucking exists, because you don't advertise it, and you don't do anything to promote it to the actual game, you know, audience. It's, like, wild to me. Right there, you could probably make a couple tens of millions of dollars in additional, you know, what do you call that, merchandise revenue, I guess.
CEO that it's kind of like, so we need to focus on our IPs, right? We gotta, like...
Dude, Magic the Gathering is not popular anymore. Magic the Gathering is dying. If anything, Magic probably paid Square Enix to put the cards in there. But long term, it's going to do more harm than good by not putting their own cards in there. So, Magic is dying.
Invest and make sure our IPs are hitting, and they're meeting the demands, and they're actually hitting in a way that makes fucking sense, instead of just weird spin-offs all over the place, which, yeah, this is sound. This all makes sense. Granted, the recent CEO is a dude that is, like, trying to save money in every single way possible, so he's, like, you know, aggressively pitching a lot of, like, generative AI and all that kind of stuff. It's not the best scenario. That being said, we kind of get a...
Like, how cool would it be if instead of a Final Fantasy Magic pack, you got this in your, copy? Like, this is what they should have inside, bro. It's like a no-brainer. Why this is not included. Like, you open up your case, and there you go. You got your Aerith pack. Wow. Why the fuck is that not bundled with it? Instead, they give you a Magic the Gathering pack. Like, it makes no sense. It makes no fucking sense. And then everybody who buys the game will go like, oh, I didn't know there was a Final Fantasy TCG. Because I can't tell you how many people, when I used to show off my cards on fucking stream, were like, I never even knew they had that. It's like, yeah, most people fucking don't, because Square Enix doesn't fucking market. They're terrible at getting the word out for shit. So you multiply that across their entire business, and it's like, dude, you could do so many small things to cross-promote that would immediately have a net positive impact, but it is what it is, man.
A painted picture of what...
I am not Japanese, so therefore they do not value my opinion.
Square Enix is going through, where they are as a company right now. They're not hemorrhaging cash. In fact, if you look at Square and their net profits and returns, like, no kidding, they're not on a constant upwards trend. In fact, even compared to, like, 2020 and before, no joke, like, they're doing so much better than they were, like, 4 to 5 years ago, like 5 to 6 years ago, especially, like, bro, like, if you look at all the graphs, like, there's this, like, trend every once in a while in the 2010s and shit, and then right around 2020, it's like, boom, and it hasn't been a constant keep booming. It's been, and they, like, sort of, like, evened out, but they're still doing way better than they were, like, 5, 6, 7 years ago, you know? The problem with all business is that number only go up. Gotta make people happy. Gotta appease shareholders. Number only go up. Shareholders not happy. Oh, I did it again.
If I had $3 billion, I'd buy Square Enix in a heartbeat. Although I don't know what their market cap is at right now, but yeah, if I had the money, I would buy it easily.
No. Anyway, with all that out of the way, they're at a part right now where they're like having to find a way to appease these shareholders and make people happy, or make them happy, not directly people. Has this had a direct impact on the development of some games? It has. But is it the games that are obviously the ones that would be getting the lion's end of all the budget? No, they're straight up. Like, if you have Final Fantasy in the title, you're good, dude. like, if you have, like, Nier in the title, you're likely good. Actually, they recently talked about some stuff. If you have Dragon Quest in the title, if you're one of, like, the straight up, like, main flagship Square Enix games, most likely unaffected budgetarily by a lot of this stuff. You're actually already there. That's the stuff that they want to focus on. It's all the weird.
It kind of just hurts me every time I see Rebirth footage of Cloud with a different sword. Like, I refuse to fucking have any other sword on Cloud other than the Buster sword.
Shit, like the foam stars in the Quiet Place.
I don't care if it's not as good. Like, it just, nah. visually speaking, he has to have the Buster Sword.
Masters of this and that, a lot of their mobile division, like that kind of stuff, like many of those things are going to be compromised in some way in the next like few years. Yeah, Octopath is generally good. It's like an established IP. They're just good with it.
Yeah,
You know?
it like ruins all the cutscenes if he doesn't have the Buster Sword.
That makes them money. So how does that relate to Final Fantasy VII? We recently found out that the Game Awards is getting viewership that eclipses the Super Bowl, my dude. Like, there's more people watching.
Especially when you are, you know, I guess, previous player of Crisis Core. It's like, damn, man, the Buster Sword should be the best sword in the game. But especially when you know the lore behind it, dude.
The Game Awards on a global level than even like the biggest media event we have in the entirety of the United States. It's a worldwide phenomenon. Things ain't cheap. They're likely very expensive. When you get primetime space that is like a 60-second to 2 minutes, a 3-minute ad, it's like there's more reveals that these things can cost upwards of like $1 million, which in comparison to even the Super Bowl is cheap. Like even in comparison to like a 30-second spot at the Super Bowl, that's also very cheap, you know? It's actually shockingly cheap compared to the Super Bowl. There was actually 0 Square Enix present at all in any advertisement form in any way at the Game Awards this year. That was the same thing for even Nintendo to a degree. In fact, Nintendo worked with Square Enix on one specific ad that was tied to Nintendo Switch 2, but it was a general Nintendo Switch 2 has games, please pay attention. And it was like kind of a very small thing. So it was effectively a no-show. Like a no-show, almost a no-show for anything new from Nintendo, a no-show for anything new from Square. Nintendo, it makes sense, they don't need it. But Square Enix is a bit different. I think Square Enix stepped out for obvious reasons. They probably don't want to rely on big events like this to spread this around. Even though there's a shit ton of history of Jeff working directly with Final Fantasy VII as well as other Square Enix properties to promote them at the Game Awards and Summer Games Fest. So where does that lead to us in 2026? Is this game even coming out in a little over a year from now? Because that's the big prediction. The big prediction is that we're going to get a release date that sort of lines up with the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy VII, which is late January 2027. And I think that's still going to happen. I personally do. We're sort of out here guesstimating this entire situation based on how the devs are talking and what we expect to be the next big event, which is clearly a 30th.
It better come out in 2027, bro.
Anniversary. It makes the most logical sense. And even the devs have said,
if it doesn't, then we better get 4 parts. Or I guess, you know, if they have to, this is the way I look at it, is if they have to split it up into 4 parts in order to get the next part out in 2027, I'm okay with that. Give me more.
This much that, hey, the next game is not going to take as long to make as even Remake took because they have so many tools and development things were figured out with Remake and Rebirth. So with all that lining up, it's like, yeah, early 2027 makes a lot of sense. This begins to feel like a pretty decent time frame.
2027's only a year away, basically, at this point.
Where this shit could be. I don't think it's happening anytime soon. I think it's a direct answer to some of the sales concern that happened with Rebirth where it didn't really hit the metrics that they wanted to. Ended up doing okay, but they needed a multi-platform release for it, you know? It was also announced very early, almost 2-year gap of time in between Rebirth's like the reveal, first trailer, first teaser to actually like launch, right? It was like mid-2022 and then it came out like early 2024. So it was like a healthy, chunky period of time, man. I think they're trying to avoid that because let's remind ourselves, that was unique to Rebirth, but if we go back, what was the marketing blitz like for Final Fantasy VII Remake? The game sort of vanished. It was announced in 2015 and it pretty much disappeared off of the face of the earth until just about 8 months before. So that was actually before it got delayed a little bit. Meaning that it first showed up again in May of 2019 after like a 4-year hiatus. It vanished. And then it came back real big and everything since then was like big thing, big thing, big thing, big thing.
Yeah, but also it released right at the, you know, advent of COVID. So Final Fantasy VII Remake really hit the fucking golden spot. It released right at the beginning of COVID lockdowns where everybody was stuck inside and people were starting to feel nostalgic for their old favorite video games and shit. So, Final Fantasy VII Remake, like many other games in 2020, kind of got, like, you know, the golden ticket of sorts of being, you know, just mass consumed to a degree it probably wouldn't have normally. Which is probably why, you know, Square Enix thought, like, oh yeah, we're going to repeat that with Rebirth. It's like, probably not. Because a lot of people bought shit because they had nothing else to do. So, a lot of those people did not stick around to keep playing video games.
Thing that eventually led up to a very, very substantial, giant, like one of Square's fastest best-selling games in a while. It was like, shit, that was crazy. Because of where we're at right now, I think that's going to happen again. I just do, man. I think it makes a lot of sense that Part 3 is likely also going to be PlayStation exclusive. I know they don't want it to be. They've already been saying that the next game is going to be multi-platform, but at what point does it become multi-platform? That is not clear. To be real, with the expectations that the previous games have set up, I don't think it's going to take a year or a year plus like it did with the first game to eventually make its way to Nintendo Switch or PC or Xbox or whatever. Nah, bro, I genuinely feel that if it's on PlayStation, it's probably going to be about like half as much as it was in the previous. Because each one of the exclusivities are almost like half. Like, no kidding. First one was like a little over 2 years. It would have first showed up on, a little under 2 years when it first showed up on EGS. And then on Rebirth, it took about a year, like 11 months. a 6-month time frame of exclusivity on like PlayStation 5, I can see that they would do that. Still keep it a PlayStation thing because ultimately PlayStation's the reason this entire remake series exists. They were part of the initial budgeting of it and the reason it was at all their events and all their shows. So yeah, dude, I can definitely see State of Play and obviously Sony associated events being the thing that they would want to pull you in on of like big PlayStation game, dude, because it is. It's a big PlayStation game. It effectively is a PlayStation exclusive for a healthy amount of time that makes it feel like, yeah, I'm glad I have my PS5. I'm going to be getting this thing with my freaking PS5, you know? A reminder, even though the exclusivity wasn't as long, Rebirth also had direct like marketing and Sony help. They had State of Plays exclusive for Rebirth. Like no shit. Where it's like, hey, we're dedicating an entire Sony event, like Sony online event, specifically to Final Fantasy VII, or Final Fantasy VII Rebirth specifically. And there's like, hey, this is all the gameplay, here's a big reveal, here's all this shit, we're gonna spend like 20 minutes just yapping about it. So yeah, I think it's just gonna get that treatment more than ever before. I'll be real, as somebody that really pays attention.
Dude, Square Enix thought that the Tomb Raider reboot was gonna sell 15 million copies. Square Enix is terrible when it comes to, you know, expectations, let's just say. They have always overshot what, you know, is realistic. So when Square Enix says that it didn't meet expectations, just know that their expectations are like in a different fucking galaxy away from reality. So they're in a different plane of existence when it comes to their expectations. The important thing to remember is Japanese game development is cheap compared to US game development. So the budgets for a lot of these Final Fantasy games are much smaller than like a Western counterpart. So while a Western game might take 200, 300, 400 million to make, a Final Fantasy game probably costs like maybe 100 million at most. So realistically, they only need to sell 2 or 3 million copies to break even and make money. And I think Rebirth now is sold, what, like close to 4 or 5 million? So they've already made their money back. U generation with the 2. What is this? Alright, we'll watch it after this. Me mom died in the holy.
Attention to the way that Square's been marketing a lot of their games. Rebirth marketing was not it, dude. It had some things that happened. Like, commercials were bare. Online advertisement was not that much. It was almost like the second game was going to sell itself entirely around the fact that y'all played the first game, right? And to be real, there was another game that happened, like legit, like literally within the same time frame right before it. Rebirth went through a marketing blitz right at the same point Final Fantasy 16 was going through its launch period. And guess which thing I remember seeing a ton of was Final Fantasy 16 shit. Live action commercials, giant events, huge press tours, like FF16 shit was everywhere, dude. But there was also like a problem with that. FF16 and Rebirth, no shit, were like 7 months. Like, it didn't make any sense. You were getting a massive, giant, big...
Yeah, dude, and then on top of that, what else did they put out? They put out like a bunch of Final Fantasy stuff. I think Pixel Remaster came out around that time too, right?
Budget new Final Fantasy with your massive, giant, big budget...
And Crisis Core Reunion as well, too.
New Final Fantasy, no kidding, like right after, they were so close together. It was like summer 2023 or like February 2024. It was like, what are we doing here, dude? They didn't give these games any time to breathe. And it could have potentially affected both of them. Like, it could have been actually somewhat cannibalized, like across the board. They're both action games too, you know? All I gotta say is, there's clearly things that they should not approach this the exact same way. I look at the previous games and their releases as sort of like a gameplay, like a game plan, like literally a quarterback playbook of how they could be doing this shit. And thinking they would line up and do similar things, it starts to make a lot of sense why they would not do the Game Awards at this point. There's a massive Final Fantasy VII event that's about to happen in just over a month. Like a little bit over, is it January or February? I think it's January. Final Fantasy VII is officially returning to Nintendo. Big mainline Final Fantasy games that aren't just old games re-released are returning to Nintendo hardware for the first time in a very long time. Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy 15, FF7 Remake, these things have not been on Switch hardware or Nintendo hardware in general. So for the first time in a...
Dude, they better put Final Fantasy 15 on the Switch. I want that.
Substantial time that aren't just like old games ported that are PlayStation games and shit. Yeah, it's like late January 31st. Final Fantasy's back on Nintendo hardware. The numbers on Nintendo hardware are reflecting it, dude. Like when the pre-orders went up, it topped the charts. Clearly, like a lot of people have been missing out on this shit that have wanted to be a part of it. And Square is recognizing this now, which is why their multi-platform strategy is in effect, you know? So again, there's a big FF7 thing happening where we're kind of like celebrating FF7 Remake all over again with a bunch of new things that game has. It actually has more stuff. But is that it? Is that actually it? Like, let's be real. When do you think that's gonna happen? Probably not at the beginning of the year, but at the later part of the year? Oh yeah, that would make a lot of sense. It would make a shit ton of sense that at some point in the third or fourth quarter of 2026, that there is a release and launch of FF7 Remake Part 2. Rebirth's gonna make it. So what is this all leading up to?
Yeah, dude, the Zog Ally can definitely run it. It was a PS4 game, so yeah, you should be good.
This is building anticipation. This is building like a relationship with its new audience on Nintendo hardware. This is building a relationship with the people that have played the previous games that are here to go towards something, and that's the 30th anniversary. And in my opinion, what is on the 30th anniversary, I think close to it or around it will be the actual release of Part 3. Is it going to be on Switch Day 1? I don't think so, but it will be there soon. It will be there within that first year on Nintendo Switch hardware. What I'm trying to say is that it isn't just an FF7 Part 3 situation. We're looking at a multi-title release plan that is likely building up to a very big Part 3 PlayStation exclusive to an eventual giant PC/Nintendo release that all take place in 2027 from the beginning of the year moving on. In the same way that we have multiple Final Fantasy VII games quite literally dropping this year to get you hyped and excited for the next game, the year after to be like, so here's the new games and now everybody can have them. There's a lot, dude. There's actually a shit ton. But if you want my predictions, I have to think about the stuff that Hamaguchi and Nomura were talking about recently in an interview as early as October. And they were specifically talking about the title of the next game. And this is like late October. We would most likely even know the name of the game, like it would be figured out this year or potentially know the name of the game this year. Do I anticipate that is going to happen and we're going to know it and there's going to be a teaser trailer of some kind? I don't know. What I do know is that at the end of January next year is the 29th anniversary of FF7, which is kind of like a lead into like, hey, next year's our 30th anniversary. So if there's one thing I think they could do is that they could at least say something. I think they could. But the first time we actually see this game and get a real ass trailer, I think we gotta wait till spring to summer. I think they want this game to be like in our heads and aware of it, and every couple of months it escalates and elevates, and then you get something new and crazy, and by the time there's a final trailer and that bitch is out. And that kind of lines up with like a Summer Games Fest situation, which is much cheaper to get a trailer and a big reveal there. Also a reminder, FF7 Rebirth's first big gameplay reveal was at a Jeff show. Since this didn't happen, I do not have a ton of confidence that it's gonna happen anytime soon. Which is not like the best news, but we've had some conversations about this, and I actually agree with this sentiment when Final Fantasy fans talk about this. Dude, this is like the beginning of the end. Like, there is no more speculation, wondering where this can go after. There is no more future, which is ultimately why the gift sub bet was so high for FF7, even though it was very likely. I kind of was looking at the Game Awards as like, is this going to be the next day of the rest of my life type shit? Because this shit has occupied a huge part of my career for the past 12 fucking years almost, or will have for 12 years by the time it maybe comes out. I start to look at this and I'm like, oh, I don't know if I want it to get announced yet. Like, this is the countdown to it. Like, I feel like the meteor is in the sky, bro, and it just keeps getting closer and closer type shit. It's literally the beginning of the end. As soon as the game has a title, as soon as that title is revealed.
The end of my gaming career, most likely. Honestly, I don't know, bro. It's the only game I'm really looking forward to.
As soon as you get any inkling or an idea of what the story is, how the characters are acting, what is going on, like, this is literally it. You know something. And that to me is kind of like, oof. We'll never have this moment again. We are never going to have a moment again in the future. We're waiting on the first reveal of the next big Final Fantasy VII game. At least the remake trilogy. That shit's gone. This is it. We're never experiencing this again. Until they make FF7 Part 2 in, 2032. To wrap up and summarize what's going on, I think it makes sense why Square doesn't want to spend money on big trailer reveals at events. I don't think they have the equity to do that. I also don't think they want to announce the game too early. I think they want to keep it fresh in your mind, similar to how FF7 Remake was when they took a giant break, announced the game way too early, Switch developers. They pretty much announced it in like May, spring and summer of 2019, and it came out early 2020 before it was delayed a little bit. At this point, I think they're going to follow a similar path, getting you close to, in like under a year, 7 to 8 months of time between this game actually you seeing it and understanding it's a real video game to getting more and more stuff. You get like 2 to 3 months in between every single one of those. It's literally Summer Games Fest, Tokyo Game Show, big reveal, another thing at the Game Awards, big reveal, giant media tour at the early part of 2027, and then that bitch is out. It's Jover. That's what I think is going to happen. And I think it's going to be directly tied to Sony stuff. It just makes sense, man. It makes sense if they go back and they're like, hey, we're going to be at State of Plays. And one of the State of Plays has like another FF7 jingle or some shit. Am I disappointed that it wasn't there? No, I don't think disappointed is the right answer. I think I'm like a little nervous when we eventually get to a point where it seems like it's going to happen. And if they choose to announce it any earlier and they go out of their way and do something around the 29th anniversary, which is a little over a month, I will be very surprised. I'll be really surprised if they do that. Because if one thing makes sense, it's that they probably just want you to realize, hey, it's a real big game and it's actually not that far away.
Sky is good lighting. Well, yeah. Alright, let's see what this is. Oh, it's a song.
Please buy my book. Please. Please. Oi, that's not very funny, mate. Oi, that's not very funny, mate. Oi, that's not very funny, mate. Oi, babe. Oi, babe. Your mom died in the holly. Your dad got killed by Stella. Your mom died in the holly. Your dad got killed by Stella.
Fuck.
Me grandma died. Me uncle died. My cat died. My dog died. Everybody died. Cry, cry, cry. Pick Team Mom, not Team Hitler. Whole family died. List like Schindler's.
List like Schindler's.
They got slimed up by Stalin. Forced my daddy into farming. I'm a Jew, I used to labor. Ooh, not the gulag. Granddaddy. Ooh, not the gulag. Team up, not Team Hitler. I'm Mr. I can't pick a struggle scene. Oh no. You're gonna left and right.
There we go. Danny Finkelstein. What a name, man. Finkelstein. Hold on, let me see. I think I sent myself something I wanted to pull up. I don't know if it's related to that or not, but it might be. Sent. What is this? No, that's not it. That was just for me. Shit. Nope, I don't have anything. Wow. Brutal. Watch Final Fantasy VII Part 3 videos. Why? Are you trying to trigger my autism? Are you trying to make me like you? Stream the ending of Final Fantasy VII 2 this time? You beat it off screen last. I have streamed the ending. I have. I mean, the first time I beat it off stream because I wasn't going to wait around to get spoiled. So, yeah, I was avoiding spoilers at all costs because I didn't, you know, want Aerith's fate to be spoiled. So, yeah. I beat it off stream in between doing shit at work. She dies? Nope. Then why does she fight Sephiroth at the end? Ooh. One version of Aerith dies. In fact, multiple do throughout the game. Jesse is alive for sure? No. Not at all.
In both versions.
Let's see. can't find it. Doesn't matter. What if they make Zack the main character? I'm fine with that, but it's not going to be that. Because Cloud's the one that summons the meteor this time around. So. They're not going to do that. Asian women will never be free from the control of white men. Here you guys go. We'll watch this.
God, I don't even know. I really don't know what my type is. Like, obviously, the guy I dated, he was Asian.
Okay.
I'm Asian, like my ex, long term, like both Asian. And I feel like even just growing up, I was kind of like, oh yeah, only.
What do you guys think? Is she mid? I don't know, bro. I'm not attracted to her at all.
Asian guys, you know, like whatever. Or maybe even like, just like online, just like, not even like people in real life, but just like on social media or whatever, you see like a white guy. Because Asian girls will never be released from the shackles of a white man. But, you know, I'll be like, okay, yeah, a white man, like, they're cute too. So it was always really just, like, Asians and white men. But then, as I got older, I think this was even, like, during college, maybe after college, I was starting, like, I don't think I like only Asians or only white guys. But I can't really say what my type is either, though. Because let's be honest, like, again, I haven't, like, dated anyone else.
I see.
And so... But yeah, you know, I like people. God, I don't even know.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm just not attracted to Asian women. They just don't do it for me. You know, if it ain't white, it ain't right, brother. Get Yuffie off the screen. Here you go.
Looking for something hot? Just admit it. You're obviously captivated by my bodacious beach bod.
Yeah, obviously.
Wait, you are? I didn't expect you to have an eye for beauty. But don't forget that I'm more than just a pretty face. Are you sure you don't want me on your team? Think of the comic relief I bring to the team, as well.
PDF alert, yep. Crash incoming? Shouldn't that arrow be going the other direction? Shouldn't that arrow be going in the opposite direction? Tears of the Kingdom still sucks. I would have to agree. I would have to agree with that. But another quarter pounder video. Doomed. Oh, we could watch this. I didn't know Synthetic Man uploaded his Game Awards video. Here, we'll check this out.
Another year, another incredibly boring Game Awards. I think I say that every year, and I don't think...
This one was particularly boring, though.
Most people expect anything different from the Game Awards at this point. The only reason any of us tune in is for the big game reveals. And this year, man,
and there were none.
Managed to disappoint on that front as well, which we'll get into later, but I mean, Half-Life fans know exactly what I'm talking about. There's a reason many are coining this year as the Expedition 33 Awards. because that game won everything. I mean, genuinely, I believe it won 9 awards, which is absolutely fucking insane. I don't care how good of a game you think it is. I think it's pretty good. I'll give my opinion on Expedition 33 in my own best and worst games of 2025 video, and yes, I am going back to finish the game, don't worry. But I think regardless of the game's individual merits, there are a couple—
I will never be going back to finish the fucking game. You couldn't, like, pay me to finish that fucking game at this point. I don't know, bro. The parry slop is too much for me to handle. It does not hold my attention. The fuck is that thumbnail? It's the traditional one. I think he's used that multiple times. Griff's people? Nope.
Really huge issues here. One, it's obviously not interesting to watch one game win everything. I mean, if there's over 1,000 games that come out every year, you really expect me to believe one singular game is better in nearly every significant category than every other game that came out this year? I don't care if it's arguably the greatest game of all time. Ocarina of Time, Super Mario 64, Deus Ex, Half-Life 2, doesn't fucking matter, dude.
Half-Life 2? Yeah, no, definitely not.
It would be terrible to watch any one of those games win as many categories as Expedition 33 did.
And then play that same shitty fucking song over and over again.
In the latter's case, there's quite a few of these that are debatable to say the least. The biggest offenders being the 2 indie game categories. This is not an indie game, period. I don't care what definition of the term independent you use.
They literally had a publisher. Like, their publisher was Kepler. Which, hold on. Kepler Interactive. Like, it's literally an existing game publishing company. Now, you can argue of which, like, you know, the level of quality of the stuff they've published. But they're not like some, you know, unknown entity. So, that's the thing.
Sandfall is not a fucking indie company. Not only do they have a publisher,
Yep. Exactly.
Interactive. The game itself was funded by one of the richest families in France. And even though the core dev team of the game—
and they got government funding, too.
—was only 30 people, the development was assisted by well over 300 people from other studios. Not to mention the game's budget is estimated to be $10 million, which I think is severely lowballing it. But even if it is true, what indie company has $10 million to spend funding a video game? Are you serious? This game had a fucking film deal before it was even released. Does that scream indie to you? Team Cherry didn't even show up to the Game Awards because they knew they were going to get screwed over. Silk Song was probably the most anticipated indie game of all time. And despite it having mildly mixed reception at launch because it was much more difficult than the first game, I think most people agree it is a quality game and should have been a shoo-in for Best Indie Game. Now, they didn't get completely snubbed. They actually won Best Action Adventure Game, which Jeff Keighley had a very interesting comment about.
Hollow Knight Silk Song!
Alright. Hey, I guess.
See, you guys won!
I mean, the last time a game won close to this many awards at the Game Awards was The Last of Us 2. You know, one of the most disappointing games ever made and could probably single-handedly be credited.
The most astroturfed game ever, too.
For escalating the growth of the anti-woke movement. Again, that's more than enough reasons to raise an eyebrow. Honestly, my main concern with this is it just made the show boring as
bruv, that is a British woman if I've ever seen one.
Fuck, even more than usual. No, weirdly enough, the biggest highlights of this show, outside of a couple of the game trailers, were not things that happened, but things that didn't happen. A couple of my most hated sequels from this year somehow didn't win a single award.
Which is great.
think, knowing Jeff Keighley's long history of deep-throating Kojima, that Death Stranding 2 would have won something, but no, it didn't win a...
It should have won Best Art Direction, if I'm being honest. Like, if I'm being objective, Death Stranding 2 should have definitely won Best Art Direction. Expedition 33, by their own admission, is fucking recycled Unreal Engine 5 assets for the environment. That's it. So, I think, you know, if I'm being fair, Kojima definitely deserves for Best Art Direction. Because whether you like the game or not, Death Stranding is definitely a visually striking game. Like, it definitely has a very unique style to the visuals and the world design and everything else. Like, that is actually Kojima's strong suit, is making cool-looking shit. So, I'll give him credit for that. I don't like the game, though.
Single category, not even ones you'd think would be a shoo-in, like best narrative or maybe best game direction or something. Nope. I guess Jeff's too busy choking on that French cock now. The fact that Daniel Vavra basically sold out his entire original fan base to cater to the lowest common denominator and the woke crowd for that matter, with all of the blatant historical revisionism and political statements in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I made a 4-hour video about it, so obviously I'm not going to cover them all here, but to put it simply, Musa, making Hans gay, and the entire Gutenberg Jewish quarter subplot. Those are pretty much the biggest 3 subversive elements.
I like Remake and Rebirth, but there's only a handful of other games I have liked in the past decade, and even I can see Rebirth as a million problems. That's the thing, bro. It's like, I don't have a problem pointing out problems with games I like. Like, Rebirth I have issues with, like Chapter 8 and, what is it, Chapter 11? I think both of those are incredibly fucking boring and pretty much unnecessary to the overall plot of the game, but yeah, I don't know. I have my gripes with Rebirth, like the forced Queen's Blood section, which I think that's Chapter 8, if I'm not mistaken.
If that's not enough for you to be put off by this game, then obviously you're part of the problem. So the fact that it didn't even manage to win a single award at the Game Awards is kind of hilarious. Another game I'm really happy didn't win anything was Silent Hill F, which featured one of the worst combat systems in history, wasn't remotely scary, and had one of the most unlikable protagonists I've ever seen in fiction. It is very telling that so many women and sexual predators pretending to be women identified with the psychotic entitled bitch who wanted to ride the cock carousel instead of get married to a nice rich guy. Then again, I don't have my media literacy license, so I can't comment on the game any further. Now, if you're expecting me to do what I've done basically every single year, where I break down the event from start to finish, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm not going to bother this year. I don't think anyone really cares anyway. We should just fucking hit the highlights and then move on with our lives. When one game wins like half of the awards, what is there even left to talk about? The trailers? There was maybe 3 or 4 trailers of a vaguely interesting game. I suppose my hope has been slightly restored for Resident Evil 9 now that Leon is a playable character. But I don't like that Capcom is saying this is going to be a half action, half horror game. So they want to somehow try to appeal to both the Resident Evil 7 and the Resident Evil 4, 5, 6 crowd at the same time. I just don't see that working out. It didn't really work for Village. It's probably not going to work.
Give me unlimited health and maybe I'll like it.
For this. Ironically, the only 2 new game reveals I liked were basically just rip-offs of other games. Like Gang of Dragon, which is very obviously a rip-off of Yakuza, except you just play as this huge-ass dude beating the shit out of people instead of Kiryu. And the other was a rip-off of Cyberpunk 2077 No Law, which, I'll be honest, even just based on this short gameplay, looks like a better game than Cyberpunk, but obviously trailers can be deceiving. As for the other highlight trailers of the show, we saw the triumphant return of Tomb Raider and Lara's looking a little bit more like her old self, but of course her tits are 2 sizes smaller than they should be. Not too surprising. And she actually has 2 different games in development for some reason. I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest Tomb Raider fan. In fact, I infamously spurged out when I was playing the re-release of the first game a year ago. Larian Studios announced their next game, another Divinity first game a year ago.
All right, right here, guys. Was it muted? I don't fucking know. Was it muted? I guess it's not muted now. It didn't show muted on my end. I don't fucking know. Whatever. Doesn't matter. But anyway, right here, this is the perfect culmination of the Larian fan base. Right here.
Larian Studios announced
eating the slop, bro.
What's their next?
Just slopping it up. You know?
Game a year ago. Larian Studios announced their next game.
Yup. Unfortunately, that is the Game Awards audience as well.
Another Divinity game, which definitely raised some eyebrows amongst my fans, is, well, let's just say this trailer looked very satanic. The white man is burned alive as all these diverse fantasy creatures have a degenerate orgy and eat slop, and yeah, I don't know. This was just a very repulsive trailer. Now, of course, the midwits amongst the audience would be like, oh, there was demons in the one white man, of course. If it wasn't for that element, this would essentially be the end of I Am Legend, the book anyway, where the last real human is executed by the new race that has replaced him. Oh no, Synth's going schizo again, ooh! Of course, Baldur's Gate 3 was a pretty well-made game, but I think by any sane metric, it was also a very woke game, despite what some controlled opposition individuals might say. I guess I'll just have to see for myself how far off the deep end Larian is gonna go with their next game. Now, the 2 biggest highlights slash disappointments, depending on how you look at it, actually has nothing to do with what we actually saw at the Game Awards itself. I'm sure many of you have noticed that there have been a lot more Half-Life 3 rumors lately for whatever reason. Now, me personally, I have a policy, which is always bet against Half-Life 3. Doesn't matter what game show it is, it's not showing up. And of course, once again, I was right. The problem is that Jeff Keighley himself really fed into the rumors. Over the course of the show, he was hyping up some mystery game reveal, like there was actually going to be something huge shown at the show this year. He also talked about the return of some franchises, which turned out to be the aforementioned...
Yeah. The fucking whatever, I already forgot the name of it. But yeah, the account for it on Twitter is like already LARPing and calling people wardens or whatever. Like, oh, thank you, warden. We can't wait to see you in the game. It's like, oh, God. Dude, they're doing the Helldiver bullshit where the community fucking is a bunch of LARPing Redditors, and it's just gonna be unbearable. So I want nothing to do with it already.
Tomb Raider games I brought up, and of course the supposed big hyped reveal, the return of 2D Mega Man, which I'm gonna be honest, even though the Mega Man fans are a huge vocal minority sometimes, it's not usually the 2D Mega Man games that they want the return of. They want Mega Man Legends 3, right? There's like 20 plus 2D Mega Man games. We don't really need another one. But even after the disappointment of these 2 overhyped trailers, Jeff Keighley promised that the last game reveal of the show would be huge, something we could all be excited about. And what did he reveal? A fucking hero shooter by Respawn, the guys who made Titanfall and Apex. And it looks like another fucking Concord, dude. You can't make this shit up, dude. When will these companies learn? Luckily, I think this game is dead on arrival because I saw a shit ton of other people also calling it a Concord-like. It seems to be the new buzzword anytime you see a game that just absolutely looks like shit. It's the ultimate weapon. It's like the new woke at this point.
Dude, it reminds me more of that, shit. What is it called? The shooter from the studio that made Smite. Ah, fuck. What is that shit called? I think it... Yeah, Paladins. Paladins, yes. It looks like a first-person Paladins with uglier characters. That's what it looks like to me. It's like Paladins mixed with, I would say, I guess, Concord.
Which I'm sure will get tiring eventually, but for now...
Or Immortals of Avium.
At least it's a way to scare the corporations, saying that Concord was the biggest video game bomb of all time. I'm not even going to say the name of this game, because I don't even want it to be in the cultural consciousness. I want us all to forget about this shit and for it to flop. As for the other trailers, there honestly wasn't that much else that interested me. There's a couple new Star Wars games that were revealed. One is the long-awaited sequel to Knights of the Old Republic. Oh, and guys, they got the same game director as the original game, too!
Ooh.
So that means the sequel
and it's not coming out until 2030.
Has to be good, right? Wrong. I think we've all learned this lesson by now, that even if you get some of the original creators of these games that were good 15 or 20 years ago, most of the development studio is long gone. It takes more than just a game director to make a good game, and a lot of these people lose their talent and their creativity and become ideologically compromised. There's any number of reasons this could be asked, so there's no reason to be excited. The other Star Wars game is a sequel to the fucking pod racing game of all things, which I'm sure there's someone out there who's excited about this, but I certainly don't care. A big reveal that I'm sure some PC nerds care about was Ace Combat 8. So you could also consider this game the return of another old franchise, but this is yet another game I can't say I care the least bit about. If you're excited for this, good for you, I suppose. Another game I couldn't care less about is the sequel to Control, seeing as I never played the first one, and Modern Remedy definitely can't be trusted to make a good game after Alan Wake 2. There's also a few other maybe vaguely interesting games, like there's that Exodus game that's a space game with actual aliens, which already puts it significantly ahead of Starfield or Outer Worlds 2 in terms of being an interesting sci-fi setting. But these characters look so weirdly effeminate and uncanny. It really puts me off. Next up, let's talk about some of the cringe moments in the show. For many, this is the highlight of watching any game-related show content. Unfortunately, the soulful old days of E3 are long gone, and this is just the bad kind of cringe, where you have random-ass celebrities who clearly don't care about video games come up on stage and hype up whatever game they're a part of. Unfortunately, there wasn't even like an Al Pacino equivalent this year, just mostly minor celebrities, though J.J. Abrams is apparently working on some co-op slop game. But don't worry, there was still...
Of course he is. It just shows you, man. When Hollywood directors are getting involved with gaming, it's over.
Still a decent amount of cringe, I'd say.
They have bought up enough of the shares.
Most of it came from Miss Piggy, because you just know there has to be a Muppet at the Game Awards every year for some reason. And yes, it is implied that Jeff Keighley fucked Miss Piggy. Wow, that's so hilarious, guys. Also, the entire cast of the new Street Fighter movie came on stage, and goddamn, this casting is horrible, isn't it? Ryu looks nothing like the character. Chun-Li's thighs are half the size they should be. I don't even know what the fuck they were thinking with Cammy. This is just not Cammy at all, clearly. Probably the only good casting in the movie is Jason Momoa as Blanca, just because, I don't know, that's just funny to me. And yeah, there were a couple cringe moments on stage as well.
As a lifelong Street Fighter fan, like legitimately obsessed, it's the only time in my career where I threatened to kill Kale if he didn't hire me to play Blanca. True story, words matter. Fucking believe it. Tell him, Ryu.
It's Ryu! It's Ryu! Not Ryu, Ryu!
Ryu.
And we're not the only game that appreciates your patronage. There's another game out there. They also flew from around the world to be here because they appreciate you. So give it up for the whole cast of Mortal Kombat 2!
Yeah! Come on out! Yes!
Yeah. I'm just kidding. They didn't come. They don't care about you. They only care about money. Okay? We care about money and you. Street Fighter forever!
Other than that, a lot of the shit that happened
Cringe! Yeah, that's painful.
And it's just the typical stuff you expect from the Game
painful.
Awards. Several musical sections, even though this is a show about video games, including fucking Evanescence coming on stage. I'm sure Kid Me would have appreciated this, but it just feels incredibly out of place these days. David Harbour, of all people, showed up on stage to announce he's part of the new Total War.
I have no idea who the fuck that guy is.
Warhammer game, which I'm sure RTS fans are excited about. Me, I couldn't really care less. I also hate David Harbour, so that might be part of it. And dude, the Lenny Kravitz is gonna be in that James Bond.
I don't even know who the fuck that is either.
Bond game that comes out. Isn't that crazy? Doesn't that make you want to buy?
He's in Stranger Things. Yeah, I watched like one episode of that shit with my mom back in the day, and I didn't like it.
No, because the game looks like a really cheap ripoff of Uncharted, recycling Hitman mechanics. Mia Jovovich also showed up on stage.
Oh my god.
As she's the new assassination target for Hitman. That's kind of amusing, I guess. And yeah, maybe I'm forgetting a highlight of the show, but I think that was pretty much it. So let's just get to the awards themselves. Like I said in the intro, Expedition 33 won so many categories that it kind of feels like a waste of time to even talk about this. But, well, it is an award show, so you would argue that's the whole point of this video. But whatever. As with every year, there's a million filler categories just so that everyone gets a participation award. Like several esports categories, even though no one cares about that shit. The winner of the Content Creator of the Year award, or as I like to call it, the Goodest Goy award, was Moist Critical, which is kind of funny because even he didn't want to win it. Despite the Switch 2 being hated by so many normies, Nintendo somehow managed to win 2 awards this year. The first being Best Family Game, which might as well be a category reserved for Nintendo every year. Donkey Kong Bonanza won, and I'm gonna be honest, if you're playing this shit with your kids, he's gonna end up retarded. This is a fetus game. It's not gonna increase neurological development. No, it's going to melt his brain into Swiss cheese. But the other more absurd category that Nintendo won was Best Racing Game, where people in the crowd...
This is true.
...crowd literally booed Mario Kart World, and then it somehow won.
Mario Kart World deserved to win. Fuck Sonic.
Strangely enough, Best Adaptation was actually a minor award category this year, and the winner was The Last of Us Season 2 of all things. Everyone hated this shit for the same exact reason they hated The Last of Us 2 when it came out. Are you fucking kidding me? They just did this so they could give Neil Druckmann another award. I guarantee it.
Yep. Jeff has to make sure that Israeli checkbook keeps coming through after his father passed, so... in order to keep IMAX relevant among the film industry, you know, he yet again had to shill for our greatest ally.
Yeah, what a joke. As with every year, the winner of the Player's Voice Award was a disappointment because Jeff Keighley does absolutely nothing to stop the onslaught of Chinese bots voting in the poll. So once again, a gacha game won. And I'd say most of the other categories are not even worth mentioning. I will say that Expedition 33 won 4 of these, 2 of them being the indie game categories I mentioned before, but it also won Best RPG, which I think is completely fine, and Best Art Direction, which I gotta say I have an issue with this. Despite their best efforts to make the game visually unique, it still
it doesn't look visually unique at all.
Has the stain of that generic Unreal Engine 5 look to it that makes everything just slightly uncanny. And the fact that it's realistic characters in a weird, like, high fantasy, distorted reality type of world, a painting of sorts, you might say, doesn't really mesh visually.
Yeah, it doesn't look good visually.
Reminds me a lot of the PS3 era where there's just constantly Vaseline smeared on the lens. It doesn't have like the sepia tone filter, but it's just this weird mixture of everything being a little blurry that I don't like about a lot of modern games. Now let's just tackle some of the biggest categories. For Best Action Game, the winner was Hades 2. Despite the fact I actually really enjoyed the first game, there's no doubt that it was a woke game, and Hades 2 is much worse. Like, holy fuck, they massacred the Greek pantheon here. This is just the Tumblrista art style cranked up to 11. So I'll admit I didn't even bother trying this game, but I have heard from people who did play it that it's very similar to the first game, arguably worse. Now, I know I've made this complaint every single year, but I'm going to make it again until it changes. What the fuck does action game mean? There is no universe.
They should make it a first-person shooter category and a third-person action category.
where Doom and Ninja Gaiden are in the same genre. This is why the Game Awards are a joke. Honestly, shit like this. This is how you know.
They have more awards for fucking esports than the actual, you know, categories and specific genres.
Oh, it's not made by gamers or for gamers. It is just a giant marketing platform. They couldn't even separate shooters and hack and slash games into different categories, and yet there's games for impact, best accessibility, and all this other gay shit no one asks for or cares about. But shooter can't get its own award, probably for political reasons. Let's be honest. It doesn't look good to give an award to games where you shoot people, even though that's probably the most popular genre in video games. The next big category was Best Performance, and the winner was Jennifer English, the voice of Mael in Expedition 33. Honestly, I don't have a problem with this. I think all of the voice acting in that game
She sounded pretty fucking flat in that game to me, if I'm being honest.
was good. I do find it very funny that Expedition 33 got 3 nominations, though. In fact, Jeff Keighley himself says at the beginning of the show that Expedition 33 had the most nominations for any game at the Game Awards ever. But I'm not going to dispute this category in particular, especially when you see the other fucking nominations. Are you kidding me? Hinako's voice from Silent Hill F, are you serious? And Troy Baker for Indiana Jones? Indiana Jones came out last year, motherfuckers.
But it was past the cutoff date. So they have like a mid-November cutoff date, so anything that comes out like late November to, you know, December gets carried over to the next year. So if I remember correctly, Indiana Jones and the Google Play gift card came out in December, if I'm not mistaken.
Like, I didn't notice that. I don't care that it came out too late in the year to qualify for last year's Game Awards. Do you think Kirby Air Riders is going to win any awards of the next Game Awards? I guarantee it won't. Won't even get mentioned, I bet. And then, of course, Jennifer English goes up on stage and gives some incoherent speech about the fact that she's a lesbian and we should celebrate neurodivergent people or whatever. Well, I'm as neurodivergent as it gets.
Dude, look at that. Is like the most British woman ever. Like, ooh. That's the reason why British women have a very bad reputation for being ugly. Like, that is the British phenotype.
Celebrate neurodivergent people or...
Like, hold on. Let's see if we can capture it. Yeah, right there, bro. That is like Britain.
People or whatever. Well, I'm as neurodivergent as it gets, and I get the feeling she wouldn't like me, so let's just move on. The next big category was Games for Impact. Yes, they brought this back to the stage. They can't seem to decide whether or not this is a minor or major award each year. And the winner was South of Midnight, which, let's be completely honest.
Yeah, 10 people played.
Honest here, they just did this because the main character is a black woman. I actually...
Yep.
Played all the way through this game. It's not even particularly woke. I mean, it is in the sense that they race swapped the protagonist in mid-development because of Sweet Baby Inc. But it's not really political propaganda in the typical sense. I'm not going to go into detail here, but maybe I will in my own best and worst games of 2025 video. I guess we'll see. But it was good to see a black queen win an award this year. Hell yeah. The most surprising winner of the entire show was for the Best Ongoing Game category, which was No Man's Sky. I was completely shocked by this. I don't think I've heard anyone talk about this game in at least 2 years. And Sean Murray wasn't even there to go up on stage. It was very strange. I would have thought it would have went to Marvel Rivals or something. Maybe they just didn't want to piss off China. For the Propaganda Award, Game Changers Award, we have Felicia Day, who looks like an absolute fucking ghoul. What the hell happened to this woman? Did she have like 30...
I don't even know who the fuck Felicia Day is.
Fucking surgeries in the past decade? Anyway, she gives the award to an organization called Girls Make Games. Now, here they make sure to show that all of the girls are biological females, but we all know how these fucking companies work by now. There's gonna be a lot of men sweeping up that funding. And even if it was all women, why the hell should I care about women getting into making video games? I mean, even look at the game they showed on stage. This looks like the type of cheap RPG Maker horror dog shit that has already been made 1,000 times by now. Well, I say that, but ironically, one of my favorite games from this year was an RPG Maker horror game, Look Outside, which is actually quite good. I'm sure some people will say I'm too cynical here, but I think you can just tell this Girls Make Games organization is a scam. The next major category was Best Score in Music, and I don't even have to say who the winner was, you already know. Not going to dispute this category, the soundtrack is quite good in Expedition 33, moving on. And the next category was Best Narrative, and yeah, you already know the winner. This is about the time where I started getting fucking mind blown that it was winning everything. You would think out of all the categories that Keeley could have thrown his boyfriend a bone. Best Narrative or Best Direction would have gone to Death Stranding 2, but no, yeah, spoilers. Winner of Best Game Direction was also Expedition 33. Wow, dude. Oh, and what do you think the ultimate game of the year was? Oh, also Expedition 33. That's fucking crazy. Wow, wasn't that such an exciting Game Awards, guys, to see the same game win everything? Oh, no, it wasn't. It was boring as fuck, like every year. But this one was even worse because there's not even anything to talk about, because it's clear that they had one game they had to shill. The sad thing is, I do think Expedition 33 is a good game. Legitimately, I have to keep saying it because there's going to be a shit ton of people who don't watch this video.
I don't think it's that good of a game. I think it's average at best, and it's baby's first JRPG. And it's not even a JRPG. You know, that's the reason why people glaze it, is because people expose themselves to an entirely new genre of game, and they're like, oh my god, it's so good! It's like, maybe if you've never played any other game in the genre before, but, you know, go off. It's got parry slot mechanics.
And I'm just gonna say I hate the game like I hate every modern game. I don't hate the game, though, to be clear, I don't love it either. Obviously, there's a good reason why I just kind of stopped playing it and never went back to it. Mostly just because it's not really my thing. I think half of the appeal of RPG games is the tactical element, and it's clear this is much more like the Mario and Luigi or Paper Mario games, where there's very little actual strategy to the combat. And of course, it is yet another movie game with an absolutely excessive amount of cutscenes. And
yup, dude, 45 fucking minutes of just straight up dialogue at times.
It's almost as linear as Final Fantasy X. You're just walking down hallways, fighting a select few enemies, and then watch another cutscene, so on and so forth. And you should know by now, I'm not a huge fan of that type of game. That's besides the point. I do think it is a well-made game and has an interesting story, and yes, I've already been spoiled at the ending. Not going to talk about that right now. The point is, because Expedition 33 was so heavily shilled by the Game Awards, there's now going to be a shit ton of people who are going to try the game just to shit on it, to scrutinize it as heavily as possible, kind of like I do in all of my game reviews. I don't discriminate, I'm always this critical. It feels like it's now impossible to just absorb the game naturally, because you know that there's a psyop to make you buy this game. So Jeff Keighley has indirectly ruined this game for potentially millions of people.
And the devs came out saying that they used AI and generic Unreal Engine 5 assets. So, yeah, that's already pissed off the Redditors, too.
Not to mention him being a complete piece of shit and latching onto the hype around Half-Life 3 and then pulling the rug under us with Tomb Raider and Mega Man and that dog shit hero shooter that no one gives a single fuck about. That was pathetic as hell. And honestly, even though I joke all the time that Keighley and Kojima are gay as fuck together, I actually did kind of feel bad for Kojima. That he couldn't even bother to just give Kojima one award. It is kind of funny in a way. People even thought that Kojima left the venue when Expedition 33 won Game of the Year. Now, people confirmed it wasn't him later, but it really did look like he just left. Well, to wrap up this video quickly, the Game Awards sucked, as it always did. Always bet against Half-Life 3. If it really is in development, it's probably just going to get announced randomly. 2025 will probably go down as one of the worst years in gaming history, where only 2, maybe 3 notable games came out all year. And even though I think there's a pretty
You're fucking poor!
There's very few good games that came out this year. I can think of 4. You have Mario Kart, Donkey Kong, Ninja Gaiden, and then there's something else I'm forgetting. Shit. I just had it. It doesn't matter.
Compelling argument to be made that Expedition 33 is Game of the Year. I don't think it will be remembered as one of the greatest games ever made. In fact, I doubt it will even be remembered as one of the greatest RPGs of all time. As for how I would rank my own best and worst games, I suppose you'll have to find out yourself in a couple weeks when I release my own best and worst games of 2025 video. But of course, the next video won't be that. It will be
Black Ops 7. Oh, yeah. I would not say Kirby's in that list. Kirby's fine. It's just kind of a dumb, fun game. I don't really think it's anything incredible.
a review of Episode 1 of Fallout Season 2, so look forward to that, I suppose. See you next time, guys.
Let's see. So, Schizo Garcia with the 2. Can we play OH STINKY? It's sure. As long as it doesn't give me fucking cancer. I don't know, man. We'll see.
Uh-oh. Stinky poop. Poopies, funny.
This sounds like a Moist Critical video.
Poopies, la 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 la. Funny poop, poop funny. Wee, yay for poopy, good poopy, poopy funny. Ha 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 ha. Poop 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 funny. Yay, fun fun poop. Hee hee hee. Poop poopy, yay, poop make me happy happy happy. Uh-oh, I think I made a poopy.
Actually, you know what? It's a mixture of Moist Critical and some ordinary gamers.
Pooping pants, no diaper, that's funny. Oopsie, poopy underwear now. We want poopies, we want poopies. Poop.
Oh my god. Let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Synth Sisters. Grab your Fuda Abbey and rise up. Never mind. I was about to say a very intrusive thought, but I'm gonna keep it to myself. Schizo Garcia with the 2. I miss when RPGs were about your choices. Yeah, I agree. I mean, the JRPG, obviously, choice is not really the main focus, but yeah, I mean, that would have been actually kind of cool if Expedition 33, you know, implemented kind of like a permadeath party situation, but I don't know how they would balance that. That'd be kind of neat. Kind of like Fire Emblem. Where they, like, take an idea from, I don't know. They don't just do, like, the copy-paste Final Fantasy formula. And Chronicle with the 2, cast your vote in the Steam Awards. Why? Where is this? What even is the Steam Awards? Like, is it just on the homepage? Cast your votes. Game of the Year. Can I pick none of the above? I don't want any of these to win. Best VR game? Don't care. Labor of Love Award? I don't play any of these. Best on Deck Award? This is the only game I played, so I'll vote for that. Better with Friends. I don't have any, but I'll vote for Battlefield 6. Outstanding Visual Style. Rebirth. Innovative Gameplay. I don't play any of these. Best game you suck at? I don't suck at any game. Best soundtrack award. I don't like any of these. Holy shit, dude. This is grim. This is very grim. Outstanding story rich, bro. Dying Light the Beast? That's story rich. Holy fuck, man. Are you shitting me? Sit back and relax. Alright, I like Slime Rancher, so I'll pick the whatever. There you go. There's my votes. Holy fuck, man. It is over. Gaming is dead. It's almost as dead as the Steam sale. Pitiful, I might add. Well, Dispatch I could see is story rich, because that's literally the only point you'd play that game for is the story. The actual gameplay is fucking horrible. Yeah, I'm not gonna vote for anything I didn't play. I'm not gonna vote for games that I didn't play. Or that I think deserve to win. So... supposedly amazing games I couldn't finish. Let's see.
So you guys seem to really enjoy the mid games that I actually enjoyed video. So I thought I would put a twist on that and do something a little different and talk about amazing games. Well, amazing games according to everyone else that
yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is not amazing.
I couldn't finish. And yeah, you know, games are subjective, blah blah blah, before you get annoyed at me for not liking a game that you love. But this is YouTube. I'm probably gonna piss people off anyway. So let's start with a pretty safe one, and that's Horizon Forbidden West. I've tried
yeah, I don't think anybody can finish this dog shit.
Playing this game 5 times now. I'm about 15 hours in, and I can't do it, man. It is it is so boring.
It's like watching paint dry.
I don't know what it is about the game. Actually, I do know what it is about the game. It's a Ubisoft game. It's a bog standard open world. The only difference between this and Ubisoft is the fact that Horizon Forbidden West is so refined and plays amazingly that it's leagues above a Ubisoft open world,
yeah,
but it falls into the trappings of what makes a Ubisoft open world game boring, if you know what I mean. Like, I don't find much joy running around these barren open areas, doing checklist objectives and points of interest to get upgrades and stuff. And it's not even like the story's interesting. Aloy's a pretty boring character. Like, I don't even know. She keeps...
It fucking sucks, dude. This is, like, it's gotta be one of the most astroturfed franchises ever. Like, it has the Avatar effect, where people just buy it because, ooh, pretty visuals, and the game itself actually fucking sucks.
Talking to herself throughout the game to like guide the player. It's just annoying. I'm not a big fan of it. I beat Horizon Zero Dawn, but the only reason why I
couldn't even beat that.
Horizon Zero Dawn is because I had the game muted and I was watching a TV show the whole
yeah, that's the best way to play these fucking games.
Time whilst playing it, and
that's how I felt about Metroid. Like, fuck, man, you got to be doing something else at the same time.
The show, to be exact, was a British comedy called Fresh Meat. I can Definitely recommend Fresh Meat if you like cringe, dry British comedy. Can't recommend the Horizon series though, I just cannot get into it. And yeah, that was one of the safe ones. Let's talk about one that might piss people off.
I fucking hated this game too. It's not good. It's just more soul slopper.
Black Myth Wukong. Why was this game even nominated for Game of the Year? Genuinely.
Chinese money.
Like, it just feels like a glorified Unreal Engine 5 tech demo. There's nothing that really makes this game stand out other than the fact it looks hyper realistic. I think that is all I ever saw about it online. That was all I ever saw people complimenting it for, how it looked. I never saw people talk about the gameplay because it's
Bollygolang.
just your standard, like, weird Souls-like action hybrid. It's nothing special.
Guys, did you see the Bollygolang fight? Wow, it was so good. I really will always remember when I fought Bollygolang.
Genuinely. I think maybe if you've never played a Dark Souls game in your life or an action game in your life, then this would really resonate with you, because I mean, it's refined, you know, it plays well, but I think my problem is I can compare it to way too many other action games and Souls-likes that do everything it does significantly better, and it just falls flat for me in almost every single aspect. Also, the level design's pretty god-awful. It really does feel like they just made Unreal Engine 5 tech demo areas of like a forest, and they were like, okay, let's make this into a level, and they just slap random enemies around. It's not interesting to explore,
and no local map either,
which is like a pretty big part of a Souls-like. The enemies are uninteresting to fight, which is another pretty big part of a Souls-like in an action game. And yeah, I dropped this one pretty quick. Another one that I dropped pretty quick was Hades. Now,
I've never even played it because it looked boring.
I feel quite bad about this one because I really like roguelites. One of my favorite games is The Binding of Isaac, which I know is a very generic thing to say, but it's something about Hades. I don't know what it is. It looks amazing. It plays amazing.
I don't think it looks amazing. This is another one of those games that's very Troon-coded with the art style.
But it just doesn't resonate with me, and I think that's because I'm so Isaac-brained. Like, a lot of top-down isometric roguelites fall flat for me. I think it's just isometric top-down games in general, and you'll learn this a bit later on. There's a few other isometric top-down games that I dropped, but I think I played The Binding of Isaac at a really young, impressionable age, so that one really resonated with me.
Dude, my friend used to play this shit on his MacBook all the time. He was like obsessed with this game.
And I played Hades not too long after it.
The fucking Binding of Isaac. I've never played it, but yeah.
Came out, and it just, the whole time I'm
familiar with it.
Playing it, I was just kind of like, man, I'd rather be playing The Binding of Isaac right now. Not because The Binding of Isaac's a better game, it's literally just my mind being stupid, and I hate that because I want to play Hades, I want to get into it. And you know what? I am slowly starting to get into it more and more. I've made it to the...
Yeah, but if your first reaction to playing a different game in the same genre is, oh, I'd rather just play this, then is it really a better game?
Third area with that like Minotaur guy and the shield guy. I'm currently stuck on them, but I'm bashing my head through it. You know, I'm
Troon coded. What does that even mean? Hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on. Oh my god, can I really not... Dude, forever I could find this video. It was all over the place. Dude, it's gonna drive me crazy. I can't find this. Twitter is so bad about finding stuff. Oh my god, it's gonna drive me insane because it's like the perfect example for like the Troon coded art style. Oh my god, man. You guys know what I'm... Alright, so let me just describe it. It's like a game where it's like this woman, air quotes, with rainbow-colored nails, and it's in like a school, and the character's holding a knife and a gun, and you have to like deflect bullets, and when you die, you like rewind time. Oh my... It's like the... Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I gotta find... Dude, it's gonna drive me fucking insane. It's on Steam. Oh my god, bro. No, it's not Life is Strange. No. Dude, this is gonna drive me crazy. I need to find it. I typed in, check out my game, and the first result is literally fucking hentai videos. Thank you, Twitter. Oh my god. It's just like, really? Bro, this is gonna drive me crazy. Yeah, it is all so tiresome. Alright, I'm gonna put on some music. Bro, I gotta find it. It's gonna drive me insane. Alright, I don't know if I can find it now. Man, this is like... Dude, I couldn't escape footage of this game for a very long time. And now it's like I can't even find it. Oh my god, I found it. I found it. I found it. Yes. Okay, there we go. Thank God. That was gonna drive me crazy. This fucking game, bro. Hold on. This is Troon coded. That is exactly what I'm talking about when I say Troon coded. Did this game ever, what is it called? Tamashika. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that is what I'm talking about. Like, that's an extreme example. But, like, over the top, bright colors that are just, you know, visually repulsive. Just like trannies. Tamashika, was it? Yeah. This stuff. I guess, nope, not out. Here, look. This is better quality. I guess this is what they see when they shoot up the schools. This is what they see when they shoot up the school.
こんにちは。到着しましたね。私はあなたの友達です。私はあなたの敵です。私はあなたです。私はタマシカです。
Take your pills. It looks so fucking bad. But yeah, that is like the definition of fucking Troon coded. Oh my god, man. Yeah, that shit's brutal, dude. It's made by an Indian, really? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. That thing is disgusting. But yeah, Hades kind of gives me the same vibe to a lesser degree. Like the super hyper stylized with over the top, vibrant, conflicting colors. Like it's very overtly ugly. Like they're trying to make it ugly by design, which is very Troon coded. So I guess if you want to know my definition of what Troon coded means, it means anything that they like intentionally try to make ugly. Because, you know, trannies hate anything beautiful because they never will be.
Gonna beat this game, but I'm including it on this list because for the longest time I didn't touch this game after playing it for like an hour, and I feel bad about that. Now let's move on to Cyberpunk 2077, which is a
I agree, this game sucks.
Unique case because I have actually finished the base game. Haven't touched the DLC though. I want to beat the DLC, but I can't bring myself to play Cyberpunk. I played this game at launch and I hated it. If you know, you know, this game was not good at launch. It was actually abysmal, and I think people gave this game way too much slack for how it was at launch. And I know it's been improved, I know it's been fixed and all that shit, but like, I didn't really like the story, and that can't really be fixed with patches. I've heard the DLC's a lot better though, but just the idea of opening Cyberpunk and just remembering my 50-hour experience back in 2020, it just makes me feel mentally tired, and I cannot bring myself to do it. Even though my good friend Ibrahim bought me the DLC, and I feel quite bad at the fact I just can't play it. I will at some point, and I'll probably talk about my thoughts on it, but currently I can't do it, man. I can't play the DLC. I can't open Cyberpunk. It was just so bad. It was so bad at launch. I've now played it a bit to like get footage and stuff, and I still don't find it very enjoyable. So yeah, let's move on to the Far Cry series, and this one might be a bit mixed, but I'm talking about Far Cry 4. A lot of people seem to really like Far Cry.
I hated Far Cry 4. It was such a fucking downgrade from Far Cry 3. You had this amazing story, interesting concept, great characters in Far Cry 3. And it's like, yeah, let's just put a, Asian...
If my... Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
That's the one I wanted to push. Yeah, you just put, like, some Asian, Fanuc in the place of, Voss. It's like, it just doesn't work. It felt like they were trying way too hard to emulate 3. And it was like, no. Plus, the setting was terrible, too.
Cry 4. I don't like Far Cry 4. It is just really boring. That's it. Like, it's so boring. I finished Far Cry 3. I've beaten Far Cry 5 as well. Far Cry 5 is actually my favorite Far Cry game. Far Cry 4 feels...
Far Cry 5 is fine. The biggest problem is you have to do a bunch of side slop activities.
Feels like the weird in-between between them. I mean, they're all basically just a glorified version of Far Cry 3 at the end of the day, but Far Cry 4 is a very boring, glorified version of Far Cry 3, and I just cannot bring myself beat that game. I gave it a shot. I've done 3 playthroughs style of it, and it's just way too big. Holy shit, it's way too big. I've got 60 something hours in it, and I'm still on Act 1. I can't finish it. Not saying it's a bad game at all. It deserved Game of the Year 2023. It's an incredibly content-rich, content-complete game. Larian are an incredible studio, and Divinity is going to be amazing probably, but I don't think I'll play it. I didn't enjoy Divinity Original Sin 2 either. I think it's just isometric games, man. It's just not my type of game. It's that and RTS strategy games. They're the 2 genres that I can't. Another top-down isometric game is Metal Gear Solid 1, which is quite surprising.
All Metal Gear Solids are bad. Every single one of them. There's not a single good Metal Gear Solid game. The only good Metal Gear game is Metal Gear Rising.
You know, the game that started it all. I hate that I can't finish this one. I love old games. I'm okay with jank and a bit of clunkiness, but like, I cannot get used to the clunkiness of Metal Gear Solid 1.
Yeah, that's the thing, is I'll never glaze a developer for making something I don't like. Like, I'm not going to be like, oh my god, Larian, you're such a great developer for making some of the worst gameplay I've ever not experienced in my life.
I find it way too difficult, which might be insane to some people, because I think like a lot of people can beat this game in like 2 hours without even thinking about it, but I can't do it. I cannot do it. Metal Gear Solid 3 is my favorite Metal Gear Solid game. Plays completely differently to Metal Gear Solid 1. I'm curious what I'll think of Metal Gear Solid 2, because that's kind of like a mix between them. Well, I'd say it's more like Metal Gear Solid 1, because that one's also top-down, but yeah. I wonder if I'll manage to beat that one as well. The final game I want to talk about is Oblivion Remastered, and that is
brutal.
Just because I do not like Elder Scrolls. I think Elder Scrolls is one of the most boring fantasy universes, honestly. It's just...
Dude, that's brutal!
I don't care about it. I've played through Skyrim about 4 times. I think in the combined 4 playthroughs, I've had about 2 hours of joy playing through it. It's just boring.
Why would you play through it 4 times?
Man, I don't know what to say.
I haven't even played through Skyrim 4 times as far as the main campaign goes.
Oblivion is no exception. Everyone says Oblivion was better than Skyrim. Nah, I think they're both equally as boring. Maybe I'm...
Yeah, the Final Fantasy Pixel games are good on the Switch.
Just not seeing what's there. I don't know, but life's too short. There's other games I want to play, and Oblivion Remastered is not one of them. I could be playing The Evil Within instead, let's be real.
Ooh.
I mean, why play any of these games when the evil within exists? Like, you should go play the
Hell no.
evil within. If you don't like the evil within, though, that's a skill issue. You're just bad.
Nope. I didn't even die in the evil within. You want to know how far I got into the evil within? Hold on, let's see. Hold on, let's see. No, not here. Let's see. Yeah, I think right here. Yep, right here. Right here. This is where I stopped playing. Yep, that's literally where I stopped. I made it 7 minutes into the evil within. And I was like, I am not playing this fucking hide and seek simulator dog shit. And just ejected the disc and sold my copy. That's as far as I made it. I already knew what the game was going to be from that very short, 5 minutes.
Evil within is the game of the...
So when I say that I hate survival horror, I mean it. Like, I genuinely fucking hate survival horror. I've never liked it. Hold on, let me see. I think I bought it on Xbox. Let me just see if it's on my account. Let's see in my playtime. Let's see. Got to go down a ways. Because that came out in 2014, right? Let's see. Maybe I got it on PlayStation. I don't remember. Shit. Just started second guessing myself. Alright, those are all 360. I might have gotten it on PlayStation. I don't remember. I thought I got it on Xbox, but maybe not. No, I think I got it on PS3 or PS4. Shit. It means it's going to be significantly harder to find. Alright. Yeah. I was going to check my playtime. Oh, well. I'll check my PlayStation app.
Decade, the game of forever, really. The game was so good that they're too scared to give us a third one because it will just it will bring world peace. That's the reason we don't have a third one, because it would just be too good. It would bring world peace and no game could compete with it, so it would just be unfair. That's why we don't have a third Evil Within. Use code Proxidist for 20% off anything at G Fuel, and I'll see you all in the next video.
Alright, well, I think I have to turn on my PlayStation to view playtime. Where's my... I'm really curious now. I want to see. But yeah, that shit, I was like, yeah, I'm not playing this fucking game where you have to creep around and, hide from an enemy. It's like, nope, we're good. So that was it. It was short-lived. Is it not on here either? Seriously? Killzone Shadowfall. Did I play this shit on another account? Because I had 2 PlayStation accounts back then. Dude, this is going to piss me off. Oh no, there it is. It's on there. It is on there. Let's see. Profile. Games. Alright, we gotta go way back. Alright, it was right around here. Guess maybe it was past this? I don't remember when it came out. Let's see. Oh, there we go. 11 years ago. There you go. As you can see, I did not lie. Less than 1 hour played. 0 trophies. So, yeah. That was my foray into the Evil Within. I literally just fucking, you know, got to that portion and then stopped. Here, let's take a look in the folder real quick. Oh, I need to get rid of a lot of that shit. The Assassin's Creed and Ghost of Yowie shit. Hell yeah, dude. I love that image. Lobotomy trans. Yeah, what women say they want. What they actually want. Hell yeah, dude. And then we got Ninja Gaiden 2. Stellar Blade. And Final Godacy. Oh yeah. This game. Squirrel with a gun. Hell yeah, dude. Platinum trophy unlocked. But yeah, there you go. Oh, let's get rid of that. Delete. Yuck. All right. I think Griffin doesn't like slow-paced games. You would think correctly. Yeah, I hate slow and methodical fucking shit. Like, I don't want games to feel like work, bro. I want to turn on a game and have fun. If I'm not having fun with a game within 5 minutes, I don't want to keep playing it. To be completely honest, like, you know? Unless it's like some lay epic story or something like that. I really don't enjoy slow, methodical gameplay. Fun, we don't use that word around here. I know. Rocket League? Fuck that. I played 2 matches of Rocket League and never touched it again. Most overhyped shit ever. By the time Dispatch Season 2 comes out, I'll be long gone, hopefully. You know? I will have disappeared into the ether. Leave Tifa on screen? Where's Tifa? The only thing I see is Aerith right there. So, that's it. No Tifa spotted, unless that's Tifa. Is that what you meant? Oh my god, guys, I'm gonna buy her all of the games on her Christmas wish list. Then maybe she'll go on a date with me. Why would you make a Christmas wish list video? Like, bro, hint, hint. Hey, guys, it's Christmas time, and here's my wish list. Oh, my God. I mean, you know, hey, I guess it can't hurt to ask. DSP said he wants support for Christmas. Yo, same. I want positivity for Christmas. You know, a little bit of positivity in my overwhelmingly negative existence. Does it suck?
Hey there, gamers. DreamCastGuy here. Today we're talking about the Final Fantasy VII Remake because they just shadow dropped a demo on Nintendo Switch 2, and you guys know this. My subscribers have known that I am completely obsessed with Final Fantasy VII. The original is my favorite game of all time, but even the remake...
Wait! The original is his favorite game of all time? I thought he said Elden Ring was his favorite game of all time. Yo! What the fuck? We're already changing our minds in a matter of days?
I have put hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours into it. So I've been curious, not just about how this is going to look, not just about, hey, how does a game that plays so good on PS5, how does it look on the Nintendo Switch 2? It looks good, but I was also curious about how it plays, how it runs, and also the new ultra easy mode they're making for this.
Wait. Ultra easy mode?
Ooh.
I'm intrigued.
Got a lot to say. Let's break it down. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could, please give this video a...
Honestly, I will be playing on ultra easy mode because when I play a handheld game like this, I don't want to have to fucking sit there and sweat it out for 30 minutes in a boss fight.
Like and subscribe if you haven't already. So this demo, completely free, obviously, right? But if you happen to beat it, it actually carries the progress over to the main game. So if you have a Nintendo Switch 2, I encourage you to check it out. But let's start by talking about the technical details of this port and why, even though this version looks good, I have some concerns. Now, the weird thing about this intergrade demo, this intergrade port they're putting on Nintendo Switch 2 is that, first off, I'm glad it's only $40. A lot of times it feels like they love to...
Of course you are. You have the gaming skills of an IGN journalist. Well, guess what I have that IGN journalists don't fucking have? A job.
Try and price everything at $60 or $70. Even though this came out, 6 years ago? At launch, this will have come out 6 years ago. I'm glad they're making it $40. I'll be honest, I already pre-ordered it. I am definitely buying this, obviously, but...
I already have 2 pre-ordered copies, but, you know.
The other aspect of it is that it's, to me, a bit strange that Square Enix has confirmed the entire Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy. Obviously, we have the first 2 parts, Intergrade and Rebirth. All of the games are eventually going to come to the Nintendo Switch 2. And the
Let's go!
reason that's so interesting to me is that this first...
Dude, they need to release collector's editions for the Switch as well, so I can buy 35 copies of those.
The first part of the Final Fantasy VII Remake game, this one was originally released on the PlayStation 4. But the second one was built for the PS5, right? And even then, it had a lot of trouble actually running on a base PS5.
Rebirth is unironically overrated as fuck? Yeah, if you hate happiness and genuine pleasure. I don't know, bro. The only way that Rebirth is overrated is if you just literally hate fun. I would hate to be you.
How is that game even going to look on the PlayStation going from PS5 Pro maybe to Nintendo Switch 2, right? So let's start with talking about the graphics of this. The graphics of this are surprisingly fantastic, but it is hard locked at 30 FPS. I think maybe my frame counting software says it may be around 40 FPS for chunks of it, but Square Enix's official statement is that they've decided it is important to have the game hard locked at 30 FPS. Now, it actually looks very good texture-wise. You can see the individual threads of people's clothes or the feathering in people's hairs. There's no load times. Everything's very instantaneous. Cutscenes especially look utterly fantastic when the characters are talking about the fate of the planet or there's explosions or combat. Things look absolutely glorious. But I do have to admit that I do wish there was an option for a 60 FPS mode. Mostly because, honestly, this game does look so good in those crazy fights when you're trying to machine gun or switch between characters or slinging magic. I think the 30 FPS looks surprisingly good, though. There are some games that have a very bad-looking 30 FPS and some that run it better, right? Recently, I made a video complaining about that. They made a Switch 2 patch of Skyrim, and it runs at 30 FPS, and it looks choppy as hell. This is a smooth 30 FPS, so even though I wish it was higher, at least it's not as bad as some 30 FPS.
Well, third-person games look better in 30 FPS than first-person like Skyrim. So, any first-person game at 30 FPS is going to look substantially worse than third-person because you are looking through the eyes of the character.
FPSs we've seen very recently. Now, with that being said, I do think that it's taking me a bit to sort of adapt to these controls, just in the fact that I put so many hundreds of hours now into the PlayStation 5 version that just...
I've put, what, over 300 hours into Rebirth.
Playing it with these controllers, the button layout is a little bit different, especially handheld. When I'm trying to click to run and stuff, sometimes it still feels slightly off. With a Pro controller, of course, it feels perfect, but while I was playing it handheld, it still looks incredibly good, but I will admit that it still feels, it's just taking me a bit to adapt. I mean, probably within even 3 or 4 hours, I'll fully be acclimated, but I did notice that it sounds like the sound design is a bit off. Something about the audio mixing sounds very different on Nintendo Switch 2. The music feels about 90% too quiet, and even when I turn it up, it just doesn't quite sound right. It's a very strange version of the game itself, right? So it does make me wonder, how in the world is Rebirth going to run? That game already looks kind of rough on a base PS5. How in the world is that even going to fit on a Nintendo Switch 2 without just being the blurriest, downgraded, like, PlayStation 2 graphics possible, right? Okay, so let's talk about the new Ultra Easy mode. This is not a rumor. This is 100% confirmed. Square Enix is bragging about it. Essentially, They call it Streamlined Progression.
Nice.
Mode. Now, when this comes out on Nintendo Switch 2, they're actually going to release it on PlayStation 5, on Steam, and on Xbox as well. This is a new patch.
This is probably for the Xbox audience, let's be honest.
That's coming to every version of Final Fantasy VII Remake. And basically, now that I've had a chance to see it for myself, it's extremely odd. You can start the game way leveled up with tons of money, so basically you never need to grind. I don't know why you would want that. Like, to me, part of the fun of an
Why you would want it? Because if you're just playing it for the story.
RPG is the leveling.
It's just for people who want to play it for the story.
Up is the grinding, is that barely beating a boss when you have 1% health. That's the point of it. One of my very favorite memories of the original Final Fantasy VII was the first time I ever beat that big monster called Materia Keeper. I was at 1% health, and I had a limit break, and I should have healed, but instead I did a Clim Hazard limit break, and I killed him, and my buddy was over there at the time, and we literally jumped up screaming. The challenge of RPGs is the fun of RPGs, right? But if you're just trying to play this to be a cutscene, I guess, you know, it's your money, do what you want. There is multiple versions of easy mode now. There's easy mode classic and easy mode normal. Essentially, when you put this on easy mode, you can have the game literally play itself. Your character will automatically attack, defend, and you just use magic and potions when you want. I didn't even record gameplay of this. I've tried easy mode classic on PS5, and honestly, it was so bad I didn't want to record the gameplay of it here. But there's also a new thing that lets you have always full health, always full mana, always do instant 10,000 damage. You can one-shot any enemy in the game, including secret optional super bosses and stuff. And you can even have it so you have the max number of potions, healing items, ethers at all time. This streamlined progression mode to me makes absolutely no sense. I mean, I don't even know how to explain it. It just sometimes feels like companies are afraid to challenge you, right? It feels like games... Every company now is able to see your playtime, your play data, and it feels like if they ever see someone hit a brick wall, they lose to a boss and they log off, the companies go, oh God, make it easier, make it easier. This streamlined progression mode to me is very, very, very odd, especially now that I'm seeing it in live. I will say, though, that obviously I'm still super happy that Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade is here. Rebirth is a bigger game. Rebirth is like 10 times the size of Remake, which still feels utterly impossible, but I still like the original FF7 Remake OG the most, right? The first part of this trilogy to me is still my favorite of the bunch. So now, getting that entire game, which is so big already, and putting it on the Nintendo Switch 2, I am 100% on board. Try the demo out for yourself. Beyond just the visual aspects, I'm curious to see how people kind of play it. And, you know, it's just me, but personally, I kind of wish how many people even tried this streamlined progression mode, these new ultra easy modes. Because at this point...
I mean, why would you need to try it, though? Like, it's pretty self-explanatory what it is. It's just for people who want to play it for the story. That's it.
I think that at that point, you're kind of just robbing yourself of the fun of Final Fantasy. But this has just been some off-the-cuff thoughts. How do you feel about Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade, and are you ready to check it out? Honestly, this to me is very cool. The fact that it's the Intergrade version and not even the OG, it has all the DLC, all the patches, photo mode, all the updates, everything all on one freaking thing. This is the best version of FF7 Remake, and I'm...
No, it is not. The best version of FF7 Remake is right here. This is the best version of FF7 Remake. There is going to be a noticeable difference.
Honestly, very happy about it. But tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, you know, subscribe and see.
Play it, maybe. I've had the urge to go back and play Remake, because I've only ever played through it like 3-ish times, I think. 3 times. Alright, well, I'm probably going to go ahead and hop off, guys. I'm going to head to the gym and shit, so take out the pup. go to the gym, and then activate the Wage Cage 9000 and, you know, lock in for the day. So, have a wonderful... It's Friday. Yeah, it is Friday. Okay, cool. Have a great Friday, everybody, and a great start to your weekends. And I'll talk to everybody later. Peace out, guys.